Your destiny. Show your what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart
I gotta apologize, chat. It's been a weird day. I woke up really early in the morning, and you know, like it was probably like too early. You know how you do that? Does anybody ever do this? You wake up and you're like, you know, I really should sleep some more, but instead you turn on a podcast and you start listening to the podcast and you do go to sleep. This happened to me this morning, which would have been fine, except like in the midst of it, I fell into a dream. I just started dreaming. Like, I've never had this before, where I'm listening to a podcast in real life, but experiencing a dream that is very much not real life, right? And in this dream, right, I was staying over at a friend's house. Here, can you hear me okay? I feel like everything's too loud. I feel like everything is just off kilter today. Like, what's going on with this stuff, chat? What is even going on here? Like, we're just having all kinds of like technical difficulties today. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with the technical difficulties, right? I don't know if even that's a reference that people get. Hopefully not. Hopefully you have not experienced that reference, because that's a pretty dark piece of content that I actually eliminated. But if anybody recognizes it, call out the name of the Ransona, the YouTube raid. Welcome raiders, I guess. Donald James, what's up? What's up, Geek Prime X? What's up, BKK? What's up, Anti-Corporatist? Always fall asleep during WYCD and Jake's out. Oh, the outro music wakes you up. Yeah. What's up, everybody? Good to have you. Welcome. Hopefully nobody recognizes that Ransona, right? Because that was what you almost got for a stream yesterday, and I just was like, I'm not watching this garbage. I am not watching this garbage. If anybody knows what that's for, Snoop Dogg quit smoking. That's kind of amazing. Maybe inspiring. I don't know. Like, you know, somebody that's so associated with a certain activity, deciding that he no longer wants that activity to define him. That's kind of amazing. Okay, so yeah. So I was dreaming, right? I was listening to a podcast. I rolled over and fell back to sleep, and I started having this dream. And in this dream, I was staying over at somebody's house, right? And somehow they gave me like a really nice room that was like more like a mother-in-law studio. It had a kitchen, it had a basement. It was like for a room, this is like, you know, pretty nice, right? But because it had a kitchen in it, my host had to kind of like, you know, come in the morning, you know, to do stuff in the kitchen, right? So, you know, she comes in and starts talking to me, and I can't hear her. Oh my God, Donald James X, thank you. Freaking communist invading radicals. Freaking communist invading radicals. He smoked enough. Yeah, probably. I mean, maybe so. So yeah, this is like, so anyway, in my dream, like, you know, she's coming in, she's trying to talk to me, which is weird, right? Because you're sleeping and you don't expect your host to just like open the door and like, you know, like wake you up like that, right? But you know, like I understood it because there was a kitchen in there, right? But I can't hear her because I'm listening to a podcast like in real life. Like right in real life, I have, you know, one of these deals, right? These little deals with this rubber thing, which I don't know if you know this, right? Maybe you do. Maybe you do know this. It comes off. Yeah, little rubber doohickey, whatever that is, right? There needs to be a name for this. Like, there's got to be a name. Is there a name for this? Anyway, right? So yeah. So my host is trying to talk to me. I feel rude for the fact that I'm not listening to my host. I'm listening to a podcast, and so I take out, you know, my earbuds. I take out my Wi-Fi earbuds, and I still hear the podcast, right? I take out both earbuds and the podcast is still going. I can't hear what she's saying, right? So yeah, I mean, like, this is kind of weird. This is kind of curious. Like, what's going on here, right? I've got my headphones out and I'm still hearing the podcast. And of course, it's because in real life, I didn't take this out. Like in real life, this is still in. So I reach up to my ear, and it turns out one of these little rubber things kind of like got stuck in my ear. Like I had one down in my ear, so I pull that out, and and I look at the other side and there's like a rubber thing in that ear. So I pull the rubber things out. All right, so I'm good now. I can hear her, right? Nope, still can't hear her. Still hear the podcast. So I like reach in my ear again, and there's another rubber thing, and there's another rubber thing, and it's as if these little things, it's as if these like, it's as if I've been like listening to these earbuds so much that I've got like 18 of these little rubber things like tucked into my ear, like from, you know, they just got eaten by my ear or something, like, right? So I keep on pulling them out, and I keep on not being able to hear her and feeling like I'm being rude because, you know, staying over at somebody's house and they're trying to talk to you and you've got earbuds on and you're listening to some kind of trashy podcast, some kind of trashy comedy podcast at that, right? And yeah, it was confusing, and it wasn't until I woke up that I realized like what happened. And it was just the strangest dream that I've had in a long time. I mean, it's Snoop. Wherever he is, sponsored product is right behind him. Doesn't he still own like a strain? Isn't he like in the business of THC and CBD? I used to own a pair of wireless earbuds, but they were cheap and unwieldy. Yeah, the cheap ones are bad. You know, the cheap ones, I've had a bunch of those too. And what happens with those is invariably I like step on them, or I take them out and it's on my bed and I roll over on them and I break them. Like, they're really, really fragile. So that's why I kind of like these ones. These ones have not broken so far, and you know, they suck right in and get powered up. So wait, are we talking about Jimmy George? Yo, chat, I am so glad that nobody recognizes. I'm so glad that nobody recognizes the Ransona, right? No, nobody gets that reference. That means I don't have to talk to you about it, right? I thought I was gonna have to say something about what happened, but yeah, if you haven't been on Twitter, you probably don't know this this reference at all. I bought the specific brand because Dankpods said that they were better than Raycon. Oh yeah, Raycons are like expensive, right? Well, welcome to chat, everybody. We got a lot to cover. We got a lot of news to go over. I want to keep this thing up where I kind of like go over the news via Twitter. Vosh is trending? Why is Vosh trending? Maybe Vosh isn't trending. Maybe that was old. That was old. Okay. So yeah, we talked about Q Shaman running for Congress. Q Shaman for Congress. Okay, so I know what Musk is about. We're gonna talk about Musk. We're gonna talk about what we're gonna talk about Elon Musk's mask off moment. Like, I say that, it just sounds so trite though. There's been so many mask off moments for Elon that it's kind of surprising that there's still a mask on that he can wear. But much like my earbuds, chat, Elon's mask seems to be like, it's like a mask and there's a mask underneath, and he takes off that mask and he takes off. Yeah, there's a lot of masks. What's up, Timples? Dad, good to see you. Just boop the like button. Thank you so much. That means a lot. People don't realize how powerful of a tool that you have in your hand with that like button, right? It just seems like a superfluous thing, but it actually has, it brings more people. Just think of it this way. Every like that you boop is a potential new viewer that you are bringing into the chat, right? So you're gonna make me pop up on somebody's feed when you do that. So that's more powerful than anyone realizes. But yeah, Elon Musk has been masked off a few times. Now he's masked off a little bit more, if you can imagine that. Destiny is trending, but I don't think it's about Destiny, the guy. Well, okay, wait, there is something about Destiny that we need to cover. There is something, okay? Just one thing real quick. No, this is so scary. Nope. So be really careful with this. Okay, scroll past that. There we go. That's what I wanted to show you right here. What? Oh my god, I didn't realize. Yo, chat, we've got Destiny versus Norman Finkelstein. Destiny versus Norman Finkelstein, right? So this is Norman Finkelstein. We covered, I believe, a conversation where he went on somebody's podcast and basically debunked Ben Shapiro. and really dressed down Ben Shapiro on his video about Israel-Palestine, right? So that was pretty cool. So he's saying he's received scores of emails about why you don't debate this, that, or the other person. Here's a partial inventory of what happened. A representative of Piers Morgan contacted me. I agreed. He never got back. A representative of something called Destiny. Something called Destiny? Maybe it was the video game. Maybe it was Destiny 2 contacted him. No, we know what Destiny would have contacted him, right? So yeah, he never got back to me. I was supposed to debate Shmuley Botak. Didn't happen. I invited Mr. Shapiro to be, yeah, so Norman Finkelstein is on Twitter now, and he's kind of tearing shit up. Right, but what do we have right here? Oh, okay. So these are messages between Destiny himself. So like, look, they added context. Like, these are Destiny fans. Destiny fans added context, put a community note, calling Norman Finkelstein a liar, which may be literally libel. I'm not sure entirely, right? I guess it's libel in the US if you know that it's not true. But right, like, okay, so let's use Occam's razors here, right? Destiny did contact him as evidenced by these messages, okay? There is some chance that Norman Finkelstein is literally a boomer, possibly even older than a boomer. Is he silent generation? He may be post-boomer. Great job smooching, yeah, smooching and booping the likes. That's really, Norman Finkelstein is based. Dude is hella smart, yeah. Well, so what, I didn't even know that this was gonna be an actual drama between him and Destiny. I thought it was just gonna be a funny little thing, but it looks like the Destinoids have gotten back. I mean, it sounds like he's being a boomer here, doesn't it? Something called Destiny. I mean, no offense, right? I'm not trying to like drag him on that. I'm just saying, you know, he's not a digital native, and so therefore, you know, online stuff might be a little bit confusing to him, right? It might be a little bit more confusing than it would be to, you know, somebody else, right? It makes sense. And I feel like Occam's razor says what's less likely than Norman Finkelstein lying, or what's more likely than Norman Finkelstein is lying, is that Norman Finkelstein is having trouble with technology. But go on. Okay, so here's the messages. I am prepared. Here, let's take a look at this. I am prepared to debate a character named Destiny who regards my scholarship as garbage. And there's Steve Bunnell III, Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bunnell III. I believe that it says the second. I believe that's a typo right there. Stephen is the third in the line of Destinies, actually. Yeah, people don't know this, right? But there's been more than one Destiny, right? There's been more that, like, sometimes a new Destiny takes over, and that's why you get different arcs of Destiny. Like Destiny 1, I think, was the guy that played StarCraft. Destiny 2 was the guy that debated the right-wing chuds, right? And Destiny 3 is this guy that hates lefties, right? This is Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bunnell III, not the second. I don't know why. Maybe he just hasn't updated. All right, so that's heyo, that's me. Wait, what is this though? What are we looking at? I don't even know what we're looking at, chat. The Dread Pirate Destiny. Tell Finkelstein to turn it off and turn it back on. Yeah, I think so. NPC Destiny. See, I'm giving you the behind the scenes lore. Like, not many people know this stuff, right? But I know it. I know that there's been more than one. That's why it's Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bunnell. That's why the 2 is there, right? There's been more than one iteration. It's like Doctor Who, but evil, right? That's, if you want to think of what Destiny is, he's kind of like an evil Time Lord, basically. Heyo, that's me. When are you generally free to chat? And you can do it. you can do digital. Can you do digital is what he's trying to ask, right? Norman Finkelstein is swamped right now and won't be able to answer personal emails. Wait, what? Okay, wait, these are two different Norman Finkelsteins. I don't know what that does. Can anybody tell me what app this is? Is this? Okay, wait. So Norman, whoa, I'm so confused here. Norman, speaking in the third person, this makes me think that this Norman Finkelstein is like a, this is somebody in his office, like helping him. This is, you know, a digital assistant of some kind, maybe even a family member, you know, that's helping him, helping dad or grandpa or uncle or whatever do, you know, manage technology, right? Is swamped right now, won't be able to answer personal emails. My sincere, and you'd think it's apologies next, but it doesn't say, it just says my sincere, all right? So now it says okay, so now we're speaking in the first person. I am free to chat now. I do not know anything about the post-electric typewriter technologies, so I do now? Hey, sorry, I'm generally always ready to talk immediately, but I'm out of town until the 17th. Do you? Sure. I will wait to hear from you on November 17th. I am so confused. No, this is Gmail. This is Gmail. Isn't this Gmail? Norm is old school. It can be a gift and a curse sometimes. That's what I'm saying, is that like he's not lying, and it's easy to figure out what's going on, right? The more simple answer is that he is overwhelmed, like it says right here, swamped right now, won't be able to answer personal emails, and B, doesn't really seem to post-electric typewriter. That is what Norman Finkelstein is calling the computer, or the iPad, or whatever device he's using, right? There's no telling what device he's actually on here. Although maybe, wait, no, this is from Destiny's end. This is Destiny's phone, I guess. I think this is Gmail, right? Temple's grandpa is a hacker. Yeah, my 92-year-old dad is a program hacker. That's a good point. That's a good point. Being like, you know, being older doesn't necessarily mean you don't know technology. Sometimes you might know technology better than other people. He writes programs to circumvent other programs. That sounds pretty badass, I gotta say. Mainly for golf tee times. That's the ultimate hacker right there. You're describing the ultimate hacker, Temple's dad. And I'm assuming, is this Temple's granddad that we're talking about here? No, electric typewriter was a real thing. Electric typewriter was a real thing? There's a real thing called an electric typewriter. Okay, did not know that. Mr. Poole, you have a very tech-savvy family. That sounds like it. It sounds like it. So yeah, what is going on with this? And again, don't worry, we are getting to the other stuff, right? I promised you, what's in the thumbnail. I'm gonna deliver what's in the thumbnail, but first we're gonna take a look and see what is going on in the news that has happened, right? So I set my show up ahead of time, and sometimes something happens right at the last minute, and I wanna be able to catch that and talk about it. All right, so this is wild. This is wild, 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 wild. Is this more? Oh wow, somebody's objecting to the community note. This note is incredibly biased and is based on a screenshot which shows two forms of contact with Mr. Finkelstein. The first and consistent is graphically different from the contested later notification. Easily could have been faked. Wow. Could have been faked by renaming contacts. This note is obviously a biased hack of the community notes function. X should find a way to at least have multiple references that dispute the note, but apparently Israeli sympathizers only need to provide one source for their info that they fabricate themselves. Okay, so that's what they're pointing out. Just what I said, that there's two different contacts here. But just like I can't say, from this community note that Norman Finkelstein is lying about the Destiny thing, right? I also can't say that that Destiny is lying about Norman. Like, right? It's unclear. It's unclear. This is the thing about breaking news, right? And I know this isn't like the best example of breaking news situation, but this is why I don't cover it. And when I do, I try not to make any definitive statements. It's all up in the air. There's the fog of war, right? I mean, this is a minor example of that. Let's see. What else do we have here? What else do we have? Just like a bunch of, yeah, okay. Anyway, I never read the comments. Never read the comments. Um, so this is the Destiny thread. As long as there's no video in here, we're okay. Never got back. I see you represented your correspondence with others. As much as your historical claims about Israel Palestine, lol. Just landed in Miami. Hopefully we can chat later tonight. So maybe there will be a conversation between somebody that literally like educated themselves on the issue in the last month or so, versus a scholar on the subject, right? That this is out of town doesn't mean you can't respond to an email in 3 days. This is literally proof you didn't get back to him. Hey, what does this rest of this message on the 14th say? Yeah, we're not seeing the entirety of the messages. That's an important thing to point out. People in the comments are saying something called Destiny is not worth your time, or anyone's time for that matter. Go on Hasan the Hun or the H3 podcast. Yeah, I mean, like, that's probably would be a more interesting conversation. Let's take a look at this again. Yeah. So yeah, there's, we're not seeing I feel like wouldn't you just have to click on these to expand them? Like if you, I mean, you might not be able to show it in one screenshot, but you could show like the totality of the messages. And unless there's anything like, doxing, like there'd be no reason not to show that. Portland teachers are on strike. Okay, so the first answer is Norman Finkel. This might even be like an out of the office message. You know what I'm talking about? Like especially academic faculty, a lot of times if you hit them up when they are on, like, they just went on sabbatical or they are taking a vacation or something like that, you'll get like an automatic message. So that could even be what we're seeing here. But we can see on the same day, 13th, November 13th, I am free to chat now. November 14th, the next day, I am sorry. So wait, let's do a little bit more research. On the 14th, Destiny gets back, says, sorry, I can't talk until the 17th, right? Oh my god, Dragon Princess, thank you for the resubscription. Hey, pretty lady, thanks for a whole year of your Swezer? Wait, Swezer. Wait, am I silly for not knowing what this means? Swezer. I don't know. Swezer sounds good though. But yeah, thank you for the resub. That is indeed 12 months. You are correct. Awesome stream. Thank you so much. Oh my god, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here with Norm Finkelstein and Destiny. Out of town doesn't mean you can't respond to an email in 3 days. Okay, so what was not responded to in 3 days? Yo, look at this. Look what's going on here. Okay, so yeah, I've got my I actually remembered to do a I wanted to go back to that message one more time and just take a look and see if we could determine who's right and who's wrong. Yeah, Spike from Buffy. Here it is again. If you haven't given that thread some love yet, I would massively appreciate it. Like I said, there's very few things you can do to actually affect my analytics. One of them is hitting that like on YouTube, and the other one is to give the Twitter thread some love. You're literally, putting, you're bringing more people into the stream by doing that. So let's click on Destiny again, scroll past all the garbage, scroll past all the, there's like some attack on, okay, so important thing to note, this happened on the 16th. This is November 16th, today. I don't know, it's pretty, it's a pretty, pretty disingenuous to call Norm Finkelstein a liar based on this. Is there any more? Yeah, so it doesn't look like he's responded. Let's take a look. Oh, am I not following yet? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's tweeted any more about this. Okay, so I was just kind of curious, just wanted to track that down and see what's going on here. Moms for Liberty, why are you trending? Oh, this is LeVar Burton. Yo, friend of the VOD. Friend of the VOD, LeVar Burton. Wait, is LeVar Burton who I think LeVar Burton is? Do I have the person right? Chat, is LeVar Burton like this person? Is that who we're dealing with? Is that the right LeVar Burton? Pizza Density, welcome to the stream. The Reading Rainbow. There we go. Friend of the VOD, I told you. Okay, so LeVar Burton, before we go, are there any moms? Okay, so this is the National Books Awards, right? Obviously, people who value books and books not being banned are an enemy to Moms for Liberty. Moms for Liberty denounce their connection to the Proud Boys. Some of their messages seem to be disagreeing, though. Yo, so yeah, there's a reason that they might want to distance themselves. But you know what the connection is, right? You know what the connection is. Like, Moms for Liberty is a chud organization that fearmongers about books in, children in like libraries, in school libraries and stuff like that, right? And often what they'll do is they'll find like a book in a high school library and then kind of fudge like where they found it and give you the idea that this was in a, this was in a kindergarten library, right? And it's just not true, right? So the reason that the Proud Boys would get involved with this is they often like hold protests at schools, and who's going to show up for a protest against trans rights other than the Proud Boys, right? It's a pretty good bet. That's a pretty good way to attract the that kind of attention. So they distance themselves, right? This is Facebook, so we're in boomer land over here. Surprised by this post, our chapter chairs in Florida are pretty open about their Proud Boy friends. Yo, look at this. So actual Moms for Liberty official. We have nothing to do with the Proud Boys. Like, we are not, you know, a violent street gang. We do not support these things. We do not want to be, you know, like, we do not want to be, like, we do not want this baggage, right? Is what they're saying, right? Then actual Moms for Liberty members, right? I'm surprised by this post. Our chapter in Florida are pretty open about their Proud Boy friends. We all participate in the same parades and hang out. We all hang out. You hang out with fucking violent street thugs. Awesome, Moms for Liberty. That's really great. Is Moms for Liberty leadership now telling chapter chairs they don't want to say goodbye to the Proud Boys? These are like their best friends. Why would they want to say goodbye? I don't know much about the Proud Boys, so I had to look them up and to see what they were all about. All I saw was a bunch of videos of them beating up Antifa and BLM rioters. Okay. Proud Boys are not about hate. Of course not. They're not about hate or violence. Yeah, no, they're about loving sunshine, rainbows, and hearts. Right? They're wholesome. It's just the most wholesome thing ever. Wait, what's wrong with the Proud Boys? Only a few were caught publicly aligning with these groups, right? Somebody responds, nothing. Moms for Liberty is now just another conservative group bowing to the godless left. Oh my God. So your members don't support you in distancing yourself from the Proud Boys. You would like to say that you have nothing to do with right-wing street thugs, and yet your membership says otherwise. Damn. Proud Boys stand back and stand by, signed Donald Trump. I hope they are standing by, because Hamas wing of the Democratic Party might need to be put down like the dogs they are. Wow, that doesn't sound violent at all. Nothing violent about that, right? Damn. That is wild. Wait, I don't even know what's going on here. What is this? Wait, is this Liam Neeson? This is real Liam Neeson. Wait a minute. I don't even know if that's true, right? Because like usually wouldn't you have like a check mark of some kind if you're like a I can't verify that this is real Liam Neeson, but obviously not a fan of Moms for Liberty, whoever they are. Do I have a video for you? Wait, what is this?
Identifies as gay. That means if
I hope you're not making a mockery of our district.
I'm not. How could I?
Okay.
Is this Walter?
Is getting out of control. 8%.
Okay, no, this isn't even Walter. So Walter Matheson is somebody who's known for trolling groups like Moms for Liberty. This is somebody else. Jesus freaking Congress, the J freaking C. Running for U.S. Congress in 2025. Maybe not really running, since like usually the elections are 2024, unless it's a special election. You're not running in 2025, right? You might be you know, inducted if you win in 2025, if you win in 2024, right? But okay, the problem with political jokes is that they get elected. Okay. Anyway, let's see what they have to offer.
Of Americans identify as gay. 1 in 12 people identify.
This is Walter Matheson. Okay.
Identifies as gay. That means if a book has 13 characters, one of them statistically probably gay, what are they doing in the library? When you think about it, right? 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish.
Gay fish. Gay fish. What? What? Is gay fish involved in this? No, I don't think gay fish is involved.
Black fish, blue fish, old fish, new fish. This one has a little car. This one has a little star. Some are very sad. Some are very glad. Well,
glad, like gays and lesbians against discrimination.
Glad, happy,
gay,
gay,
banned.
Banned.
Banned. Banned. It's gotta be banned.
I read books with gay characters when I was a kid. It didn't affect me because I'm straight. Same way that like I read books with dragons in it, it didn't affect me because I wasn't a dragon. But if someone who is gay, if they read a book with a gay character, they might think that that's normal. So only by restricting media so they never hear of a healthy human adult who's gay, we protect them from that idea. And so, you know, these gay kids who live in our district, without a point of reference, they'll probably just think that they're broken in some way. But they're weird, right? Because, wow, actually, now that I'm saying it out loud, it's because the gay kid doesn't have gay role models.
Ad break ended. Welcome back. Welcome back, anybody who got sucked into that ad break. Sorry about that. Look, here's the deal. Okay, at the top of every hour, including this one, we have a 3-minute ad break enforced by Twitch. I can't do anything to help it. Sometimes I don't even see that it's coming before it comes. So I apologize for not giving you the warning. Usually I like to warn people before it happens. Again, if you do not want to be a part of that ad break, you can get out with a Twitch Prime sub, which is free to you, not free to Jeff Bezos, though, right? It costs Jeff Bezos money. It puts money in my pocket, and it doesn't take money out of your pocket, which is kind of magical. Also, if you give me a Twitch Prime, right, I know that we're besties. I know that you really care because you only have one to give, right? So that gets you out of the ad break. You can also get out of the ad break by paying $5 to Twitch. It's only $5 to get out of that ad break that way. You can also get out of the ad break possibly if you're lucky. If the fates are smiling upon you and somebody's feeling generous and feeling like giving a gift or community subs, you could receive one of those gift or community subs. However, you're going to be more likely to receive one if you're active in chat. So always got to mention that. NCC confirmed capitalist. Wait, what gave me away?
Models. They're... Jeez. Do you think that's why the suicide rate is so much higher among queer youth? Because there's voices condemning them for something they can't help? Wow. I actually thought about this before. But like, it really makes sense, right? It's like, if a kid sees a gay character and says, that's me, that's probably part of them, right? I didn't change them, it's just something that's already there. God, I guess Jesus would probably hate that we're going after these defenseless kids who are just trying to figure out who they are.
I love the fact that he's got, like, he's just like stream of consciousness here, right? He starts off as like, yeah, we got to ban the books, 1 fish, 2 fish, gay fish, blue fish, right? We got to ban the gay one, make sure that the gay ones are not there because we don't want any gay kids realizing that, it's totally normal for them to feel the way that they feel. And then he goes into this whole...
thought this through, and because I know of people who have been kicked out of the house, who had their kids kicked out of the house for being gay. Like, Jesus would hate that.
It's so funny because all they want to talk about is that the liberals are grooming your kids. That's the only discussion that Moms for Liberty wants to have, right? Bad teacher put gay book in classroom, teacher groomer, teacher bad, right? That's the only discussion that they want to have. And this whole stream of consciousness thing is literally leading them from the way that they're thinking, kind of pointing out the fallacy therein, and then and then sort of thinking them out of that right-wing box. It's kind of amazing.
I'm sorry, I gotta go talk to my wife. I hadn't really thought about this. I'll see you guys at the book burning. That's why those kids keep calling me a Nazi, because I burn books! Damn it!
Damn!
Sylvia, we gotta go.
He's getting better. He's been good for a really long time. Like, right? It's hit or miss, right? Some of them are funnier than others. Sometimes he just goes and annoys right-wingers, right? But this one was great. Keep children ignorant. If they don't know, they won't go. Exactly. My boss makes the radio so loud that it hurts my ears with earbuds in. Damn, I was just complaining about earbuds this morning. And the fact that if you put them in and you fall asleep, like, and you won't be able to did you know that, chat? You can't take out your earbuds while you're asleep. It's impossible to do. At least it was for me. Because in my dream, I was taking out my earbuds, but in real life, my earbud was still in, right? And it was, so in the dream, I'm like, the earbuds are out. Why am I still hearing the podcast? Like, right? I was listening to a real podcast in a fake dream, not a fake dream, but a dream that was not reality, right? I wasn't actually staying over in a friend's house and unable to talk to them because I had my... Anyway, I'm disappointed that she hasn't had a chance to kick Biden's ass. Oh, she had a chance to kick Biden's ass and did not. Pray for President Xi to spy on me with TikTok, right? Is that what TikTok's about? Is there more moral panicking about TikTok? Let's take a look at this right here. We're just catching up on the news, everybody. Don't worry. We will get to our main subjects. We will talk about Elon Musk. We will talk about Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens. In fact, we're even going to watch the Tucker Carlson broadcast with Candace Owens, right? So both Candace Owens and Elon Musk have really revealed their power level to an extent that's even surprising to me, somebody that holds them, you know, holds them in the regard of any kind of right-wing reactionary fascist, but they're maybe more fascist than I realized. Oh God, okay, so this is what this is about. This is what this is about. Now, I'm not going to get too deep into this, right? But Osama bin Laden, not friend of the VOD, no, I don't believe that bin Laden ever knew about this VOD because he died before the VOD was created, right? So you can't call bin Laden a friend of the VOD. And he wrote a letter to America. It's like a 2-page letter that existed. I believe it was like on, was it the Guardian site? It was some news organization that had this up, right? And somehow this started to go viral with people looking at it in TikTok. And I believe that the most common take was not like, yo, bin Laden did nothing wrong. I don't think it was that. I don't think, I mean, there might have been some people saying that, but I think most people, you know, were not, you know, agreeing whole hog with bin Laden. They were just surprised that, you know, that you know, some of the criticisms made of the United States were valid. Obviously not to, you know, justify, you know, the you know, attacks or anything, right? They're misrepresenting. And also TikTok is a lot of people. TikTok is a lot of people. It's not one person. And you know what they're going to do is they're going to find one person that was like, yo, bin Laden's like my soulmate. I was bin Laden in another life. Or, you know what I mean? So they're going to find some crystal like mommy posting on, you know, posting some ridiculous cringe on TikTok. You can always find somebody posting cringe on TikTok. TikTok is huge, right? There's going to be somebody posting cringe. So, you know, they found that people posting cringe represent all of TikTok as this, when in reality, what it was just like kind of like people being surprised that there was anything like reasonable, rational or sensible in a letter from, you know, a famous mass murderer like that, right? Most things have reasons behind them, no matter how bad or not. What's up, Polly? Bin Laden was an anti-gay Soviet. Okay, Polly, I really hope you're not mistaking what I'm saying here, right? Because we got enough people being disingenuous on Twitter right now about kids on TikTok, right? Yeah, no, bin Laden's not a good guy. Bin Laden's not a good guy. The letter was surprising. Some people on TikTok commented about the fact that the letter was surprising, and that's why we've got that's why we've got like a kind of a minor trend. And my understanding was this, right? That the trend wasn't large for TikTok. Like when we say trending on TikTok, we, you know, generally think of something like a sound, a meme, a subject matter, something like, you know, just being like all over TikTok. But that's not the case here. But yeah, thank you for reminding us of the, you know, for those of you who are too young to remember the attacks on 9/11, the actual thing that bin Laden is famous for is not this letter, right? It's 9/11. Yeah, exactly, advisory. The most ridiculous. Yeah. So like if it's like, you know, a whole bunch of people and some of them are just like surprised to find something in there that they didn't expect. And then there's one person that's like, you know, like I said, like, you know, there's people like on TikTok that will literally be like, this was my past life. I was this person in a past, like, right. You're going to find ridiculous shit on TikTok because just like anywhere else, there's ridiculous people on TikTok. And when you show that ridiculous shit and you represent it as like, this is what kids these days are doing, you kind of sound like, you know, an old man or an old woman yelling at clouds. And that's just not a good look. That's just not a good look in any way, right? We don't need to, most of us do not need to be reminded that, you know, 9/11 is bad. I should hope not, right? I should hope not. So yeah, there's no reason to create a moral panic about TikTok, you know, inducting our kids into Al-Qaeda or something like that, right? Which is what the right wingers are talking about here. But I feel like most people in chat are realize that that's not what's going on, right? You'd really have to have your head under a major rock to be that confused. Anyway, that's what's going on with bin Laden TikTok. I was wondering, because like sometimes with TikTok it's like the Chinese are spying on your children. It can be a lot of different things. The biggest demographic of TikTok users were born after 9/11 and may not have well, yeah, but like let's not fall into the trap of let's not fall into the trap of standing boomers on Facebook, okay? Hopefully we can avoid that. Hopefully, yeah, I feel like my demographic is in the right place to be able to see this thing from all sides and really and see what's going on, rather than either getting sucked into the sort of mindless to the extent to which it might have been going on, mindless support of somebody that killed lots of people, or the on the other side, mindless moral panicking about kids on TikTok, right? Both of those things are cringe. Both of those things are wrong. I think that most people in chat get that. So we will move on. Let's move on to the next thing. Oh my God. See, if I click on ceasefire now, I'm in trouble though, right? I know what not to click on. There's some of these things that we kind of cannot look at, just because I know that there's going to be potentially scenes that Twitch does not want to be. Oh, also, like, can I mention something? Right, so I already asked you to like and retweet and support my thread for this stream. I also want to go over one other thread, right? I want to go over something from a friend of the VOD, somebody that is like one of the best, if not the best, streamer that I know on Twitch. Somebody that has 0% hate in their heart, and yet somebody who is banned by Twitch for hateful conduct, right? We're talking about Shapiro. Can we get a shout out for Shapiro? Mods, can we get a shout out? Right, and the big thing that I want you to do, okay, beyond just following and following Shaq's. Oh wait, no, we can't. Oh my God, I just thought about that. I don't think you can follow somebody who's currently banned. Their account is gone. Let's see if we can get the YouTube link. Then in that case, and saving that, here's what I'll post. I'm gonna post this. This is a tweet, okay, by Shapiro, trying to get some attention to what's going on, trying to get some attention from Twitch or Twitch support or somebody, right? In order to get their channel back, and they deserve to get their channel back, right? They didn't do anything wrong, and this is starting to feel like that. I don't know, either something that was too automated to be useful at all, or I've read Romeo and Juliet. I understand that Twitch banned them. You were thinking, oh wait. So anyway, so yeah, that's going on. If you could, give this a, here, let me put it on YouTube too. All right. Cause most of you are here on YouTube right now. Free Shapiro. Absolutely. Free them. Free them, free them, free them. Shapiro did nothing wrong. I looked at the chat logs. Oh, you can see what happened. So it was, you think it was in the chat logs, Polly? You think it was something that somebody said in chat rather than something that Shapiro said or showed on stream? You should look up that leaked voice call from Jonathan Greenblatt talking about infiltrating JVP and censoring pro-Palestinians. Advisory. Look here. Let me give you. God, I never put this, but I need to. I'm gonna once again shout out my Discord. And why am I doing this right now? Because when people have links for me, when people have suggestions for me, that's where I tell them to put it. That's the best place to reach me with that information. Yeah, I just realized as I asked for the shout out for Shakespeare, I just realized Zara's right. You can't shout out somebody that Twitch is currently got on ban. I just wanted to say that, right? And if you can, wait, do we put this in chat? Let me pin that too. Let me pin that. Okay. I'm gonna pin that. I'm gonna share it with YouTube chat in case I have not already. Here's that thread. Yeah, because the more likes, the more retweets. You know, even if you want to quote retweet this and at somebody that you think might be able to help out, other Twitch streamers, other, you know, social media creators, right? We would really like to get Shakespeare their channel back. Although, like Polly's saying, there's a chance that you know, may not happen for 14 days. Oh my God, this is so frustrating. Oh yeah, but the other thing that I wanted to do is give you all the link for the Discord, right? If you want to get in here, if you want to suggest something for me to take a look at, you know, if you want to make me aware of something, that's the best place to do it. People are using TOS to silence pro-Israeli voices. So chat, be careful. Okay, like I hadn't heard of that. No shot. They won't. In my mind, they won't have to wait 2 weeks. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. Yeah, Polly meant pro Palestine, not pro Israel. I figured. Okay, so yeah, if you're not already in the Discord, get in there. Now, understand when you get in there, it's gonna look like there's like nothing to it. You're gonna see like, wait, there's like 3 channels and none of them are useful. Ah, you're in what we call the airlock, right? So you're in the airlock, right? You're getting into the ship, right? You have to wait for somebody to open the airlock doors, and that is me or one of my lovely mods that do so much for the Discord, and we thank our mods. Everybody give the mods like a round of applause. Can we get a round of applause, a virtual applause for our lovely and talented mods? Wait, where is this? Not the golf clap. I want a real clap. Do we not have a real clap? Okay. That's the closest thing I can give you to a real clap, because otherwise it's just the golf clap. I mean, I don't know. It just, the golf clap seems insufficient. Look, I appreciate my mods a lot. And I know that the chatters appreciate the mods, and see if we hit it enough. Maybe it sounds like a real. It sounds like a real applause, which is what the mods actually deserve. Real applause, not a golf clap. I don't know why the only thing is on there is a golf clap, but there's some actual applause for the mods for doing what they do and you know, helping this community be a community, right? Mods are gods. Okay, you want that? You want to sample what the clap? Oh, and if you don't know, right, in the Discord, right, all these things, all these sound things, right? Earlier we did this one, you know, we got President Sunday, friend of Polly's, good friend of Polly's, President Sunday. We've got the
Dingus Gambit.
The Dingus Gambit, right? We've got
Weasel.
You can remember all kinds of amazing moments from stream, and including
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Fucking pronouns.
Right, all this stuff lives on the Discord. All this stuff lives on the Discord, right? And if you wanna experience the absolute of it all, get in that Discord, and you can do this too. You can even pour yourself a nice hot cup of
Void coffee.
right, if you want. That's all there for you on the Discord. So yeah, I have to remember to mention that, because I never do. I always forget it. But yeah, we'll hope that you know, with enough help, that Shakespeare can get their account back. Polly's saying that maybe we can get it back earlier than 2 weeks, because 2 weeks is too long to wait. That's how I feel, at least, and it sounds like that's how Polly feels as well. Wait, there's like a anti-mod sentiment here. It's somebody else's emote there. Okay, so yeah, that's what we got today in terms of. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything important here, right? This is terrible. This used to be a good way to get your news, right? You could just click on what's trending on Twitter and it would give you, oh God, Bin Laden's trending. Ceasefire now. Again, we can't look at that one for reasons. But what we can do is take a look at my bookmarks and get started. Are you ready to get into it? Because I've been edging you long enough. I feel like clearly. Oh yeah, Polly. I don't know if you're on a time delay or something, but yeah, I cleared that up. That yeah, when I saw that, I was pretty sure you meant. Wait, you meant the opposite? Okay. So you meant the opposite of like Shakespeare getting unbanned sooner than 2 weeks. Anyway, we'll look into that. We'll see what can be done, because hopefully we can get Shakespeare back. By the way, did anybody grab Shakespeare's YouTube link? Because we cannot shout you out, Shakespeare, apparently on Twitch right now, but we can probably shout out your YouTube channel, and that is a good place to catch up with Shakespeare. If you're, I'm guessing that maybe the YouTube will be utilized while Twitch is down. So let's see. Do we want to start with? Yeah, let's start right here. How about that? Did I click on that? There we go. All right. So let me just let me show you this as it happened, right? Now there's one clip that I'm missing, and if anybody has it, if anybody knows it, can I link it? Oh, link, yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping one of the mods can grab Shakespeare. In fact, Shakespeare, if you can link your channel URL for YouTube, that would be helpful too. So the one piece of media that I'm missing is that apparently there was some kind of video of Ben Shapiro seemingly complaining about his fellow Daily Wire hosts, right? And that preceded this right here. So this is Candace Owens saying, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom." Okay, so this is Bible stuff, right? Blessed are ye when men shall revile you, persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake. No one can serve two masters. Either you will hate one and love the other, or you will be devoted to one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money. Okay, now that could sound innocuous. Thank you, Buffy. Thank you. There it is. Here. If we can, yeah, thank you. Yeah, you posted it in both chats. So yeah, go over and give Shakespeare a follow on YouTube, and hopefully they can make use of their YouTube while they are banned. And yeah, thanks, Polly, for checking on the situation on the ground as far as when that unban might happen. Sorry, I misinterpreted what you said there. So yeah, so now this might look innocuous. This might just look like, okay, she's religious, she's Christian, she's saying yay peace. Okay, maybe even you could even interpret this as like yay ceasefire, right? You sort of have to look into this a little bit to see what Candace Owens is actually getting at, and to see that there might be, you cannot serve two masters, almost like some kind of dual loyalty is implied. Do you see it, chat? Are you starting to see it? Like, and you can look, if I'm like telling you, like, look at this magic eye and see the anti-Semitism there, And you might see, I don't see anything, because most people don't see magic eyes their first time. They look at the like it's just a, I don't see what you're, you have to like cross your eyes and like look in a special way. You might not see it. It might not be apparent. You might see, I don't know, NCC, I think you're kind of reaching. I think you're kind of reaching until I scroll down and show you this. Look at that. Look at that. Now, look, again, this might seem innocuous. Okay, well, she's a Christian, NCC. We told you she believes in Jesus. So of course she's going to say Christ is king. That's that's just a profession of faith, right? Unless you know a little bit more about this phrase and realize that this is a Nick Fuentes dog whistle, right? This is what groypers, fans of Nick Fuentes, America Firsters, whatever you want to call them, this is what they say to tell each other that they are one of the followers of Nick, right? This is Candace Owens kissing Nick Fuentes' ring after the shit with Kanye, after, and like, I don't know, maybe she dropped Kanye, when he got into like the really heavy anti-Semitic stuff, right? But right here, in case you're wondering, is Candace Owens anti-Semitic? Well, is Nick Fuentes anti-Semitic? I think so. So yeah, she's showing more than, she, like, I don't want to get into the comments because the comments are going to be a mess, but like this is a moment where I'm sure a lot of these groypers were really happy to see that Candace is one of them. Also, the name of Kanye's album, wait. Do boomer women envy big butts? I'm not sure. Yeah, right here. Autumn Groyper says amen. Wait, is I feel like isn't George Galloway somebody in, isn't he like super far right? I don't know the most about British politics, chat, but wait, am I wrong? But we got at least one groyper here that's really happy to see Candace dog whistling like that. So anyway, we go back to Ben Shapiro, and he read this, and he felt like obviously he was being subtweeted, right? Now here's the deal with subtweets, okay? Not a nice guy. He's complicated. George Galloway is the Max Blumenthal in the Max Blumenthal sphere of politics. I don't know what generation I fall in, but I'd like a bit of a fatter ass. Yeah, no, I can sympathize with that. I can sympathize with wanting a slightly bigger butt and a WAP to go with that, right? That's what everybody dreams of. So he's saying, Candace, if you feel that taking money from the Daily Wire somehow comes between you and God, by all means quit. God, I'm taking a risk here. Hopefully we're going to see her response first, right? Okay, so Candace Owens responds, "You are utterly out of line for suggesting I cannot quote biblical scripture. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? I just quoted scripture. Oh, I guess Ben Shapiro doesn't like Christian scripture, right?" And if you let's scroll down right from his tweet a little bit, right? Let's scroll down here. Say Jesus Christ is Lord, Ben. That's not his religion. Why would he say that? Why would he say that? Oh my God, Shu says, why don't you get off Twitter and talk to your employee face to face? So she was kind of siding with Candace here. Look, like, I don't know. She's kind of sus. She was pretty fucking sus, isn't she? I don't want to jump to any conclusions here, right, about Shoe on Head. As far as I know, she's just kind of like a reactionary anti-SJW centrist shithead, right? But like, you know, taking Candace's side on this issue, right? I mean, like, look, you don't have to take sides, right? You don't have to take sides. Ben Shapiro's trash. Candace Owens, maybe a little bit trashier, maybe a little bit more mask off, right? Ben Shapiro has got, you know, takes on Gaza that I very much disagree with, right? Candace Owens, like, might have takes that on the surface I agree with, right? I don't know. I get the feeling that she's like, you know, when she says blessed are the peacemakers, you know, maybe she's calling for a ceasefire, but you got to recognize her motivation here, and it's not because she cares about people from Gaza. It's because she hates Jewish people. Like that's what's going on here, is a big mask off from Candace Owens, a big mask off from a lot of these people. And they are literally going away with a large portion of the Daily Wire audience, right? There's a large percentage of the Daily Wire audience that will choose Candace Owens over Ben Shapiro because she has taken the, I don't know, you know, she's taken the Groyper pill, right? She's identified herself as being on the Nick Fuentes side of things. So she says, you have been acting unprofessional and emotionally unhinged for weeks now. And we have all had to sit back and allow it, and have all tried to exercise exceeding understanding for your raw emotion. But you cross a certain line when you come for scripture and read yourself into it. Oh my God, yo. She is saying, like, do you see what she's doing there? Like, read yourself into it? Like, he's not reading himself into scripture. He's reading himself into, you know, what really does seem like a subtweet. And, you know, given the drama within the Daily Wire, I would say that it's you know, it's not too much of a stretch to say that this is a subtweet. So that's what's going on with Candace Owens with Ben Shapiro. Let's get the word straight from her mouth, though. She had a little conversation with Tucker Carlson, and it went a little something like this.
Hauled in Galileo, the Italian astronomer, and commanded him to stop saying that the Earth revolves around the sun. Shut up, they said. Everyone knows that's wrong, and you're a bad person for saying otherwise. That's a well-known...
She's saying, people are saying she's saying that she's basically putting the... Like, so this is a classic anti-Semitism, you know, a classic aspect of anti-Semitism is to blame Jewish people for Jesus, like, you know, being sacrificed, being crucified, being whatever, right? That's a classic, like that is like somewhat like the root of anti-Semitism. I think that's what chat's noticing. Why must they always go for Galileo, right?
Story, of course, and we laugh about it now 400 years later because the authorities were completely wrong. Galileo is a hero, they are fools. And we explain this by pointing out that they were religious nuts. They were superstitious. Nothing like that could ever happen now. But it turns out the one constant in human history is human nature. And not only does it happen now, it happens more than ever. Watch Candace Owens get widely attacked, not by one person, but by everyone for being right.
People like Candace Owens and others have been flagrant at putting out disinformation into the public sphere.
The top performing post of the week was this post by Candace Owens, a far right-wing commentator and a favorite on Fox, denigrating George Floyd. It just shows how this website is a radicalization engine.
You do have this sort of parade of MAGA world that are parroting Russian talking points.
Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Tulsi Gabbard, I think somewhere along the line, they don't believe this, but they think that it's in their interest to say these things. These people are almost collaborators.
That Candace Owens video was the top video on Facebook this past week, and she's saying all sorts of things about George Floyd and denying any systemic racism problems. And so there's a deeper fundamental issue with what the Facebook algorithm and all social media algorithms, what kind of content they reward.
Others doubled down on vaccine disinformation. Folks like right-wing commentator Candace Owens, who told followers that she wouldn't take the vaccine even on her deathbed.
Notice why they were attacking Candace Owens. What did she say? She said, well, actually, George Floyd was not murdered by a racist cop, much less by a systemically racist society. She said, actually, the vaccine doesn't work very well and it may be dangerous. She went on to say, no, Ukraine is not going to win the war against Russia. And for saying these things, every one of which is proven true, she was attacked as an immoral person, a racist, and a traitor to her country. What's interesting, however, is that no one leveling those taxes ever apologized to her. And so maybe like Galileo, she's going to have to wait for her descendants to get the praise for her truth-telling. And we thought that seems unfair. So we decided to invite Candace Owens into the studio and congratulate her face-to-face. Candace Owens, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
By the way, you're about to have another descendant.
Actually, yeah, 40 weeks, but I was not missing this. I was so excited. I'm honored to be here.
Well, so it's a little weird.
I wonder what Tucker thinks is going on, right? Like, because, like, do you notice something when we're watching this? Like, a difference between watching this here and watching it on YouTube? There's an audio compression that, to me, is really ugly. I don't know if it comes through to you, but it's like this digital crunchiness to basically that gets imbued on all of the video, all the audio that's on Elon's platform, and it's ugly, right? And for your show to be on Twitter, right? I mean, look, 11.2 million views. That's what it's there for. That's what he's there for, right? The inflation. In fact, since we're talking about Candace Owens, I guess we could say the Tucker's hoflation of views. He doesn't really have 11 million views on here, right? On YouTube, 11 million views is a pretty big YouTube video. That's not really what he's getting. What he's getting is people scrolling past his post and lingering long enough to be counted as a view, right? These views are inflated. These numbers are inflated. You can't even tell, right? Even if they counted the views right, there's enough bots on Twitter that you really don't know how many views, right? So the same way that you get that inflation on Rumble or any other website, Kick is an example, right? There are certain places that don't really have good analytics, good solid analytics, where they can show you numbers for things, but nobody can really trust the numbers, right? And Twitter's one of those. And the product, right? The product is just such garbage, right? This, I know from a little bit of audio engineering in my background, that this is like this kind of audio is hard to listen to. So it's also hurting his watch time. But go on, Tucker.
To see yourself, look, we all get things wrong. I certainly have gotten a lot of things wrong. I think it's fair to be attacked for getting it wrong. But if you get it right, and it's proven that you got it right, and in 3 instances it has been proven that you did on the biggest issues of the day, shouldn't the people who attacked you apologize? And shouldn't someone at least point out, hey, Candace Owens was right about that?
No, I think what tends to happen is they have too much ego and they're too...
It's like lo-fi on a 303. Yeah. Wait, you're talking about the drum machine?
Too proud, and they want to sort of move on and pretend that they weren't as radical.
A billionaire backer is nice, yeah.
As they were in their stances, and calling you a grandma killer.
No, Looney Tunes says, do not go on for real, Carlson.
If you wanted to go out the door and get groceries, or if you wanted to maybe see your grandma, because grandma shouldn't be dying alone, even if she is.
64 kilobytes per, kilobytes per kbps is the way of God, the way God intended.
Dying. So it takes a tremendous amount of humility to admit that you were wrong. People prefer to then pretend the internet will forget, and just that they had more nuance than they did on the issue of the day, which is fine with me. I'm totally fine.
It's one thing not to admit you're wrong. I understand it's difficult to do that. I have to force myself. But to attack other people for being right and then apologize for it does seem immoral.
It is immoral. And when we're living in an environment where there is a lot of media immorality, people would rather you parrot certain talking points rather than have a meaningful discussion.
So look, here's what's going on here between Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens, right? Candace Owens, unfortunately, is reading the room. Candace is reading the room better than Ben Shapiro does, right? As in, she's in touch with the mainstream conservative point of view. What Ben Shapiro's trying to do is operate a mainstream platform where there's certain rails that he tries not to touch, right? One of those rails was going to be anti-vax and COVID, right? In his mind, that was too far. That was going to make him look like an extremist. That was going to that was going to hurt him. That was going to hurt his mainstream credibility. For him to appear as like a mainstream source that maybe skews a little bit to the right, but is more trustworthy than some of these griped up sweaties out here, that was his strategy. And unfortunately, that was not the correct strategy for the Republican Party. Candace read the room. Candace put her finger in the air and correctly discerned which way the winds were blowing on the right wing, and she has followed all that shit, and now she's following Nick Fuentes, right? Who we can thank Destiny, okay? Because I don't think I mentioned his name nearly enough since I can't watch him, but that shithead literally resurrected Nick's career. Nick freaking Fuentes was next to irrelevant before Destiny decided that he needed a debate partner. He wanted to do some of those debates against fascists again. And don't get me wrong here, Destiny fans, if you're in here. I'm not saying that Destiny agrees with Nick's anti-Semitism or anything like that. He provided a pretty nice platform and he brought him back. And you can thank your shithead thought leader for that garbage, right? Literally the most craven, greedy thing you could possibly do, Destiny. And that's something I cannot forgive you for. That is something that I cannot forgive you for. Nick Fuentes' effect on the right wing, mainstreaming this kind of Nazi shit, cannot be overstated. And Destiny's culpability in resurrecting careers like Lauren Southern's, in resurrecting careers like Nick Fuentes for his own freaking benefit, cannot be overstated either, right? How was she right? She was right in the fact that the right wing is Nazifying, Chad Alpha. I hope that's really clear. I hope you don't think I'm saying that she's right on the issues or right in her anti-Semitism, that she's morally correct or anything like that. It's definitely not what I'm saying. Is this Misconstrue Irene Day or something? I don't know. She got paid. Destiny fans are lunatics and they crack me the F up. She got that. The only thing possibly that you could say, right, she kind of stumbles back out, and I don't even know. I haven't heard her. Maybe she'll talk about this. Maybe she'll talk about Israel Palestine. Yeah, that's what I am. I'm misconstrued today, right? Everybody just misconstrue me. No, not everybody. What am I saying? I'm exaggerating, chat. That's what I do. I'm no comment check. Anyway, so Candace Owens, if she's right, ever is right in the way that a grandfather clock that is broken is right, twice a day and completely by accident, right? So she's going to get into the Israel and Gaza thing, and there are right wingers, right, including Jackson Hinkle, which some people, I hope nobody in here is retweeting Jackson Hinkle. I hope people understand Jackson Hinkle is a Nazbul, and even if you see something about Gaza that is not objectionable on the surface, understand that giving clout to that monster, don't misconstrue chat. I mean, I'm guilty of that too. Bad Lefty. Good call. She's accurately predicting, Zara's got your finger on the pulse of what I'm getting at. But also in the case that she does say something that on the surface sounds unobjectionable, especially about Gaza, right? There are a lot of anti-Semites that are adding their voice, to the discourse on Gaza and criticism of Israel, but not for the right reasons. They're doing it for anti-Semitic reasons, right? Basically, this caused a choice. This issue caused a choice between them. There's some of them that want to continue to support Israel in their settler colonial Zionist mission, right? And there's some of them that really want to take their mask off and be anti-Semitic, right? So it's given them a choice. They've got the buttons. It's the button meme, chat. It's the button. Also, Paul, thank you for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate everybody that supports the stream, and I especially appreciate you, Paul Squall. You're a real one. Jackson Hinkle, that dude is hilarious in the most pathetic way. So yeah, like, I mean, hopefully people recognize that, right? Because I've been seeing some lefties, actually some friends of mine, some old friends of mine, some people that I really hope I don't have to bring up on the stream saying what's wrong with Jackson Hinkle, like, right? And kind of, you know, oh God, I shouldn't say it that way because now I'm in the territory of subtweeting. And the problem with subtweeting is that the people that, you know, you're subtweeting might recognize, you know, that you're subtweeting them, and that's your goal, but also people that you're not subtweeting will also see themselves in the comments. But hey, if you're not mixing reactionary bullshit with your so-called leftism, then you are not who I'm talking about here. Understand that, right? So yeah, this is kind of a complicated moment, right? Because the right wing and the hateful racist right wing is left with a button meme, right? They've got two buttons. One of the buttons says, like, you know, be anti-Semitic, and the other button says, like, be anti-Islamic, and they're sweating, and they can't decide which button to press, and they can't really press both of the buttons. There's not really a way to press both of the buttons. So just notice that that's happening, and be real cognizant of the support that you're seeing for, you know, for people in Gaza with the calls for ceasefire, and kind of just do the thing that, you know, we should be doing anyway, which is click on the account, look at the account, see who you're retweeting, right? Because too many people have retweeted Jackson Hinkle without realizing what kind of monster they're empowering. Irene's old friend Infrared Haas. That's right, Deem Stars. You got it. My old friend Haas. I don't know where Haas is about that. Apparently he talked to Tim Pool recently, but again, Haas is banned from Twitch, so I don't think we'll be checking into him unless YouTube just starts kicking ass, and then maybe we'll do a special stream. A special YouTube only stream. We can go over some of Destiny's bullshit too. She's regretting doing the alt-right grift now. Tim Pool's dad says, I do not understand anti-Semitism. Evil Sam Cedar made me listen to his whiny BS for maybe an hour. I'll never forgive him for that. Wait, who is Evil Sam Cedar? Or hating of people, racism. Not Haas. Yeah, I don't think Haas is particularly relevant. He was on Tim Pool, but
in a meaningful dialogue, and they don't accept it. And at the moment that they start to censor speech and they start talking, you know, calling you names, like calling you a grandma killer, calling you a pro-Putin puppet, you know, it's because they don't actually believe what they're saying. It just, these are ad hominem attacks to dissuade from having an actual debate, and there always should be an actual debate on every issue.
And when they never explain what you got wrong, they don't call it wrong, they call it disinformation, which suggests it could be right. That's usually a tell.
Oh shit, wait, the Infrared army tried to clash with the Sam Cedar army. It didn't go well. Yeah, Sam's got quite an army, and Infrared not so much. Infrared really hasn't grown in a while. Just Sam, he debated. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, Sam. So look, I obviously am a big fan of Sam Cedar. I'm probably doing what I'm doing in large part due to Sam Cedar, due to his positive influence on a younger version of myself, in terms of him being the Majority Report being one of the first political shows that I listened to, right? But I do mention when I disagree with him or when I think he's made a mistake. I know that Sam loves to debate. I understand that Sam loves to debate, but I guess I don't think he knew who Jackson. In fact, a lot of people didn't. Just to give Sam a little cover here, I don't think a lot of people realized who Jackson Hinkle was back when Sam debated him. He was a lot more mask on. He had a lot more ability to hide himself and to call himself a leftist, to call himself a communist. and had really exposed less of his reactionary leanings at that point, right? But yeah, I still think it was a mistake to, you know, like, right, if Sam was calling me up asking for advice, I would say don't debate him. But again, Sam's his own person, just like I am, and he's got to make his own choices. That's not a choice I particularly agree with, but I feel like, you know, I'm not trying to debase you know, my support for Sam. Sam is the daddy of the online left. Yeah, he kind of is. He's kind of, yeah, like the awesome dad that I never had. No, I don't know. That's being a little too parasocial. Yeah, Sam's got enough kids IRL without without.
So I was out of the country yesterday and didn't have adequate internet access on the plane to really follow this, and I don't understand the context exactly, but the internet was dominated yesterday by video of Ben Shapiro, who you work with at the Daily Wire.
Okay, so people are talking now about Ben Shapiro possibly firing Candace Owens. I want everybody to understand something, right? Ben Shapiro is the face of the Daily Wire. For a long time, he was the most prominent, you know, voice in the Daily Wire, right? When you think of Daily Wire, you're usually thinking of Ben Shapiro. However, my understanding is, although he was a founder of the company, he is not necessarily the top person in the hierarchy, right? And Candace, you know, has friends in the Daily Wire apart from Ben Shapiro. I don't know who has more institutional power in the Daily Wire. There's some chance that it's Ben. There's every chance that it's Ben. There's every chance that Candace Owens gets pushed out. But it's not really as much of a fait accompli as everybody thinks it is. Oh my God, thank you for the... Wait, what's going on? Thank you for the membership, I think. Why is it not showing me? I think it's just on a delay or something. But yeah, thank you for the membership. Candace is friendly. Yeah, very friendly with the higher ups. And also, her star is rising, I would say, more than Ben Shapiro's star. Right? Ben Shapiro, you know, has been very popular, very prominent for a long, long time. Candace Owens has got more momentum behind her. So, you know, there might even be a tendency to back the person that looks like they've got more of a future. And right now, Candace Owens seems to be that person. Also, you know, if whoever in the Daily Wire wants to be on board that train, if the right wing really is going in a Groyper direction, which it kind of seems like right now, it kind of seems like those forces are ascendant, then Candace would be the side that they would back, right? It was one of it was when you saw only one set of footprints in the Sam Cedar was carrying me. That's true, Autumn Leaves. That's true, right? No, like I don't know. Like I said, I don't think I'd be doing what I'm doing without Sam Cedar, without Michael Brooks, without Matt Bender. Like they were, you know, some of my earliest influences. She could leave the Daily Wire and still make bank from Peter Thiel or Elon Musk. Absolutely, right? She could leave the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire could like leave Ben. You know, they could stay in the Daily Wire and just like, you know, hate each other. That's a possibility too, right? It's really kind of up for grabs at this point. They will keep her, says Tim Pool's dad. Cost them money if she competes. Yeah, so a lot of people think that maybe the reason that she's staying around is that she's got a contract that will cost not just if she competes, but that there's something in the contract that if they fire her, maybe there's a severance, right? Maybe they don't want to pay the severance. There could be there's a lot going on behind the scenes that we don't necessarily know. So I would say I would caution any of you from jumping to any conclusions. The Ben Shapiro era is in its twilight. He's no longer the cool kids philosopher. Damn, that's like the cringiest title ever, isn't it? I assume that he was way more important in the evil Daily Wire. There are so many right-wing billionaires. The cool kids philosopher, right? Yeah, that's his IDW nom de guerre.
It's fair to say attacking you. Here's the video. I just want to get your reaction to it.
Yes, the question was about Candace Owens. I think her behavior during this has been disgraceful. Without a doubt. I think she's been absolutely disgraceful. I think that her
Disco Wolf says, I like the Pope of the Jews as a moniker for him.
Faux sophistication on these particular issues has been ridiculous. It's not faux sophistication, it's ridiculous. Everybody can see the moves that she's making and the things that she's saying, and I find them disreputable.
Ooh, okay, so that was, yeah, that maybe that's the video that I was looking for. What did he say? Disreputable and
I think it's fair to say attacking you. Here's the video. I just want to get your reaction to it.
Yes, the question was about
Ben Shapiro slams Candace Owens for her behavior towards, yeah, so that's what I thought. I had a feeling that she might have a vastly different take than Shapiro on what's going on in Gaza. But again, like, it's not just her point of view, it's not just her take that's important, it's the reason behind that take. And with Candace Owens, the reason seems to be anti-Semitism, seems to be riding that wave.
Candace Owens, I think her behavior during this has been disgraceful. Without a doubt, I can't yeah, I mean, she still works for my company. I mean, I think she's been absolutely disgraceful. I think that her faux sophistication on these.
Ben Shapiro, you do not get to talk about faux sophistication. You do not, that is your brand. You know what this reads like? This reads like he thinks she's taking his shtick. Like he thinks she's taking his right, like, I mean, that's his thing. Faux sophistication is all this guy is about. The Majority Report is the only leftist show that I've followed for years and not grown out of because Sam grows alongside. That's the cool thing about Sam, and that's the thing that some people, you know, don't really recognize. I do see a lot of hate for Sam, you know, because his at the end of the day, like, you know, he did what he did. He created what he created as a progressive. You got to understand that Sam comes from a time and a place where not digital McCarthyism, but like McCarthyism, Cold War mentality was still, you know, real solid, right? And so the possibilities of being of an actual like leftist perspective were kind of foreclosed upon by the capitalist realism that was in place at the time, right? You just hate him for funsies. Hate Sam Cedar? There's nothing that enrages. Well, I mean, I have heard it from other streamers, so you know, that's unfortunate. But then again, at the same time, maybe they just don't understand where he's coming from. They don't, and not just like where he's coming from, but kind of like where he's going, and the sort of the environment that he's created, and what has been able to grow in that environment. So yeah, like I'm saying, like a lot of. He made a space, right? Regardless of maybe not being like a leftist in name, of not really talking about, you know, capitalism or theory. Although like I feel like he does it some these days, right? He's definitely, you know, created a space and held space for the burgeoning left movement. People think that Sam is like David Pakman. That is so not true. Yeah, I agree with you. I would not compare him to Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar, what a nightmare. She's known for being a black gal. And wait, who are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about Candace. The alt-right. If Candace leaves the Daily Wire, maybe Elon Musk or Tucker might hire her. That's entirely possible. There's a lot of people that might look to hire her because, like I'm saying, she is ascendant at this point. She is heavily ascendant on the right. She's you know, taken the temperature. She's read the room a lot better than people like Ben Shapiro is, and that's why you see him saying stuff that, you know, with the assumption that he's got a solid base to support him, and that base just isn't there. They would rather have, you know, griped up sweaties like Nick Fuentes than Ben Shapiro.
Particular issues has been ridiculous. It's not faux sophistication, it's ridiculous. Everybody can see the moves that she's making and the things that she's saying, and I find them disreputable.
So maybe there's a point in the video where he explains what exactly you did wrong and how you were wrong. I haven't seen it. But to call somebody...
Also, I got to call it here. She is so much better at social media than him, right? Because there's so many different ways that this fight could have happened. A lot of these people, they have a parasocial relationship with Ben Shapiro. They have a parasocial relationship with Candace Owens. When you're in that kind of situation, who goes to what side in the breakup, who gets custody of which, you know, community members, right, is kind of up for grabs. And a lot of that is determined by how the fight goes down. And the fact that Ben Shapiro's on the attack and Candace Owens is able to hide behind, like, you know, biblical, you know, quotations and references, right? Which, you know, you'd assume that most of the people, supporting this are evangelical right-wingers. The Vanguard boys said so. Wait, what did they say? She went along with the anti-vax BS. Yeah, because she knows the trends. Yeah, she felt that she read the room.
Quote, absolutely disgraceful, particularly a coworker, seems like a pretty big step. What? And I really don't know the background here. What is that about?
You know, there isn't much of a background. I saw the video when everybody else saw it when I woke up.
No one warned you about it.
Nobody warned me about it. It looks like maybe he didn't know he was being recorded. It looks like it was some sort of a private event. I got no clarity on the issue that he was.
Well, I guess he didn't know he was being recorded. I guess he didn't know that that would be made public. She's so good at this. That's what I'm saying, is she's going away with a bigger chunk of that audience than Ben is. That's my prediction. Listen to Sam on Air America in 2004. Oh, wait, is that the thing is that where TYT started? Was that the thing, the radio station that TYT used to be on? She ran an anti-Trump website until she saw the big bucks on the other side. Oh, that's right. Yeah. A little history about Candace that bad lefties are reminding us of is that, you know, she would have been at one point what a person that she herself at this point would call an SJW. Like Candace Owens now, looking back at Candace Owens of the past, sees an SJW. You know, like sees a like I feel like didn't somebody do something racist against her way back in the day? And like even complaining about that by the current Candace would be seen as identity politics or you know, like crying wolf about racism. And then she started a doxing site for teenagers. Wow, I don't know about this era of her life.
Particularly speaking on, and in what was said, I can't respond to it beyond what he's saying because it's just ad hominem attacks. I don't know.
Yeah, because it's not, you know, we disagree, or I don't think she's correct, or maybe she doesn't know what she's talking about. It's absolutely disgraceful.
Yeah, exactly. And so I can't respond to it on a level of intellect because there's nothing that he has expressed in that, at least in that short clip, that he fundamentally disagrees with in terms of what I said. But I will say,
she sued her school district for discrimination.
That I'm not going to respond with the same ad hominem attacks.
Yes. It was like a legit hate crime. Yeah,
I think it helps further discussion. And if that was me that was caught on a video saying that about colleagues that I work with, I would be embarrassed. So I think that the video speaks more to Ben's character than it speaks to mine.
Has he texted you to apologize or explain or anything?
TYT was on YouTube. Air America had Majority Report and Randy Rhodes and Chuck D. Wait, Chuck D from the rapper Chuck D?
No, nothing. I haven't heard a single word. It just was sort of something that he said. And you know what? Ben and I have many disagreements, so I don't think that that's particularly something that's interesting. We disagreed on the COVID vaccine. We disagree on Ukraine and Russia. He has taken virtually every stance that has been the opposite of mine on every issue over the last 5 years. So I don't think that that's particularly remarkable.
Vaccine. Really, I didn't remember that.
Yeah, he was pro the COVID vaccine. I was anti the vaccine. You know, we were all idiots for not getting the vaccine. So that's totally fine. I am totally open to people having a difference in opinion.
Right.
I would hope that amongst colleagues that it would always be civil disagreement, and I would never in a private event stand on a table and talk badly about.
See, so like here's what I'm getting from her. I'm not saying that if you support the vaccine that you're a complete piece of shit, but some of you might feel that way, right? She's got her hands off this, right? She's like, I'm not. She's like the person in the fight that's like I don't want any trouble. I don't want any trouble. I don't want any trouble, and then starts the fight. Like, right? This is she's good at this. She's playing this. I'm sorry. Let me just be real clear. So like, people when yeah, okay. So I've got questions of like, where do I stream? I stream on Twitch and YouTube right now.
Ben,
it's a little weird. So he was on the left on those three biggest issues of our time. is what you're saying.
Just so different people that enjoy different platforms can find me on that platform. So I'm not telling you which platform to use. That is for you to decide, right? I'm legally or contractually bound not to not to tell you where to go. Plausible deniability is her game, and she's got it. She's playing that game well. She's like, I'm not trying to just understand. I'm not trying to glaze her up. I'm just saying, as far as a social media conflict, there is somebody that has got their head in the game, and there is somebody that's messing up left and right. And Candace is the one that seems to be playing this correctly.
He has converted his opinions. He's accepted responsibility. He said, I was wrong about the vaccine.
Oh, good.
He is, obviously pro-pharma. His mom's a doctor. And I say to people, I'm very aware of my perspectives on big pharma, and I talk about it on my show openly. And I think that that's a tremendous credit to the Daily Wire that they allow a difference of opinions. But I as I said, hope that...
I mean, she's playing the refs perfectly too, right? Because the refs are the people, whoever's, in charge. And we don't really know that the structure of the Daily Wire is not completely transparent. And so, it's hard for somebody looking on the outside, especially somebody that's not, super familiar with the, with the Daily Wire. And look, I cover their bullshit, but I don't cover everything. And I don't have, a super clear look into what's going on there. But I think she also points out the fact that Ben is located in Florida right now. The Daily Wire headquarters are in Nashville, right? And she lives in Nashville. In some ways, she might be more connected to the day-to-day operations of the Daily Wire than Ben is.
It would remain respectful, and that you wouldn't throw your colleagues under a bus, so to speak.
I think that's fair. And just for clarity, because I really don't know, is he your boss?
I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about
here we
Ben's
go.
involvement. He's not the CEO of the Daily Wire. He is not making the day decisions at the Daily Wire. And I do want to make it very clear.
Well, when she says stuff like, look, I like the fact that the Daily Wire gives us the chance to say our opinion. If we're anti-big pharma, like me, or if we are pro-big pharma, like Ben Shapiro, and it's also, you associate the Jewish guy with big business, right? It's also, there's also a little bit of a dog whistle there, right?
Like, how could you possibly save Daily Wire after this? I have a very good relationship with the co-CEOs of the Daily Wire. Especially right now, the acting CEO is Caleb Robinson. He's a wonderful person. He's worked very hard to be where he's at. We have a lot in common that we connect on. And so people don't get to see that, which is unfortunate. Ben lives in Florida. He's not a part of the day-to-day movement of the Daily Wire. The rest of the hosts have their shows situated in Nashville. So we see each other every day. We talk. There's great camaraderie. And there's actually more agreement. There's actually a lot of people that are, as I describe myself, just pro-America first. And I think I've been that way consistently throughout my political career. Whether people agree with it or not in different moments is up for debate. But I don't want that video to become a reflection of how the Daily Wire works and the Daily Wire operates, because I have had a very good experience with the CEOs and, love Michael Knowles, love Matt Wall.
How can you be anti-pharma when you're taking all that Adderall? Not you, Irene, the Daily Wire. Hey, I've definitely dabbled in treating and dealing with my ADHD in different ways, but at the moment I'm just caffeine. But yeah, I get that that's not directed at me. Thanks for specifying, though, Disco Wolf.
Yeah. Andrew Clavin, we all get along really great.
Well, it certainly speaks well of the Daily Wire, then. So it's not, a clip like that on the internet, oh, Candace Owens is out or something. That's doesn't sound like that's what it means at all.
Yeah, no, it's a small group of people. We see each other every day.
Right.
Brett Cooper is another one who just joined.
Even that pro-America. Well, yeah, pro-America. Did she say America? Did she say pro-America, or did she say America first? Yeah. That pro-America first line can be read as a dog whistle. Yeah. So if anybody doesn't know, Nick Fuentes's organization is called America First. Like the Groypers, the creepy frog emotes. Like Groyper's like a Pepe that's, I don't know, metastasized or something. Like it's literally like an evil Pepe, right? So if Pepe wasn't explicit enough, let's give you Groyper so that we're talking about racism here. That's the symbol That's what they call themselves, the Groypers, but the official name, I believe, is America. His organization is called America First. So, right, and it might just sound like, well, yeah, Donald Trump puts America first. This person, no. With her, it's like, especially considering that she just said Christ is King, right? You know, that's a slogan of America First, right? You say America first, you say Christ is King. Look, even if you're not trying to signal to the Groypers that you are one of them, you've got their attention now. You've got their attention, and they think that you're doing that. Like the same way that like not all like okay symbols like actually meant like affiliation to the alt-right back in the day. You know, somebody could just give an okay symbol, and but if you're a right-wing political pundit and you do that okay symbol in a certain way, a lot of the right wing, a lot of the alt-right is going to think that you're one of them. Like Trump didn't say like, I love the Proud Boys, they're great. He said, Proud Boys, stand back and stand by, right? All it takes is that dog whistle. You don't have to say it out and out. You just have to say it in a way where the hate group involved, right, whether it's the Groypers or the Proud Boys or whoever, will understand that you're saying you're one of them.
About 2 years ago, she's great, she's up and coming. And
let's reappropriate Pepe. Didn't they like bury Pepe? Didn't the author like officially like kill Pepe off in the what's it called, Boys what's it called, Boys Life, Boys World, something like that, the cartoon that Pepe comes from? Yeah, so Pepe, if you don't know, didn't start off as a racist symbol. Was just a web comic about a frog that likes to pee with his pants down. He's standing up with his pants down, which apparently feels good, man. And that's what it was. It was just a goofy, memey, web comic, right? And the right wing came along and appropriated that, obviously on Twitch, right? You know, you've got Pepe's all around. So I could be wrong. We needed he said we needed Proud Boys because of Antifa.
There's a lot of stuff that we're working on, and that's why I think this video is even more unfortunate, because people see him as a figurehead, rightfully so, of the Daily Wire, and it allows people to, speak energy into the Daily Wire that isn't necessarily there because he's not there on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, that's very interesting. So if we could take 3 steps back and give us the context for this debate, how are you on different sides of it? I haven't heard you endorsing Hamas, like you're not. No.
Well, I have not endorsed Hamas in any way, and yet people have interpreted things that I say, or actually rather things that I don't say. It's becoming very much reminiscent to me, and why I have used my platform to say this, of Black Lives Matter, where if you don't say anything, they say your silence is violence. If you say something and it's even-handed and it's nuanced, which is to say, during the times of Black Lives Matter, you might say, I don't support police brutality. Who does? I don't support racism. Who does? But also, I think that police are a crucial part of every city. We need to have policing in cities, so these calls to defund the police are immoral and wrong and are going to lead to more Black deaths. People didn't want that nuance. When following George Floyd, there was no nuance. You had to explicitly say defund the police. You had to post a Black square. If you didn't post a Black square on Instagram, by the way, specifically on the platform of Instagram, and you maybe were busy that day, maybe you were in another country, maybe you just didn't log on to Instagram, you were accused of being a racist. I'm seeing a lot of that behavior right now when it comes to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, a conflict that I have seen every single person, including myself, condemn what happened on October 7th. Because who wouldn't condemn terrorism? It's obvious. Who would not condemn innocent Israelis dying? But if you then say that it is also sad when an innocent Palestinian child dies, suddenly this is pro-Hamas, or you need to say, even when you're talking about how sad it is that a child dies, you need to button that statement by saying, but that child was a human shield. That's not going to be my response. First off, as a mother, that's not going to be my response as somebody who is about to give birth. When I see these images of children involved on both sides of the conflict, I've pointed to the people that are mocking dead Israeli children and said that they are horrific. I am even keel on this matter, and yet people think that you need to be extreme. So people that have become more radical and extreme are perceiving.
So is she really even keel on this issue, or did she just figure out a way to press the anti-Semitic and the anti-Islamic button at the same time? Because it kind of feels like the latter.
A moderate stance as not enough. And
because I was about to say, people can disagree with you or agree with you or whatever, but you certainly don't seem radical on this topic.
I'm definitively not radical. My stance has not changed in terms of whether or not America should be involved in this conflict. Whether we were talking about Afghanistan, my comments have been clear. They've been documented for years. Whether we are talking about Ukraine and Russia, my comments have been clear and they have been documented. I mean, you can go back to me even talking
Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the 200 biddies.
about NATO expansion before things erupted between Russia and Ukraine,
Yes.
and having a meaningful discussion about how much expansion is too much expansion. How would we feel if we had troops on our border? These are things that should be allowed in an academic discussion. You should be able to sit on stage and should be able to debate these ideas without using ad hominem attacks to say that you're a pro-Putin puppet or you're pro-terrorism. Even in the aftermath of 9/11, something that we all remember as part of my childhood. I think I was in 7th grade at the time, and I'm born in the New York City area, so this was a very big deal. If a person the day after 9/11 wanted to debate the Patriot Act, it's not fair to call them terrorist sympathizers.
No.
Actually, they would have been proven right in the long run. That act, we gave up a lot of our freedoms. And I think there was only one congressman, a Republican, that was against the Patriot Act at that time. So it's important, actually, when you start making decisions in a highly emotional time, that people sit down and have these academic debates. And there are people that are saying, no, it doesn't matter because people are dead, that you need to just choose a side, and that needs to be it. It needs to become tribal.
There's also, I can't help but notice that your views reflect mine, I would say pretty much. I'm an American. I was horrified.
She's like the Azalea Banks of right-wing grifters.
What happened on October 7th. I also think it was pretty strange. I don't really understand how it happened, but innocent.
Yeah, again, you're gonna see some broken clock energy going on here, right? In terms of what she's saying. Like when she sounds like she's got a point, just always look at the rationale behind that. I'll always look at the where she's coming from.
Biden, that's awful, and I hate
Same thing with Jackson Hinkle and the like, right? Same deal.
watching that, and I feel so sorry for the Israelis who were killed. However, there's an emotional response that is disproportionate.
Yeah, whenever I love that soul life. Whenever a right winger is right, it's because they took 3 hard rights to go left.
I think on the part of some commentators, I mean, our country's being invaded right now by millions of young men whose identities we don't know, who probably don't even like America, and they're now living here.
So just in case you thought maybe Candace had given up the racism, not doing that anymore, let's see how she responds to this.
For 100,000 Americans.
The autofilter is messing you up?
Every year of fentanyl. I've known a couple. Those
That's
are real
weird.
tragedies.
I don't
never seen
see anything
like
in
the
the
emotion from any commentator around those tragedies as I'm watching about a foreign tragedy. I think that's odd.
I think what tends to happen is, of course, we all have elements of selfishness within us. And so when it particularly pertains to an issue that impacts you, I was strongly speaking out against Black Lives Matter as an organization very early on as a conservative, because I understood what the implications were going to be of defunding the police.
Right.
It was an issue that was important to me. I created an entire documentary to talk about this issue.
Yes.
And I held on for a long time, and people began to see that actually I was telling the truth. And now we have more death in inner city communities than we had before.
Yes.
These riots and these George Floyd protests calling for defunding of the police. And I think in terms of this, that's what's also happened, is that people that are pro-Israel are pro-Israel, a lot of them, because they have family members in Israel.
I get it.
They
I
have
get it.
homes in
Yes,
Israel.
yes.
And so they feel very attached to this issue. And, I was very happy to host somebody who was pro-Israel. He's a pro-Israel comedian on my show the other day. And I explained this to him. I said, you are demanding that we have this same response that you are having about what people are saying on college campuses. The rhetoric on college campuses hasn't changed. Did you not remember what they were saying, what professors were saying? The anti-white explicit racism that was happening, and not even just allowed in terms of student protests, but was written into the curriculum at these universities for years. People were learning this actively in school, that whiteness was associated with wrongness.
Wait, is YouTube silencing people too? Yeah, Disco Wolf, if you're talking about the sound of like Tucker's broadcast here, yeah, it does sound like some bad compression or some over compression.
You had college professors that were writing about this need there need to be less white people in America. You can find these articles; they exist online.
They're everywhere.
They're
and
everywhere.
that seems genocidal. I mean, if you're
It
saying
is genocidal,
like by definition, if you're saying being a certain ethnicity or race is itself a sin, and we need less of you, I mean, that is the definition, is it not?
Right. It was an understanding of needing to breed out white people. It was unbelievable what I was seeing, and I was
So it turns out that anti-racists are the real racists after all.
impacted by it because I'm in a biracial relationship and I have biracial children. So you are telling me that my children are going to have to decide between whether or not they are white oppressors or they are black victims. It doesn't stand for me. So I was attached to this issue, and it's something that I fought for hard on college campuses, and there was no support. There was nobody talking about, well, this is what needs to go. These kids need to go onto blacklists. And by the way, if they did speak that way, I would have disagreed with it because I am pro 1A. I believe in the First Amendment. I believe that kids, by the way, are naturally stupid. In case people forget, I started on the left, right?
Yeah.
So if you found me in college, you would have found a pro-life person who believed, in some racist principles, fundamental racism in America, because that was what I was being taught systematically in the classroom. And then I got to grow up and change my mind. And I don't think people have thought past their immediate emotions to
Wait, Tucker is loud and Candace is quiet for you? Let's see. Yeah, I think you're right. I'm at the...
consider what's going to happen when you put these kids on blacklists. You think that's going to bring them over to the pro-Israel side when they get older? Most of these kids, especially when you're talking about the cream of the crop at these Ivy League universities, already have access to money and wealth and connections. And so maybe debating the issues and explaining to them why it was wrong to sign this specific...
Yeah, I mean, this is like her elevator speech. This is kind of, I get what you're saying. Yeah, spectacular Simon. She's running through the same script. You hear this a lot from her.
letter, which didn't call for...
But, like some people are saying, maybe she's auditioning, right? Maybe Tucker is like a future business, somebody she's got her eye on as a future business partner.
Illicit violence against the Israelis, but it actually was very poorly...
Wait, did she say she's pro-choice now? She's fiercely... Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think maybe what she was saying is that she was, back in the day when she was a lefty, she says she was a pro-life lefty. So,
timed, and it blames them for what happened, which would have been horrific. Imagine after 9/11, somebody issues a letter on college campus that says, oh, well, sorry about the fire department.
I agree.
Yeah,
I get why donors are mad.
Imagine,
and by the way, I support donors giving money to things they agree with.
Yes, I support that.
I strongly do.
Yep.
The part that, and so I have no problem with that at all. You don't like it, don't pay for it. Good for you. However, then I thought, well, wait a second. If the biggest donors at, say, Harvard have decided, well, we're going to shut it down now, where were you the last 10 years when they were calling for white genocide? You were...
Yeah, pro-life is absolutely a way that they massage saying that they're anti-choice, saying that they're... saying that they're forced birth. That's essentially what that's the real truth behind the phrase pro-life.
Allowing this, and then I found myself really hating those people, actually. That you're okay with that? On what grounds were you okay with that?
And this is what I've been trying to explain to the pro-Israel lobby, that what you are seeing as lack of support is people that are asking the question is, where were you as we have endured all of this?
You were paying for it, actually.
Right.
You were paying for it.
You were paying for it.
You were calling my children immoral for their skin color. You paid for that.
And
so why shouldn't I be mad at you? I don't understand.
And so that is, obviously you have a ton of white people that are asking this question, and they're now being called anti-Semitic. And I think that that's wrong. I think these are meaningful questions that deserve to be answered.
I feel like there's more
this sort of verbiage alled into the curriculum. I mean,
I feel like there's more racist nougat.
Those people.
I feel like there's more racist nougat tucked into that, right? I feel like I missed a dog whistle or two.
I strongly do.
Yep.
The part that, and so I have no problem with that at all. You don't like it, don't pay for it. Good for you. However,
for what happened, which would have been horrific. Imagine after 9/11, somebody issues a letter on college campus that says, oh, well, sorry about the fire department.
I agree.
Yeah,
I get why donors are mad.
Imagine,
and by the way, I support donors giving money to things they agree with.
Yes, I support Ivy League universities already have access to money and wealth and connections. And so maybe debating the issues and explaining to them to consider what's going to happen when you put these kids on blacklists. You think that's going to bring them over to the pro-Israel side when they get older? Most of these kids, especially...
Okay, so yeah, again, there's the broken clock being right on something. She's concerned about the sort of blacklisting of protesters advocating for a ceasefire, for but what's behind that?
About the cream of the crop at these Ivy League universities already have access to money and wealth and connections. And so maybe debating the issues and explaining to them why it was wrong to sign this specific letter.
Because you do kind of, if you're on the right wing right now, you do have to make a choice. You have to, they've been pro free speech, right? And in a way that's absurd and that doesn't make any sense. Free speech extremist, right? For free speech, God, what is the phrase for it? Free speech absolutist, right? So in other words, somebody that after World War II in Germany, when they tried to ban Nazi symbology, would say, what about freedom of speech? If somebody wants to advocate for the the regime that just got taken down. That's their right to do. That's like their opinion, man, right? You know, it's like it goes to an absurd length, right? Even the free speech as it's written in the United States Constitution has limits on it, right? The famous example being you're not allowed to shout fire in a crowded theater, right? You're not allowed to you know, use your free speech in a way that harms other people, or but they're not actually free speech, and they never really were, right? But they're having to decide, do I want to continue to back this idea of free speech absolutism, or do I want to say that, you know what, those college kids, they're pro-terrorist. They're giving material support, even though that's not what material support means. They're giving material support to Hamas by saying free Palestine, by saying that Palestine should be free, right? They're like, right. There's some right wingers that are going that way. There's other right wingers that are going the other way, and a lot of it's informed by which type of racism do they prioritize. Now, does it? At the end of the day, it kind of doesn't matter, because the way that the extreme right works is they're coming for every single one of us. If you're Jewish, if you're Muslim, if you're Arab, if you're trans, right? They don't, there's not the white list at the end of the day for fascism. Nobody's on the fascist white list, even those who think that they are. You can't get picked. You can't get chosen, right? They just, it's like, you know, it's just like, what order are they going to pull out? What's that game with the tower? Is it called Jenga? You know, the giant tower of like wooden blocks, and you like pull one out. It's just like what order they're going to pull the blocks out in, right? And they want to come for everybody, and they're going to come for everybody. And if they're allowed to do their thing, if Donald Trump gets elected, if Ron DeSantis gets elected and they enact their 2025 plan, right? If there are no more elections, if they take even the even the like the almost like laughable bit of democracy that we have in terms of choosing between a turd sandwich and a giant douche, if they take even that away, then they're coming for everyone, right? And it almost doesn't matter, like, you know, who is, you know, protected right now, or who Candace Owens, you know, wants to advocate for, you know, as an excuse to come after somebody else. Ronald DeSatan and Trump for jail, yeah.
Which didn't call for explicit violence against the Israelis, but it actually was very
Jimmy Dore plays Jenga with empty whistle. That's a great image, Autumn Leaves.
poorly timed, and it blames
Empty
them
whistle,
for what happened.
whiskey bottles.
This would have been horrific. Imagine after 9/11, somebody issues a letter on college campus that says, "Oh well, sorry about the fire department."
I agree.
Yeah,
I get why donors are mad.
Imagine.
Yo,
yeah.
YouTube chat, you are kicking ass today. Look at that. We're at 1,000 messages already.
By the way, I support donors giving money to things they agree with.
Last time it was Twitch that was kicking ass. This time it's YouTube that's carrying us. And, you know, if you wanna open up a opportunity to watch a little something that's kind of spicy. Look, I kind of teased this in the beginning, okay? I kind of teased you with this in the beginning, that there is something else that we could look into, and we probably need to look into at some point, right? If you want to give me a little bit more time to be able to get to that today, right? If we can hit the sub goal on Twitch, if we can hit the sub goal on YouTube, even if I can somehow do math in my head and add them both together and say, yeah, that's like half a sub goal on YouTube and half a sub goal on Twitch, right? We're going to go into that. Otherwise, it'll be, you know, a little bit of a shorter stream today than normal.
I strongly do.
Yep.
The part that, and so I have no problem with that at all. You don't like it, don't pay for it. Good for you. However, then I thought, well, wait a second. If the biggest donors at, say, Harvard have decided, well, we're going to shut it down now, where were you?
What does the pink dino mean?
The last 10 years when they were calling for white genocide. You were allowing this. And then I found myself really hating those people, actually. That you're okay with that? On what grounds were you okay with that?
And this is what I've been trying to explain to the pro-Israel lobby, that what you are seeing as lack of support is people that are asking the question is, where were you as we have endured all of this?
You were paying for it, actually.
Right.
You were paying for it.
You were paying for it.
You were calling my children immoral for their skin color. You paid for that. And so why shouldn't I be mad at you? I don't understand.
And so
I don't get this. I feel like there's some kind of like hidden like element of racism that I'm missing here. I feel like there's something going on here that I'm missing. You paid for that? What are we talking about? A growling pink thing? A growling pink thing?
That is, you know, obviously you have a ton of white people that are asking this question, and they're now being.
Can you see YouTube chat emojis on screen? Wait, I can when I bring up the specific. Oh, that thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wait, why can't I see that? Oh no, it just shows up as face fuchsia tongue out. That's the pink dinosaur. Yeah, it's like a YouTube emote. They're trying, chat. YouTube is trying to do what Twitch does, right? Twitch has got a ton of global emotes, right? That's emotes that anybody can use at any time. They've also got, you know, emotes that you get only by signing up on you know, like only by subbing, right? And then they've got emotes that you earn through different levels of hype trains, right? So they got a bunch of different kinds of emotes. YouTube's trying to catch up. YouTube's trying to be, you know, like as good at for streaming as Twitch is, and maybe they'll get there someday. You know, like. Wait, is anybody laughing at Tim Pool's dad? No, I do not excuse laughing at Tim Pool's dad.
Called anti-Semitic, and I think that's wrong. I think these are meaningful questions that deserve to be answered. Why was this sort of verbiage allowed into the curriculum? I mean, could you imagine if in the curriculum it said that every Jewish person born is a terrorist? This is systematically what has been said.
I would be totally opposed to that.
Oh, you were just joking. So you're like the Joseph Joestar of the chat. Is that what you're saying?
You're learning this not even just, by the way, at the college campus level, in high schools. I've covered this on my show at high schools, that they are now allowing children to stand up in an auditorium during not Black Lives Matter week, during what is February, African whole month of February, African American month. I'm totally Black History Month. I was like totally blanking. I'm like, what is February? Black History Month. They were allowing at this very elite school $50,000.
I don't even know what to say here. I don't even know what to say.
Per month. To attend the school, per year to attend the school, for these children to stand up on a stage and yell in an auditorium. Black kids were allowed to be on the stage. White kids were sitting down at this elite school, and they said, "You don't know what we lived through. You don't understand how your whiteness impacts me."
But yes, Soul Life, I get what you're saying. I think I just need to have a different. I think we need to somehow do a different like way. I still haven't figured out how to implement the goals on YouTube in terms of there's only a limited amount of people that are like eligible for gift memberships on YouTube, and when you run out of those, there's no way to push that goal forward. So I need to somehow implement like a super chat goal or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
In New York City right now, that is explicit anti-white racism that is happening, and I covered it on my show extensively. Nobody cared. There was no bus calling these kids anything wrong, and so trying to explain that of why people maybe are not reacting with the amount of vigor that you would like to see is now being interpreted as anti-Semitism. So everyone's being called anti-Semitism.
It's a little bit like watching the city of San Francisco in the week before Xi Jinping shows up become totally clean, sparkling clean. There are no junkies or rapists on the street. And you feel like asking the authorities, well, wait, you had the power to do this, but you didn't? You had the power to stop racism at Harvard, but you didn't? Why are you not a criminal, actually, for allowing that? I don't have you asked anybody this? Like, direct? Have you asked a donor this? I've been trying to get one on the show. I support what you're doing. It's great. Don't pay for what you don't like. But you did like the white genocide stuff. You're kind of okay with that, huh?
Okay. I think I get what they're talking about. They're talking about donors. So one of the ways that colleges fund, things like buildings and, just whatever the college has, right? It's funded by donors, right? For the famous example is if somebody donates to build like a new wing of a building, then maybe their kid gets into Harvard, even though their kid isn't like qualified to get into Harvard, right? So they've got donors, they've got people that are, that are either their alumni or whatever that are donating to the school, and some of them have pulled out their money based on the protest against genocide in Gaza, right? That's they've pulled out their money based on that, and what Tucker's saying. But where were you when they were saying anti-white stuff? I mean, sure, so yeah, I mean, maybe there's a dog whistle here. Maybe there's a dog whistle. Oh, so you care when they're going to be anti-Jewish, but you don't care when they're going to be anti-white. Curious, interesting, and that's going to tie right into our next segment with Elon Musk, right? That's essentially what is going on in the Elon Musk thread that we're going to take a look at next.
Right, and I've even asked, did you use your platform to speak out against it? Because I've been speaking out against this for years, and now you're demanding that I use my...
His laugh is something else, isn't it? That laugh. So many raptors rode the wave, I thought I was on NCC. It is a totally weird laugh, yeah. His laugh, yeah, it's fake. It's fake. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's gotta be. Everything about Tucker Carlson is fake, right? You know that he doesn't like Donald Trump, right? Do we know about this? They released, as part of the Fox News settlement with Dominion, or as far as that court case, right? They released, you know, they released texts from Tucker Carlson, and he made it really clear that he wanted Trump out. He thought that Trump was dead weight. He could not wait for Trump to become irrelevant. And yet, whenever he goes on, I mean, like, he's interviewed Trump. And apparently, like, they had a really great time together. There was no harsh words between them, right? But in reality, it's pretty safe to assume that Tucker hates Trump and that Trump hates Tucker. But however, they've got to use each other. They need to use each other. Money wins over Trump. Yeah. It's absolutely catty. Yeah, if you read into that. Oh, what's up? Long time no see. Good to see you, Amanda Panda, or Nana McGall, the linguophile, the lover of many languages. He interviewed Trump again. What? Oh yeah, I think I covered that one. In fact, I think that one's up on YouTube as a video, which I need to get more videos out to you. I've been streaming so much, and I've been so like tired and having weird dreams about headphones being stuck in my ear and stuff that I haven't been able to get a video out to you, and I really want to. Like, I feel like I want to do it like once a week, if not more.
My platform to focus on a conflict that's overseas.
Yeah.
And the answer I tend to get is no. I didn't talk about what was happening. I didn't realize it was happening. So it actually is quite a selfish viewpoint, which we all have. We're all guilty of it.
Oh, I get it.
We write ourselves.
Wait, Tucker's only friend is his dad?
The storyline, how is this going to impact me? And that is, I think, is why it feels existential.
I feel like Tucker's only friend is the frozen food fortune that he married into.
For other people and not existential people that have been dealing with this for the last decade.
I know, but it's a pretty simple principle that, I mean, existed at 54, I can tell you, in this country for a long time, certainly from, say, the Civil Rights Act until, I don't know, 15 years ago. You're not allowed to attack people on the basis of their race in public. I mean, everybody has bigoted views probably, or thinks their group is best or whatever. It's pretty normal. But you're not allowed to say, I don't like you because of your race. Like, you're not allowed to do that. Why can't we just return to that standard? I'm missing it.
Right. And this has been a dialogue that I think some of us have been having for years. Some people are just now jumping into this dialogue. And I don't fault them, their emotion, but I'm not going to become a radical and rise to that level of emotion. I think my takes have been very moderate. Even people that are reading into things that I haven't said are unable to explain to me why what I'm saying is not okay. They can't point to a specific sentence that I said that was wrong. It's more about how they're reading into the sentence, which if it's how you are reading into it, that is your emotion. And as I said, my views have not shifted since I got into the political sphere. I have always been pro the First Amendment. I have always been pro staying out of foreign conflicts. And I'm sorry if that feels to you like a personal attack. There's this wonderful Thomas Sowell quote where he says that people that are used to special treatment, when you start to treat them the same, feel like they're being discriminated against. He says it much more eloquently. He's Thomas.
Oh my God. That is true. Again, something else that she said that's not true. When somebody's used to being like, treated with privilege and they don't get that privilege, they don't get the same like privilege, they feel discriminated against. That's true. But like what she's applying it like to what? Like who are the privileged people? Who does she think? Wait, I'm like missing too much in this. This is like
sphere. I have always been pro the First Amendment. I have always been pro staying out of foreign conflicts. And I'm sorry if that feels to you like a personal attack. There's this wonderful Thomas Sowell quote.
What? I'm sorry if that feels like a personal attack. I don't think it's to Tucker. You're not allowed to attack people because, okay, so they're trying to turn like the, civil rights language, right? They're trying to turn that into like, yeah, well, what about white people? I mean, that's the big thing that they're kind of going off on here. So the person that's been privileged, the person that's been treated specially, the people that have been, that she's and like, look, like is it a Thomas Sowell quote? I don't know. I haven't read Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell is a, conservative economist, is that right? But regardless, like that's not like that's just basic intersectional analysis. Right? When you apply that correctly, when you're not trying to turn it into this weird, like, oh, but what about anti-whiteness thing, right? When you're able to analyze objective relations between groups, with power and groups with privilege and groups that are being oppressed, right? Then this makes sense. A lot of people have not read Thomas Sowell. Yeah, he's kind of a niche thing. Disagree with my son, and people I say attack him.
You're not allowed to attack people on the basis of their race in public. I mean, everybody has bigoted views, probably, or thinks their group is best or whatever. It's pretty normal.
Yeah, it's totally normal to be a racist piece of shit, right, Tucker? That's what these people think. Like you're all racist too. You're just not saying it. You're just trying to virtue signal by being like.
But you're not allowed to say I don't like you because of your race. Like you're not allowed to do that. Why can't we just return to that standard? I'm missing it.
Right. And this has been a dialogue that I think some of us have been having for years, and people are just now jumping into this dialogue. And I don't fault them, their emotion, but I'm
So this is taking like a person who is oppressed and disempowered because of structural racism, and treating them as the same who might be expressing frustration at that oppression, and treating them the same as somebody who has privilege, believes that they are better because they're white, and says something about black people, says something about POCs, like, right? This is like, you take the objective power relation out of the analysis and you end up with useless garbage.
Not going to become a radical and rise to that level of emotion. I think my takes have been very moderate. Even people that are reading into things that I haven't said are unable to explain to me why what I'm saying is not okay. They can't point to a specific sentence that I said that was wrong. It's more about how they're reading into the sentence, which if it's how you are reading into it, that is your emotion. And as I said, my views have not shifted since I got into the political sphere. I have always been pro the First Amendment. I have always been pro staying out of foreign conflicts. And I'm sorry if that feels to you like a personal attack. There's this wonderful Thomas Sowell quote where he says that people that are used to special treatment, when you start to treat them the same, feel like they're being discriminated against. He says it much more eloquently. He's Thomas Sowell, Dr. Thomas Sowell, but that's the gist of it. And I think that what we're seeing right now is things that are being perceived as a discrimination.
Sounds like she got a little bit, there's a cut there. I'm guessing that she just got a little bit rambly, and they didn't want to show it all because it was boring.
And it's not discrimination. I'm just treating you the same as everyone has been treated. And throughout at least my dialogue and the things and monologues throughout the last 6 or 7 years.
Yes.
And I do also want to say that I find it particularly despicable, as I have said on my platform, when people who are pro-Israel are now being called anti-Semites for asking meaningful questions. I talked about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk, following the attacks on October 7th, turned to the Israeli government and said, how did this happen? He talked about Israel being the size of New Jersey. He's been there many times. He funds thousands of students to go there and to visit. He's honestly radically pro-Israel, I would almost say. It's probably a fair thing to say about Charlie Kirk. Yeah. And he was asking these questions with the intent of, if these were your children and they were involved in this horrific attack, you want to know these answers? He's like, you can't move 5 feet without seeing an IDF soldier. I've been to Israel, and that is a fact.
I have too, a number of times, and I admire their border barriers. And I always have. I always think, I wish we had that. But that's a totally fair question.
Totally fair question that he asked, and it got interpreted, and then there were suddenly these attacks asking the question of whether Turning Point was seeping with anti-Semitism, and how unfair to, after all the work that he has done to support your cause, turn your back on him and to call him an anti-Semite because you don't like a question that he asked that actually was being asked from the heart and with a little bit of rage toward this even being allowed to happen. We always have to hold our governments accountable in how they are responding.
And plenty of Israelis, some of whom I know, are asking that question, and why wouldn't they? You said a minute ago that one of your concerns about having a news story or a public conversation defined by emotion is that it allows the people in charge to change our lives and to take away our civil liberties because we're so distracted by the rage that we feel or the sympathy that we feel. I mean, these are some good feelings too, but we can be manipulated during moments like this. Here, case in point, here's a woman who is running for president, the former governor of South Carolina, Nikki Haley, explaining that because of these attacks on October 7th, the rest of us need to register with the government in order to express our opinions online. Here she is.
When I get into office, the first thing we have to do, social media accounts, social media companies, they have to show America their algorithms. Let us see why they're pushing what they're pushing. The second thing is every person on social media should be verified by their name. That's, first of all, it's a national security threat. When you do that, all of a sudden people have to stand by what they say, and it gets rid of the Russian bots, the Iranian bots, and the Chinese bots. And then you're going to get some civility when people know their name is next to what they say.
So Nikki Haley, this has been noted online, but it's not her real name, of course. It's a pseudonym. And so she's not even using a real name and telling us that we have to register with the government under our real names in order to give our opinions. That's obviously contrary to the First Amendment. I don't know why the anchor didn't say something about it.
So wait, is this like the Facebook? She's advocating basically the Facebook real name policy. So if you don't know, like there's been something that Facebook has done ostensibly, I guess, to get rid of bots or I don't know, bad faith actors or something like that. Where if you sign up for Facebook and your name is a big pile of poop, right? They're going to be like, I don't think the big pile of poop is a real person. Let's ban this account, right? And, the same thing goes if it's like your name is like, let's say that you're trans and you changed your name, but your name on file is still this, right? If you put your, like it's almost like they want you to, put your dead name down on Facebook and go by the name that you no longer go by, right? So there's a lot of problems with this policy. It's not a good policy. People hate it, and also doesn't allow any sort of anonymity or protection against doxing and stuff like that, right? So I think that's what we're talking about with Nikki Haley here. Let's get back to this. Let me. Sorry, I'm trying to do multiple things. Yeah, your social media should be verified. No, Oh no. Did Brian Krasenstein come in here and say, I have to give Owens credit for remaining above the petty tit for tat attacks? I disagree with her. Yo, you do not, Brian Krasenstein, if you're listening, right? I know you're a big NCC watcher, right? You don't have to give her credit. Like, go with what Went said. Go with what Drill said, right? You literally do not have to give credit. You literally do not have to. That is not true. Yeah, look at this, like racking up 1.7. This guy's such a fence sitter. God damn. Anyway, the Krasenstein bros are a whole nother matter. Let's get back to this.
When I get into office, the first thing we have to do, social media accounts, social media companies, they have to show America their algorithms. Let us see why they're pushing what they're pushing. The second thing is every person on social media should be verified by their name. That's, first of all, it's a national security threat. When you do that, all of a sudden people have to stand by what they say, and it gets rid of the Russian bots, the Iranian bots, and the Chinese bots. And then you're going to get some civility when people know their name is next to what they say.
So Nikki Haley, this has been noted online, but it's not her real name, of course. It's a pseudonym. And so she's not even using a real name and telling us that we have to register with the government under our real names in order to give our opinions. That's obviously contrary to the First Amendment. I don't know why the anchor didn't say something about it to her, but sort of nodded, oh, it's accountability. But it's fascism, actually. So, like, why isn't Nikki Haley getting laughed off the stage?
Well, Nikki Haley is someone that I would describe as radical. She's a radical in this moment, and she's trying to present her opinions as not radical by hiding behind a terrorist attack, and it's not going to age well. So right now in this moment, people are like, this rhetoric is totally fine. You're going to look back in a year, and people are going to say, actually, this was kind of crazy, some of the things that she said. She, in my view, has become increasingly radical every time she even hits the debate stage. I don't even know, what country she's running for president in.
Right.
And I think Vivek Ramaswamy called her out accurately, and based on even my own personal experiences with her, which I've documented on my podcast, as somebody who isn't looking to actually win president, doesn't want to become president of the United States. What she's looking to do is to secure certain contracts after she leaves the stage and she loses. And so for her, the motive are relationships that she's going to build and money that she's going to earn, as best evidenced by the fact that when Nikki Haley left her ambassadorship, she was broke, and now she's a millionaire, multimillionaire. And you have to ask how that happens. And Vivek Ramaswamy has had the courage to talk about her contract with Boeing. So her concerns are not about American citizens whatsoever, which is why it's all about sort of kowtowing to the person that I think that she believes, or to people that she believes can write her the biggest checks. That's been my assessment of Nikki Haley from the very beginning. It's still my assessment now. Take it or leave it.
But you've been attacked for saying that. And in fact, she's not hardly alone in that. I mean, a lot of politicians, in fact, almost all politicians respond to their donors. It is, I'm not attacking anybody, but that's just a feature of the business, right? So you say, well, Nikki Haley is responding to her donors. and all of a sudden that's like blood libel or something.
It's foolish, and I won't play the game. Obviously, money is motivating for a lot of politicians in DC that never leave. I mean,
You think?
Seriously, it's common sense, and yet sometimes people try to twist that narrative and pretend that what you're saying cannot be said because in this moment right now she's being pro-Israel, so you can't talk about Nikki Haley and money. Even though I spoke about this way before October 7th, from the second she announced that she was running,
Yes.
I talked about my personal experience with her and how much she was charging for speaking fees. At the time, it was $300,000 plus a private plane for her to go anywhere to speak after she left her ambassadorship, and she came with a list of pre-packaged questions. So her assistant at the time, you were not allowed to ask her one question off script. Any person that hired Nikki Haley at this time will tell you this. So her answers are practiced, her answers are rehearsed, and her answers are rehearsed because she wants to make sure that she doesn't upset the people that are writing the checks. So I said that literally the day she announced she was running for president, and now all of a sudden something that I've been consistent on is being misconstrued as anti-Israel or anti-Semitic because Nikki Haley is being radically pro-Israel.
So it does concern me, however, because in American 2023, the only people defending the First Amendment, the foundational right, the right that precedes all other rights, which is the right to say what you really believe and prove you're not a slave, the right is the only group that defends that freedom. And now they're not. Now they're saying, well, actually, maybe you need to register.
Okay, so I added a super chat goal. I mean, I guess maybe that, like, I'm just like, it's weird the way that it does that. Like, right? I don't even think that I've gotten like $2,530 in super chats over the lifetime of this channel. Maybe it doubles it because it's anyway. Chat, I'm confused, but I mean, like that's something so that we can just not be like completely locked into like member goals are the only thing that gets us closer to the goal on YouTube. But I might have to do some research into this and figure out like a better way to keep track of our goals, right? Because like I don't want to, make it like, well, if you do a super chat that counts for nothing, but if you do a membership that count, like I want to anyway, I gotta figure this out, Chad. I'm gonna have to
register with the government before you're allowed to talk. So if the left's obviously opposed to the First Amendment, now a lot of the right is opposed to the First Amendment. So like, how do we keep the First Amendment?
Yeah, I think this kind of is almost what Trump was referring to when he talks about the swamp. They get a little taste of what they can earn for themselves, and they kind of go further into this, and it actually doesn't become about America at all.
The whole principle, the whole idea of it is this, like, right? Obviously, like, you want me here as much as possible. You want me to be able to cover as many stories as possible. I want that too. However, there's obviously like economic, concerns. There's financial concerns for me that I literally can't be here as much as I want to, unless I'm able to, earn, as much money as I'm spending to live and to keep the stream going and everything else, like from the stream, like, right. I can't, go full time. So the idea of the goals is to give, a little extra time when those goals are met, and a little incentive for people to push towards those goals, and a little bit of transparency as far as like, how that works. But oh my God, thank you for the Soul Leaf is Right super chat, $2. YouTube chat is better than Twitch chat. See, so did that make it go up? It did. It went up. Okay, so at least it's going up. It's confusing, right? Because it looks like I'm making a lot of, like, if I was making $2,500 a month, all right, you'd be pretty close to having me full time. Like, right? I don't eat a lot. I don't spend a lot. I don't do a lot, right? So, it's I don't really need to earn much more than what my bills are in order to do full time here. But yeah, it's the same thing with the member goals. Like if this was real, if I had 637 memberships and that much money in super chat, I would have no problems at all, and this would be my life basically. But thank you so much for the $2 super chat, Soul Life. I don't know if it read yours, but yeah, you said YouTube chat better than Twitch chat. So that's a challenge for you on Twitch chat to it's the friendly rivalry that we have.
And I think at this particular moment, you are seeing a fracturing on the right. There are people that are pro-America, America first. I am a person that...
Okay, again, she's right about this. There is a fracturing on the right. There's a fracturing on the left in terms of, who is willing to stand against the party establishment and call for a ceasefire, and who is either, has either just got like a really bad, and I have to say like racist take on Israel Palestine, and or who is cowed into submission by the overwhelming pressure to to always be like on Israel's side, even in the face of a right-wing government which is hated. I don't know if you know this, chat, but there was a big protest a couple days ago, not a couple days ago, a little longer than that, like in Israel. There was a big protest against the Netanyahu government, against the policy of not negotiating and trying to free the hostages, right? Netanyahu has has essentially got like legal troubles. He's oh my god, Buffy, thank you for the gift sub to Spectacular Snyderman. Spectacular Snyderman, you just got a gift sub. Where are we at? Oh my god. Oh yeah, I gotta mention. Okay, so coming up really quickly, right? We have another top of the hour ad break on Twitch. If you're on Twitch and you don't have a little Persona 2 icon next to your name, that means that you're about to get to enjoy up to 3 minutes of ads. And if I sound sarcastic, it's because I'm being sarcastic, right? 3 minutes of ads does not sound like a lot of fun, and I have no control of what kind of ads they serve you or anything like that. So if you don't want to be part of that mess, if you want to be saved from that mess like Spectacular Snyderman just was, there's several ways you can go about it, right? You can get out of it through a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you've got a free sub to give to the Twitch streamer of your choice. If that Twitch streamer is me, you will no longer see those ads. If you buy a sub for yourself, it's $5 a month, right? If you pay for that, you will also no longer see those ads. And saving those two options, right? You could, it is possible that you might get a gift sub. People do give subs like Buffy Geek just did to Spectacular Snyderman. It happens from time to time. It's more likely to happen though if you're active in chat, because that way people, whoever might be wanting to give a gift sub, will actually see you. And here we go.
Tim Pools super chatted $10.
Oh my god, it's not gonna. Okay, so with those super chats, you can also say something, right? If you say something in the super chats, that might have been like a sticker one, but if you say something, that sassy British voice will actually read out your super chat. So but thank you, Tim Pool's dad, for the $10 super chat. That, oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Netanyahu has for so long allied himself with the American right wing. Yeah, I could do a whole video on that, honestly, on the connection between the hard right in Israel and the anti-Semitic hard right, and how much actual agreement there is in between these two factions that you would think would hate each other's guts, but for some reason find themselves instead to be the strangest of bedfellows. Dr. Peterson, who are you? Who even are you? It didn't read mine. I want a refund. Wait, I think it might be, I might have to set that differently. Was yours $2, Soul Life? I think it reads like $5 and up or something like that. I might change that. Zionists are very much like TERFs. Oh, in terms of, yeah. Okay, so Valerie, the lovely Italian, is pointing out that TERFs also find themselves with a lot of strange bedfellows, right? TERFs, trans-exclusive, radical feminists, right? Feminists generally are not favored by and do not favor the far right. And yet we have so many examples, Posey Parker being the first one that comes to mind, J.K. Rowling being the second that comes to mind, of TERFs who do support the far right. And you really got to question, is this about feminism, right? The same way that you got to question is, is the far right's support of Israel really anything to do? It was only $2, so it, yeah. Well, I just wanted, the reason I set it lower than that is because I didn't want people to be able to come in here and say some like racist shit and get it read automatically. But yeah, I feel like $5 is maybe too yeah, free Soul Life. I did read your chat though. I think you said YouTube chat over Twitch chat. So yeah, if it doesn't read your chat, I will read it. Even though I don't have but I mean, Dr. Jordan Peterson, my disciplinary hearing is ongoing, See, I could read it as Jordan Peterson. So, Life, do you want me to read your super chat as Jordan Peterson? Maybe we could get the actual Jordan Peterson AI, because I just like the biggest thing that I want to do is make sure that I am giving something back to the people that support me and that make this stream possible in the first place. You have no idea what that means to me, right? Both in terms of, encouraging me, letting me know that I'm on the right track, and just like, making it physically possible for me to do what I love to do and do more of it. So much appreciation. And we'll get the kinks worked out on the, I realize this, the way that the sub goals are set right now is not ideal, but I think I can fix it.
Myself pro America, America first, and it absolutely makes my skin crawl.
I'll try to do it. Okay, so YouTube chat over Twitch chat. Twitch chat is the dragon of chaos, whereas YouTube chat represents order. Is that a good one? Is that a decent Peterson? I feel like my Peterson accent is slightly better than, say, like my Trump act. Everybody thinks they've got a Trump in them, and very few of us do, and that's a good thing, right? You should be probably glad that you do not have a Trump in you, right? That is like having, that's like having, I don't know, Dio Brando, like put a flesh bud in you. You don't really want a Trump in you, right? If you can do a Trump, great. You will entertain a lot of people, and they'll be happy. Just don't let that Trump ever take over. Hey, Dr. Peterson, you spelled your daughter's name, Michaela. Everybody gets Michaela's name wrong, don't they? I don't think Posey Parker considers herself a feminist. Oh, you're right. Hey, yo, Aurora Ellipse just pointed out something really important and true, right? I don't think Posey Parker considers herself a feminist. She was asked about this before, and she said, no, she's not a feminist. Yeah, that's a good point. She's called a, TERF. She's definitely gender critical, and she pals around with TERFs. But yeah, she's kind of just a right winger. That's kind of her deal. Dragon of Chaos, Dragon D's nuts. Oh my god, I would love to see Dr. Peterson talk about D's nuts. Poor Dr. P lost his mind, and he wasn't that smart in the first place. That chat was way too coherent. Another Groyper shout. Wait, did I miss one, Chat Alpha? Did I miss a Groyper shout out? My mind is in so many places at once, but it really disturbs me to see leftists calling Candace based. Yeah, like this is what I've been talking about, Dr. Robotnik. You're on it, right? Candace Owens, Jackson Hinkle, like all these people who have like one take that on the surface sounds okay, right? Giving them credit for that take is not going to encourage them. Like Candace is not on a journey of like discovering that racism is a real thing and that it exists. And that structural, you know what I mean? Like Candace is not on the way, her way towards understanding intersectional leftism. She's on the way out of that, right? That's who she used to be. She used to be on the left. She has apparently experienced some discrimination, some anti-black racism in her life, right? But she's on the road to become, the pick-me of pick-me's.
When people try to tie America's success to what we have to do overseas, I believe in national sovereignty. I believe that America has what it takes here at home to be a great nation. Yes. And actually, I think history sort of tells us that once we started this campaign of international liberalism, following
the one thing that really pisses off Dr. Jordan Peterson, though, is if you insinuate that there was something more than a friendship between his daughter and Andrew Tate. That's the one he really doesn't like.
Or two, things kind of started falling apart, especially this a steep decrease following the 1960s, without question. I mean, socially, morally, economically, this has been a nation that's in decline. And so I cannot stand when I see these politicians on stage emoting and saying sentences like, we can do both. Look around you. Does it look like we can do both? Where is your evidence to support the claim that America can do both?
Although, Dr. Peterson, if I could bother you for a little bit of dietary advice, what's your opinion on green tea? Like, is green tea healthy? Or does it need to be an animal product in order to not contribute to furthering the dragon of chaos's reach into my soul? Do I need the masculinizing, like, energy of meat in order to should I be what I'm asking you is, should I be drinking meat tea instead of my green tea? Should I be drinking like red tea from meat?
Because I'm looking around and it's very clear, it's very obvious that we cannot do both. Our children are failing academically. People are fearful to go into inner city communities. We have people that are suffering from depression, overdosing on fentanyl. We're fundamentally an unhappy nation because we don't have an identity because of these things. We don't have an identity. We've completely lost what it means to be an American.
Yeah.
It is why I feel very inspired when I hear someone like Vivek Ramaswamy speak and talk about American principles. I hate the way that they illustrate their opinions about people that want that old America, that are nostalgic about that America. When someone says, and I've heard of this statement, I can't remember who said it, but you can't be pro-American unless you're pro-Israel. I just thought of the person who's probably in West Virginia who had both his legs blown off, right, fighting overseas, who is pro-American, and you're telling him that no, unless you agree that every single war should be everywhere, you're not pro-American.
Another, another priority of this strain of reactionary right-wing thought, of this strain of fascism, really, is the appropriation of the anti-war movement. In the same way that they've appropriated the natural health movement, right? Some of the Dr. Jordan Peterson stuff kind of sounds like natural health, right? And this is traditionally the province of hippies, traditionally the province of lefties. However, there's a way in for right-wingers. There's anything that can be exploited and appealed to with like palingenetic myth, like myth of like, there was a time where everything was good, everything was right, and they came in and they took that away from us, right? Anything that's got that ability to be, be portrayed in that, with that kind of rhetoric, right, is open to being appropriated by the right wing. And right now, Steve Bannon is in his lab trying to see who else he can bring into the right? Gamergate, right? You look at Gamergate, and there he finds a perfect audience for himself. These are mostly guys. They are used to being marketed to by the video game industry. Now the video game industry is realizing, hey, we've got more than just guys here. Let's maybe try to represent some other. We've got more than just white guys here. Let's try to represent some more people in our video games, and it's exploited by Steve Bannon. Like in any sort of any vector that they can take into identity groups, is, especially, identity groups that maybe are privileged and feel aggrieved by people acknowledging that privilege exists. That is going to be their target. That is absolutely going to be their target. I'm sorry, chat. I'm like stun locking all over the place here.
American. We've lost our identity.
The real American conservatives talk about will only ever existed in Norman Rockwell paintings, but even Norman Rockwell paintings had minorities. So actually, no. Yeah, this is the thing. Even the people that they like, even the sources that they like claim to that they like claim to have as their claim to support are oftentimes just like hate their guys. I mean, look at George Carlin. How many right-wingers say if George Carlin were alive today, he'd be a conservative? No, I'm sorry. If George Carlin were alive today, he would dunk on you and kick your ass, right? George Carlin never liked conservatives. George Carlin never supported that bullshit. All these comics, all these fucking, as edgy as they might have been, they weren't generally about punching down at people. And the right wing absolutely is. Appropriating George Orwell. Yeah, there's all kinds of examples here. TPD, absolutely, they're easier to isolate and manipulate.
I mean, that's completely a foolish thing to say. And I say this as somebody who, if I was going to be radical, I'm probably radically pro-UK, right? I married a Brit. My children have dual citizenship. I would never utter the sentence that to be pro-America means to be pro-British. I love the Brits. I love everything about, I love being in the United Kingdom, but I know what it means to be
I see what you said. Yeah, isolated males have always been a recruitment target.
American, it means to be pro-American.
I couldn't agree. Someone who's ancestors from the UK, I couldn't agree more. You got to kind of wonder where this is going now that, basically no one in the establishment in Washington is for the frontrunner in the Republican presidential primaries. Trump gets the nomination. Like, what happens then?
I think you're going to probably see the same things that we saw in 2015 and 2016.
The real question is what happens if Trump gets the nomination and then the convictions start to roll in, right? That's the real question. Because if you poll Trump voters, you'll find 6% of them who say that they support him now, but if he were to be convicted of one or more of these crimes that he's accused of, that he's on trial for, they'd think they wouldn't support him anymore. Now, like, take that with a grain of salt, because people say a lot of things in polls and they don't always mean them. But it's not beyond reason to think that a certain percentage of Trump's voters would be lost were he to get the conviction. Not the most of them, obviously, Chad. I'm not saying that the MAGA, diehard fans are going to leave Trump. No, of course they're ride or die, absolutely, right? But there is some percentage of people that are I guess they are supporting Trump with the caveat of, like, he hasn't been convicted of anything yet. I mean, this could be all a big thing, but this could be all like a big, campaign against him. But, they do still have, I guess, some faith in the American legal system, right? So what are those people going to say? What are they going to do when he gets convicted of one or more of these crimes? Thomas Jerome with a super chat says, do you want me to do this with Jordan Peterson voice? Wait, I don't know what you mean by RW. An RW here talking about real Chileans, colonizers. I'm not sure. I'm like missing something there, but I do want to read out your super chat. A real one here talking about real Chileans and colonizers. Is that what it is? I'm so bad at reading super chats. January 6th, but worse. Yeah. And right now, there we go. Is he gonna read it? It's that $5 limit. Yeah, maybe I should change that. Set that. I gotta set it to a level where I know that no racist is gonna be able to come in here and say, some racist shit on the super chat. Generally, yeah, I could probably set it to like $1.50 or something like that.
16. I think there has always been a never Trump contingent.
Right.
It has manifested
Oh,
itself
right winger. Okay.
now as pro DeSantis. A lot of the never Trumpers became, very pro DeSantis.
Yep.
Some elements of it, obviously, people that are war hawks, people that want to kind of keep the military industrial complex going
Right.
everywhere,
People who
have always been anti-Trump. So,
hate speech laws.
Yeah, hate speech laws that are dressed up as something more noble, and it's like, no, this is actually a law that is fundamentally anti-speech. And if you want to debate that,
Oh,
we
okay,
can, and we
okay.
should
So
have that
you're
debate, but-
talking about that whole, appeal to that whole reactionary appeal. So right wingers here talking about real Chileans and as colonizers as real Chileans. I think that's what you're saying.
Again, always seems to be reduced to smears and libels and not an academic discussion, which it should be. So I don't think this is new. I think it's just kind of reappeared as something else. And we have always had these people. Will they, when they get to the ballot box, vote against Trump principally? Well, they did it in 2015 and 2016, and it didn't have an impact. And I think in 2020, they probably, I don't know if they cast their votes for Biden. I don't know that they would. I have taken myself out of political prognostications entirely.
Yeah.
It's very difficult, I think,
Wise.
now. Yeah, because I obviously am always hoping that America wins at the ballot box. People that are focused on American initiatives are focused on wanting citizens to be successful here, not making them feel guilty about wanting to feed their families, not making them feel guilty about what they're seeing at the gas station that they can't afford, even despite the fact that they do what they're supposed to do day in and day out. They wake up, they go to work 9 to 5, and the government is taking everything and telling them that there's some new moral crusade. Every time you blink, there's a new moral crusade. How many have we lived through in just the last 2 years? COVID, it was a global moral
But
crusade.
food prices are never a moral crusade, I notice.
Never. God forbid you want to be able to afford a pack of bacon for your family. God forbid you say that publicly. Depending on what time of year it is, that makes you a grandma killer. That makes you whatever, a pro-Putin puppet. It makes you an anti.
She's laughing at it, right? And the fact of the matter, the only thing that's wrong with that phrase is you don't know who you're, killing. Like if you choose and you don't have any gauge of it, right? It's not like a 1-to-1, like one time you don't wear your mask, one person doesn't get vaccinated. That's like one, right? You just don't know. You don't see the victims of your, of your pandemic spreading behavior. But just because you can't see that doesn't mean it's not real. This is a problem that people have in terms of things like, I mean, like this is one example. Climate change is another, right? You don't see what you're doing to the future of humanity. Like I could say what you're doing to the planet, but really we're talking about, most people, what they're interested in is how you're affecting other human beings in the future. And the fact is you don't ever get a sense of that, but you do know that, and not so much through like, individual behavior when we're talking about climate change, but more through like government policy, more through like, corporate decisions, right? That's what's, affecting, climate change in a big way. But because you can't see that directly, people want to be like, it's nothing, it's not real, it's not happening, right? Okay, you can't see. You're not like sitting by the water and like looking at the, looking at the water level go up year after year. You're not like, looking at like global temperatures year after year. You're not able to directly connect like an action or a policy to a situation in the climate, but that doesn't mean it's not real. It's very real.
Anti-Semite makes you a racist. We get it, okay? We still would like to focus on our families. We still would like to put American principles first. So if there's no further argument and it's just going to be smears and libels, we like to turn the chapter and get talking about how we can actually do that, how we can actually fix America.
Who do you listen to?
Can I just have it not say racist shit? I'll look at it some more. It's complicated.
Figure out. I mean, some of the stuff comes at you so fast.
Let's see if there's like an anti-racism button here.
Writing almost every day. Who do you read or listen to try to make sense or bounce ideas off of?
I have been obsessed with Thomas Sowell. And everybody knows that I am pretty much a Thomas Sowell groupie. Everything he writes,
pretty much.
And it is because he was a part of my awakening story into politics and made me focus on the economics, which is to say, block out the noise and pay attention to the economics. Go backwards in history to understand where we are. When has this worked? Oh, it's never worked. So they're telling you that it's going to work into the future, and there's no evidence to support that. So I think a lot of times in this environment, it's important to almost block out the noise and to focus on the things that matter. The economic debates that people are having right now, which don't make sense. How much more debt can America be in as you're trying to compete?
The United States is not something akin to a family, right? Because that's the picture that right wingers want to pose to you, right? The United States is like it's like a family budget, right? And when your family goes over the budget, you're taking out credit card debt that you will have to pay back. And that, comparing that to a country is ridiculous, is useless, is worse than useless, right? There's so much wrong with this, but this is another example of the lie traveling around the world 5 times before the truth can get its shoelaces tied, right? This is another example of the fact that a lie which is simple and understandable is more appealing than the truth, which has a little bit of nuance to it and is more difficult to understand. How much more can the debt go up? Look, if there was really that kind of risk, right, of debt holders not, being, left in the lurch, then people wouldn't be people wouldn't be buying that debt. We're nowhere close to that. We're nowhere close. That's not a real thing. That's not a real, it's every, $1 of debt that's, put towards like things like social programs in the US pays out like infinitely more in terms of its eventual contribution to the economy. That's why, the debt is just a distraction from real political policy. The debt never seems to matter when what we're talking about is bombing people, and the debt always seems to matter when we're talking about feeding people, right? We gotta
convince us that we're going to get out of it if we just commit to one more war. By the way, where is all this money going? It's incredible to me that the government has the ability to reach into our accounts and to read every single line of what we spend down to your Zelle payments and your PayPal, and yet we just can't get an accounting for how they're spending their money. It's incredible when tech works and when tech fails people. I would say in terms of being inspired by people, I am very much inspired for different reasons, and people will find this very weird. Obviously, I've been very open about the fact that I've been tremendously inspired by you in my career, and I'm not just saying anybody up. I've said this long before. Tucker Unleashed has been the greatest thing. It is something that we have needed, and it's been a great addition to the American campaign. I also am inspired by Elon Musk. He is so different from me, and we probably have very little in common, and yet in this
and we're about to get into this. We're about to get into
his fight
this
for freedom,
with
what he did for Twitter is something. There are no words to illustrate what that actually meant in terms of the global conversation. He's a hero. You know, if everything else that he did was bad, he would be measured as a good man, and that's my belief.
I agree with
I'm
that.
inspired by people like Dana White.
Yeah.
The ability to, during BLM, I absolutely love Dana White. People don't realize what sort of pressure was on him,
Yes.
to being the first person to say, we're not shutting down the UFC, allowing, by the way, which is something that is so beautiful, the differing opinions to take place at the
Oh,
UFC.
yeah.
He does not care if you come out in an Israeli flag, a Palestinian flag, a BLM flag, a pro-America flag, and then the press will put pressure on him and you hear him and he's like, so what? They're going to bash each other as soon as they get into the octagon. What are we going to tell them what they're going to think? You know, that means something. These are little battles that we're winning, and people are fighting them on different fronts. And these are the cultural people, the political people. Thomas Massey for being the most.
Okay, so yeah, chat. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to stop the stream right here, because one chatter says so. Right? It looks like Looney Tunes is telling me I'm gonna have to continue this tomorrow because Leftist Mafia is starting, and I can't possibly compete. So sorry to everyone. But you know, I can't disagree with LT here. Psych. Look, if you're here because you want to watch this, all right? And I'm going to continue to make this content, but honestly, you're allowed to, you know, right? You do as you will, right? Do as you will. If you want to, you know, I'm not telling you what streams to watch and what streams to not watch. And if you need to step out for some reason, you can always catch up with the VOD later on. It'll be there when you need it. So yeah. But yeah, thank you for watching out for me, though. I see what you're trying to do, and I do appreciate it. And you are awesome, and I love having you in chat. As long as you're willing to stay here and chat, and if not, you know, that's fine too. We still love you, LT. We still love you.
In terms of what he supports and what he doesn't.
I should collab with Leftist Mafia.
Support is someone else that I admire. So there are a lot of different people that I admire, but I think what they all have in common is an underlying belief in freedom and a hatred for people.
Did I almost have you there?
It's freedom when they are trying to censor you and to belittle you and to smear you and to libel you.
It does feel, I mean, I'm going to end with this, but just your gut level sense of who's winning and who's losing right now. It seems to me.
Nobody get mad at LT.
The kind of moderate, sensible, common sense oriented.
LT was being sweet. LT was trying to watch out for me.
People who want basically all the same things, a happy, stable, safe life for their families, they do seem to be winning.
What I want to say to those people, because I know that sometimes you wonder if the world has gone mad. The world hasn't gone mad. Some people with big platforms who have gone mad. But it will always pay in the long run to stay on the side of morality, to be, you know, moderate in your opinions, to not ever fault yourself for wanting to feed your family first.
Yes.
It makes perfect sense. I would never rush over while my child was dying and starving and feed the neighbor's child.
No.
Right? I would feed my child first, and if there was leftovers, I would obviously accommodate the person next door, and that's called being charitable. And I want those people to know that I do feel what you are feeling. And I think that we are in a unique time in America. I think the cultural conversation is switching. I think more people are beginning to buck bad trends. And the more of us who stand up.
Okay, but you know, the one good thing. Okay, so this is boring. Anybody else bored? Look, if I'm going to compete with the Leftist Mafia, we can't stay on Candace and just like, she's rambling. Okay, she's rambling. Let's see what's up with Elon Musk. Let's see what's going on with Elon Musk. All right, here we go. So you may or may not be aware of this, right? But like I said, you know, there was a Groyper dog whistle and something that Candace posted about. Let's take a look and see what Elon's been up to, right? Okay, so this is, I don't know who this is, right? They're saying, to the cowards hiding behind the anonymity of the internet and posting Hitler was right. You got something to say? Why don't you say it to our faces? And what they're talking about is the proliferation of out and out mask off racism that has greeted our eyes on Twitter ever since Elon has taken over, right? And it's always been there to some extent, but you know, there was a sense that, like, you know, somebody posts something like this, they're gonna get banned, right? And Elon just went and unbanned those people. So this person is tired of seeing all this Nazi shit on their timeline, and they're like, why don't you come out from behind your anonymous account and say that with your name attached to it, right? You won't, because you're a coward. And honestly, some of these people might be bots, as far as I know. Like, I you know, there's no way of knowing, you know, what's what, but there are people spreading this bullshit, this, you know, racism, anti-Semitism, etc., and they won't come out. You know, that they're hiding behind anonymous accounts. So I mean, like, it's a pretty obvious tweet, and you know, it's got some support behind it, and then somebody comes in and says, okay, so somebody that they're talking to answers them, right? Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites. Okay, so you got somebody that doesn't see, like, you know, if you're Jewish, you're not white to this person. All right, first red flag. Oh my God, thank you, Kit Marlowe. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Yeah, I gotta keep going, chat. I gotta keep going. I try to, you know, avoid, you know, streaming at the same time as other streamers that I appreciate, but it's just not possible. I like a lot of streamers, chat, and if I were to never stream when somebody that I like is streaming, I would never be streaming, and you would be sad. We would all be sad. Okay, so anyway, so Jewish communities have been pushing the exact same. So Jewish communities pushing hatred against whites. Do I have the? I don't think I have. I need the sus. I need the. What do? I mean, like.
This is going bad.
That's the closest thing I got.
This is going bad.
Like, this is pretty bad. Or you could also say. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing. God damn it. There's more to this tweet. Damn it. But yeah, notice that Elon is here, and you know, sometimes he says interesting, right? Sometimes he's really vague. This time he said, you have said the actual truth. So Elon believes, at the very least from what we read here, that Jewish communities are pushing what? Anti-white hatred? Like, this is Nazi shit. This is Nazi shit. And Elon Musk just straight up agreed with it. Let me see if I can find the original. IBM pulls X ads as Elon endorses. That's not just white pride. That's like Nazi shit, right? That's very specific, right? When you're saying that the Jewish people are like, you know, working behind the scenes to stoke hatred against whites. Like, that is classic neo-Nazi shit. Oh yeah, notice this too, right? Somebody posted this, right? They tried 2 tweets. One of them, I hate trans people. Perfect, fine. It's okay. You can say that. Free speech, free speech. You can say that. They're allowed to say that, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying the opposite because I am trans and I love trans people. But they said I hate trans people. X has got no problems with this, right? They say I hate cis people though. Visibility limited. This post may violate X's rules against hateful conflict. Ah, interesting, interesting, interesting. Oh yeah, here's more. Here's more. So like, if in case you thought this was just like, I don't know, did he misread it? Did he misunderstand it? Does Elon not know what he's saying? This is, you have posted the truth here too, right? Oh my God, you can't see it though. Here, let me make it bigger. Let me make it bigger. We're gonna compete with the leftist mafia. We have to. There it is. They absolutely want your extinction. That is a Robert E. Lee statue. Robert E. Lee, famous traitor to the United States of America, famous, you know, general of the treasonous Confederate States of America, who wanted to preserve what? Slavery, right? Melting down this statue dedicated to a racist piece of shit who caused untold death and suffering in this country. And Elon's response is, they absolutely want your extinction. So this is not a one-off. Okay, does this give a... Okay, so wait, no. They keep on leaving it cut off. I want to see the I'm gonna literally have to go to Musk's okay, wait, no, this one's got it. This one's got it. Here we go. Deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations, coming to the disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country, Israel? Is that like this is the one thing that the extreme right and the extreme, like the extreme right anti-Semites and the extreme right in Israel agree on, is the association, the one-to-one correlation between Israel and the Jewish people. Even though, you know, a lot of the protests against what's happening in Israel right now, JVP, right, these are organizations made up largely of Jewish people who disagree with the ultra right-wing policies of Netanyahu, who disagree oftentimes with the principles of Zionism, you know, who see it for the racist garbage that it is. You want the truth said to your face? There it is. So somebody that's like, hey, can you stop with the, like, you know, Hitler? Can you stop with the Hitler shit? And that's their response. That's their response, is like, well, Jewish people shouldn't be promoting anti-whiteness. And now that you've got, like, this is the weirdest statement to try to make sense of. But there it is. And there's Elon. You have said the actual truth. When somebody tells you who they are, believe them. Believe them, okay? Literally the conspiracy theory espoused by the white supremacist who massacred the Pittsburgh Tree of Life synagogue. Musk approves. I have no further commentary. Look, that person has said, this person has said the actual truth, right? So I'm curious if there's more shoes to drop, because we looked up here. We looked up here and we saw that IBM is pulling their ads off of X, off of Twitter. Is there going to be more of this? iTunes, App Shop, Play Store, what say you? Like, most of the ads, you know, on Twitter, I mean, like, we can scroll down here and see if we can find an ad. It's just ridiculous shit. Like a lot of corporations, a lot of companies, a lot of their former clientele have pulled out already. Oh God, if I look too, if I keep scrolling, I'm gonna find something horrible. But why am I not? For some reason I only see ads on mobile. But yeah, the Nazis were going bananas over this, as Matt Bender, friend of the VOD and former guest on Bird Brains, is saying right here. Right, these are he's making some Nazis very, very happy. Now there was a sequel to this, and I'm seeing if I can find this, because he did eventually post something else under that comment. Yo, these are fucking Nazis on Gab saying we've successfully red-pilled Elon Musk on the JQ, right? They're celebrating. They're celebrating. I know Elon said weird stuff excusing and minimizing slavery. Yeah, there's been a lot of this stuff. I mean, like he's telling you who he is. It's about time that people, believe him when he tells you, right? Elon Musk exists as a byproduct of racism, apartheid, and slavery. It is in his financial best interest to support his ideology. And these are the only people that like him anymore, right? This is how he's going to end his life. As somebody who only has friends among the most racist, parts of society. Like, this is what he's chosen. Elon Musk's grandfather was an open and proud anti-Semite who moved to South Africa because he admired apartheid. Okay, now, I mean, like, generally I'd say, hey, leave somebody's granddad out of it. But if the jackboot fits, you know what I'm saying? And it does with Elon Musk. It very much fits. Son of an emerald baron is okay with slavery. Who knew? Shocked Pikachu. Exactly. Is lurking between here. Yo, you can do, like, LT, I hope you understand, like, right, I do appreciate you looking out for me like that. Like, right, I didn't want to single you out and embarrass you or anything like that. I just, like, I owe it to, to finish the stream. And, as long as there's people here to listen, I'll be here for you. But I appreciate the spirit that was given in. Okay, I know you're just looking out for me, and that's awesome. But yeah, you can do, like, it's. Why don't I raid Matt Bender? Oh, we could do that. We could do that. That sounds like a good idea. Thank you for the idea. Elon Musk is shaped like a deformed. Yeah, I don't even want to get into. The funny thing is that he thinks he can kick Zuck's ass at MMA. That's hilarious. Now, the only thing that he might be able to do, like, I don't know, is he like, maybe he's a lot bigger than like physically bigger, like he's out of Zuck's weight class, like, right? But Zuck doesn't just know striking. Zuck knows jiu-jitsu, right? And generally, so if you don't know, like, MMA, modern mixed martial arts we're talking about here, right? There's two main components to MMA, right? And those are striking, when you're on your feet and you're hitting each other and you're kicking each other and you're kneeing each other, right? That's one. But generally, most matches go to the ground, and a lot of matches finish on the ground, right? And on the ground, you're wrestling, right? You're using jiu-jitsu, you're using, like, you're grappling, right? You're using your grappling skills there, right? And so it's an important aspect of MMA, and it's also a great equalizer. With something like kickboxing, which I do, I wouldn't want to fight against somebody that was, I don't know, 40 pounds heavier than me, right? In general, that person's gonna be able to hit a lot harder than I could, right? So if it's about striking, like, that's a bad matchup. But if it's about grappling, there are probably a lot of people that are, 40 pounds lighter than me that could kick my ass on the ground, because I'm not, I don't have great grappling skills. So it's really funny that, anyway, that's a side tangent there. Wait, what is this? This is Ben Shapiro defending Elon Musk's criticism of the ADL. So that's what he ended in, right? I can't find this, but the sequel to what he said was essentially was trying to play it off like he was talking about the ADL. He's not talking about the Jewish people. He's not saying that the Jewish people are spreading anti-white hate. He's saying he mentions the ADL to try to make it like, oh no, I meant the ADL, of course, right? And it's just so these posts were like hours apart, maybe even a day apart, right? He's full of shit. He's trying to put his mask back on, but we've already seen what's underneath. Yeah, MMA. It's kind of like MMT, but for fighting.
Oh, they just have some legitimate grievances. Some of the same dynamic has been striking Elon Musk over the course of the last 24 hours. So Musk made a rather large Twitter boo-boo last night. Somebody on Twitter posted the following message, quote, Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest bleep now about Western Jewish populations coming to the
No shot. Is Ben Shapiro going to defend this? Ben, I don't know if you know this, all right? But no matter how many times you endorse the face-eating leopard party, at the end of the day, they will still eat your face.
Disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country...
Is he really going to do this? Is he really going to do this? One in chat if you think he's really going to do this.
...don't exactly like them too much.
Oh my
You want
God.
truth said to your face? There it is. So that was the tweet. Musk then tweeted, you have said the actual truth. And this set everything ablaze. So, it is true, obviously, that certain Jewish organizations have bought into and promoted things like diversity, equity, and inclusion, which are gross distortions of the American dream.
So he's trying to get behind this is about the ADL. He's trying to get behind what he knows in his heart is an obvious lie from an anti-Semite. He is calculating on still trying to be one of the good ones, right? That says, well, the Marxist cosmopolitan Jewish people are, right? He's trying to get behind that shit. He's trying to be the fucking pick-me still. He's still trying to do this shit. Damn.
He hates DEI more than I do. There are certain Jewish groups that are liberal in orientation who have supported that sort of stuff. Many of those groups have also pushed for open borders. It is also true that some of those organizations are now realizing post-October 7th.
He's literally defending this fucking anti-Semite being anti-Semitic. What the fuck, Ben?
That actually open immigration for people who hate Jews on an intersectional basis was pretty stupid. The problem with the original tweet is that it labels Jewish communities en masse. So my community, for example.
So he should have just been more specific and said cosmopolitan, neo-Marxist, he should have just gone with the cultural Bolshevism take instead, right? He should have done like the Jordan Peterson thing.
Brady Jewish has always opposed DEI and open borders. In fact, most Orthodox communities do. Presumably then, Musk was reading the term.
That's a lie even about Orthodox communities, right? There's a misperception with a lot of people that Orthodox Jewish communities are, staunchly right-wing, akin to and analogous to evangelical Christians, and that are pro-Zionist, and that's not entirely true. Can you find people like that? Sure. But there are just as many people in Orthodox communities that think that Zionism is actually against their religion because the return to Israel is supposed to be correlated with the Messiah return, not returning. Sorry, I'm putting the Christian framework on that's supposed to just naturally happen. You're not supposed to try to push that forward in the way that right-wing Christian evangelicals are doing. They want Jewish people in Israel to fulfill some prophecy, right? It's like this is a this isn't what he's saying isn't even true about Like he is like I think I don't know if he's Orthodox or conservative, but he's he is a conservative Jewish man, but like there's not like a 1-to-1 correlation between Orthodox Judaism and like political conservatism.
Jewish communities, and instead seeing the letters ADL. And indeed, that's exactly what Musk then clarified. He said, quote, the ADL unjustly attacks the majority of...
Somebody probably told him to say that, right?
...the West, despite the majority of the West supporting the Jewish...
I can't imagine, though, that people have so much sunken cost in supporting this guy that they're willing to try to help him, like, wipe his butt to clean up his fucking mess for him, right? I can't, that's wild.
...people in Israel. This is because they cannot, by their own tenets, criticize the minority groups who are their primary threat. It is not right, and it needs to stop. And then Musk continued, you are right that this does not extend to all Jewish communities. It is not just limited to the ADL. So that's a much more specific point, and it's certainly true. There are a lot of liberal Jewish organizations that supported a lot of the same policies that have now imported a lot of people who really hate Jews and Westerners into the West. And a lot of the very same people who are pushing DEI intersectional politics are now realizing the wages of that. That's true. The original tweet was wildly overbroad. But a huge number of people in the media decided now was the time to link Musk and the alt-right and the so-called Jewish question.
He linked himself. The fucking Nazis said it themselves, right? They said he's now red-pilled on the JQ. Like we just read that Gab. I don't know what do you call a Gab? That Gab. That like a Gab post.
And support the notion that Musk is some sort of crypto Nazi.
I would say that all that's wrong with that statement is that there's not very much crypto about him literally saying the quiet part out loud, right? Once you do that, you're not crypto anymore. He's just a Nazi.
Now, it's not a coincidence, again, that a lot of the people doing just that are happily calling for Israel to cease fire in its war with Hamas. See, very often anti-Semitism becomes a political football. When you can hang the label on Donald Trump or Elon Musk and you're on the left, you do it. However, when you're forced to...
He's hanging that label on himself, right? And the Groypers fucking agreed. The anti-Semites agreed. They said, one of us. They agree with what he's saying. They enjoy what he's saying. They are excited for the fact that he let himself be known as an openly JQing anti-Semite. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Pro-Hamas protesters shouting from the river to the sea, Palestine must be free.
Yeah, but what do you call an individual Gab post? Is that like a Gab or something? Or a Gab...
Suddenly you get a little shy. Thus, the same media, leaping on both Trump and Musk, has been downplaying the open Jew hatred and massive pro-Hamas protests.
The open Jew hatred of saying something like free Palestine. Oh my God, Ben. Oh my God. Oh my God. If you're not in favor of literal, like, ethnic cleansing in Gaza, then I guess you're just an anti-Semite.
Around the globe, instead propagating lies.
And also, it's so bizarre to conflate. Did you see what the part of that tweet that I couldn't explain, that I was having trouble putting into words, is the fact that they're conflating like Palestinians who have either lived in what is now like Israel proper and were displaced and dispossessed and are living in Gaza now for that reason. Or people who lived there originally. You're conflating those people with what, like immigrants in the United States? That just doesn't make sense. Unless your common denominator is just straight up racism. Unless your common denominator is I hate non-white, is that their common denominator is that they hate non-white people, right? There's no way to like...
about Israel's supposed human rights
Make it make sense, Ben. Make it make sense.
Violations. Instead, they're focusing in on their political enemies like Trump and Musk and deeming them the acolytes of Hitler. Meanwhile, the actual Hitler acolytes who are out there waving Mein Kampf, they're like, those people, I mean, they are oppressed and brown. It might have more bite to hit Trump and Musk for supposed anti-Semitism if these people actually spent some actual time talking about the people who actually like Hitler on planet Earth, who are right now holding some 200...
Like the latest... Like who the people like who's he talking about? Like right now, he brought up Mein Kampf, right? One of the more recent things that's happened is that the IDF seems to have found copies of Mein Kampf in what, like, you know, places where children, like they're what's happening now looks a lot like, you know, cops planting evidence, right? In terms of trying to associate, and this is a classic Holocaust revisionist like tactic, right? The Netanyahu's guilty of this too, right? Blaming Palestinians, which he literally does, for Hitler's desire to exterminate Jewish people, right? That's literally something that Benjamin Netanyahu has put forward. The guy is literally a Holocaust revisionist, right? And you know, that attempt to, like, you know, place the, you know, Hitler's book at the scene of human rights violations by the IDF in order to, you know, post hoc justify. God damn, this pisses me off.
They're focusing in on their political enemies like Trump and Musk and deeming them the acolytes of Hitler. Meanwhile, the actual Hitler acolytes who are out there waving Mein Kampf, they're like, those people, I mean, they are oppressed and brown. It might have more bite.
Look, there are, there are some people, like I said, there for the right wing, for the far right now, there is a choice right now. It's a button meme, right? It's on one button is like, you know, one button is be anti-Semitic, and the other button is endorse, you know, ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, right? And a lot of them are really like they're beside themselves. They can't decide you know, which one do they want. And then some of them have chosen one button, and some of them have chosen the other button.
To hit Trump and Musk for supposed anti-Semitism, if these people actually spent some actual time talking about the people who actually like Hitler on planet Earth, who are right now holding some 240 Jews and others hostage in Gaza and killed 1,200 people and have subjected the Gaza Strip to complete hellish tyranny for the last 20 years. But a lot of these same people are totally silent. In 1 second, we'll talk about their silence, because their silence is absolutely definite.
He is, I don't think I've seen like mental gymnastics like that in a really long time. Well, there we go. That ties it into Ben Shapiro. Ties it right into Ben Shapiro. Chat, I wish I could say that I got something like less I wish I could say that I had something like less less frustrating for you to finish up the stream with. Let's check in really quick with Brianna Woo. So I teased this earlier, right? What in the world is Brianna Woo talking about? I will not be accepting further moral criticism from people who have no issue with yikes, and not in an abstract sense, literally their partners, yikes. Yikes? What is Brianna Woo talking about? Pedo-jacketing trans people, right? So when we look into this, President Sunday posts, in a strategic masterstroke, Brianna Woo coalition builds by implicating the members of her coalition as defenders of yikes. Literally all of them, from Destiny to Vosh to Keffels. What's he talking about? What's this about, right? This might, like, to people that aren't on Twitter enough, right? They're to people who aren't on Twitter more than enough. This might be a little bit confusing. This is Old Man Laundra, right? Somebody that made a criticism a long time ago of Vosh. And, you know, like, right, there's plenty to criticize Vosh for, including his takes on child, you know, exploitation materials. So, or sorry, not so much that, but including his takes, you know, the worst take I think he had was like saying that that you've got to admit that there could be positive outcomes for relationships between minors and adults, right? That you know, that's worthy of criticism. But this is Old Man Landra. This is a Destiny fan and a clout chaser from way, 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 way back, who a long time ago accused Vosh of being into lolicon. For what reason? Because his avatar is from FLCL. Now, if you don't know FLCL, it is a coming of age anime, like about, you know, characters that are coming of age, right? It is not lolicon or anything of the like, right? So if your criticism of Vosh is that he uses an image from FLCL, then you just struck out. There's plenty to criticize Vosh on, specifically on this issue. Vosh has had bad takes on this, but Old Man Landra is here talking to Demon Mama about the fact that Vosh has an FLCL, like, you know, the TV guy is a character from FLCL. And like trying to use that as like, okay, so yeah, therefore Vosh is endorsing lolicon. You're wrong, okay? So Demon Mama's involved in this. Old Man Landra is trying to jump back on this and reignite the controversy that really never was, because this guy got laughed off the stage for making that claim against Vosh, right? And if anything, it's stuff like this that makes people look less into Vosh's bad takes that he legitimately has had by accusing him of just like, you know, something that's not even a real thing. Makes a lot more sense now why a certain group of people went privately and publicly nuclear on me when I expressed a genuine, no, because you gave them someone to dunk on, Old Man Landra. I expressed genuine disgust and disappointment at Vosh's questionable anime consumption. That same group is at the heart of this expose. So yeah, Demon Mama is at the heart of this expose. What are people talking about, right? What was I talking about at the beginning of this? You know, like what in the world is this doing on my screen, right? Why is who is this Rantsona drawn in a whiteboard? Yeah, it looks like whiteboard. And what can we learn from this? Like, right? What's even going on here? Well, so now you remember the last time we talked about Brianna Woo, it was about a certain like transmedicalist group chat that she had. And, you know, who's in that transmed group chat but a bunch of other transmeds. You know, making fun of and, you know, saying iffy things about Demon Mama's partner. You know, talking shit about non-binary people, etc., etc. It turns out that the people that got called out by President Sunday, who, you know, like, right, you know, he's another broken clock that's right every once in a while. And yeah, the call out against Brianna Woo was a good call out, right? This Brianna Woo, somebody that kind of like through her political action committee, through Progressive Voice, was able to insert herself equal ways between Vosh and Destiny, and to get the support of both of these creators, to get the support of Kaffels and more people like that, and then, you know, got outed for, you know, having some really toxic, you know, transphobia, transphobic beliefs, right? Now, everybody's been alluding to an expose, and we're not going to watch that, okay? We're not going to watch the actual expose, but that's where that avatar comes from. One of the transmeds in the transmed group chat made a YouTube channel, created an expose basically attacking Demon Mama for something having to do with 8-year-old tweets from Demon Mama's partner. So in other words, this isn't even about Demon Mama. Now, I'm not afraid to criticize Demon Mama when she's wrong about stuff. I think she's had some sus takes before, and I've criticized those. You know, I think she's made some bad calls in terms of who she's trusted. The leopard eating, you know, the face eating leopard party, people like Dylan Burns, who she's, you know, defended. You know, when I had a problem with his with his platforming of transphobes, right? She's made some bad decisions, right? But you know, this was an attempt to pedo jacket Demon Mama based on like an 8-year-old tweet from like one of her partners, right? It's got nothing to do with her, and it's got really nothing to do with us. So that's what's going on. That's where we got this awesome Jenny Matrix. I don't know. I feel like the avatar is like the best thing to come out of this whole shit. And like I said, this thing is gross. You know, the accusations are gross. The attack on somebody over, you know, like look, attack a streamer if you want to, but maybe leave their partners out of it. I don't know what like anybody's part, like that's the one thing that really pissed me off, chat, was when, you know, like the trolls that harassed me. I mean, like that was, you know, that wasn't went right? But when they went after like, you know, my partner at the time, that was what really pissed me off. Like we gotta have some kind of standards here, and I feel like the, you know, criticism of a content creator needs to stop with that content creator. I don't even know what this is. I think that's unrelated. Yeah, Brianna Woo making common cause with a Gamergater here, right? Brianna Woo was a victim of Gamergate originally. So yeah, like look, I'm not saying this to like, you know, I'm not trying to kiss Demon Mama's ass here. I just don't think that this attack has any basis. And I think that these people are sinking lower and sinking lower. And look, it's bad enough that somebody in your transmed group made an attack video, you know, pedo jacketing Demon Mama Brianna. But the fact that you jumped on board on that and said, I will not accept any criticism from anybody who's, you know, like that. I mean, you saw those tweets. I can't even read those tweets, right? I can't even read like what Brianna wrote in those tweets. Oh my God. I don't even want to look at this anymore. Okay, so there it is. Jenny Matrix's Demon Mama video. Haven't watched it. I think maybe somebody links it here. So there's more people calling on Keffels. Keffels did say something about an ultimatum about Brianna Woo, and wondering if this meets the requirements. What Keffels said was something like, I don't like the transmed shit that Brianna Woo said. You know, and this was after defending Brianna for a really long time. And Keffels basically said, I'll cut her off if she does anything else like this, right? But yeah, this is pedojacking Demon Mama and her partners, and over something like FLCL, right? You could not ask for a more disingenuous attack. And like a textbook, you know, transphobic attack at that. So anyway, let's take Jenny Matrix off here. I don't want to see this anymore. Yeah, the thing in question is FLCL, a coming of age anime, right? That's what they're talking about. That's the So yeah, I mean, like, look, I hope that this will serve as a reason for Vosh and for Keffels and for anybody who has not distanced themselves from Brianna Woo's toxic transphobic bullshit to do so, right? Now is the time. You can't keep defending this stuff. Like, she's not uplifting our community, she's attacking our community. Do you know what serious professionals do online? Hint, nothing that Brianna Woo does. Yeah, again, President Sunday's like right about this, and you know, you hate to give him credit because you know he's kind of a shit sometimes, but he did bring forward what she was saying in her group chat. And anyway, with that grossness behind us, let's, oh my god, let's see the last thing we gotta cover today is an argument that Hasan got into.
On that note, here is the Willie.
So does anybody know? Does everybody know who is Brianna Woo? Brianna Woo is a victim of Gamergate, I guess, back in the day. A games designer who kind of inserted herself into the into the debate community, into the the Vosh and the Destiny community. People didn't have a problem with that because you know she has a political action committee. She's run for Congress, right? She was trying to kind of pull Destiny and that whole thing in Washington that Vosh and Destiny did, right, where they went to the White House and they Destiny and Vosh like got together with Keffels. You know, if you've seen that picture of Keffels, Destiny, and Vosh, like that was all the work of Brianna Woo, right? And she's kind of, you know, playing both sides in this with the understanding that she's going to bring both sides together to canvass for Joe Biden, right? Was kind of the idea. And it turns out that she's, you know, just a complete dumpster fire. Who is Hasan? Good question. Good question. But yeah, I'm not going to show you the Jenny Matrix video because it's just too foul. You can check it out on your own time if you want, but be warned, be warned. I was grossed out by it.
Willie Mac Show. What's up, Willie?
Wait, was that the one with Emma Vigland?
Willie Mac Show.
Hey, what's up, Hasan?
Not much.
Okay, so does anybody know this Willie Mac Show person? This is a YouTuber who, like, look, let me give you the good and bad of it, okay? Willie Mac has done videos exposing Andrew Tate and his manipulation of women, his use of the boyfriend method, the fact that the charges against him in that actually do hold up, actually do have some substance to them. And because Willie Mac is kind of a kind of in the adjacent to the commentary community, maybe was even able to convince some Tate fans to get off the Tate train, right? So you know, I'm presenting him to you as he is. He you know, he's a mixed bag, but yeah, he is part of that commentary community, and that community generally hates Hasan, and he's done a few attack videos on Hasan. Here, let me show you this again. Hasan is unironically stupid and should quit politics 1 year ago. This is the debate right there. Hasan's horrible response and his radicalized audience. So talking about, I think, the Ethan Klein conversation there. Looks like XQC is the worm XQC is backing up Willie Mack. 1 year ago, Hasan is unironically evil, 100% proof, right? And look, in the context of Hasan, what Hasan is doing right now, like this attack on him, I mean, you're kind of attacking one of the few voices for a ceasefire in Gaza. That's what this amounts to. Now, the question I have, though, is, like, does he want to talk about the issues behind what he's criticizing Hasan for, or does he just want to criticize Hasan? Well, I guess we'll find out.
On that note, here is the Willie Mack Show. What's up, Willie Mack Show?
Oh my God, chat has no idea what the commentary community is. Chat, you're awesome. You're awesome. That's good. That's really good. I wish I didn't know about the commentary community too, right? So we're talking about, like, you know, Turkey Tom, Sensitive Society. It's basically, I don't know. One way to look at it is that a lot of these people were in Gamergate back in the day. These were like Gamergaters. Some of them, you know, aren't as outspokenly right anymore, but they do tend to target, like, you know, they do tend to target women. They do tend to target trans people. Yeah, it's just like I don't know. They're the people that always, if you see like Christian, like a million Christian videos from people, right? That's who that is. That's the commentary community, right? It's you know, kind of tangential to some of the hate sites like Kiwi Farms, and that's who they are. Like I said, Willie Mack is not one of the worst that there is, and Willie Mack has done some good work in terms of exposing Andrew Tate, but it just seems to me, and you know, tell me if you think I'm right about this, it just seems to me that he's like a drama channel looking to stir the shit. Like, I don't really see any real, like, principle behind what he's doing here. So some chatters are familiar with this. He doesn't care. He's just drama farming. Like the guy that got mad at Mr. Beast because, yeah, like Sunny. Well, okay, I don't know. I don't want to. I feel like the commentary community doesn't like Sunny V2 either. I mean, I guess that channel's kind of similar to what they do.
Hey, what's up, Hasan?
Not much. So I
like Shoe on Head or Chris Reagan, kind of. Oh my God. Yeah, Cheeto. Okay. I'll just throw out some names and see if people are familiar with these content creators, right? Turkey Tom, Tom Dark. Does anybody know who we're talking about there? That's, you know, probably one of the bigger people in the commentary community on YouTube, right? So you got Turkey Tom, you got Cheeto, the guy that talked to Demon Mama. Kind of got his ass kicked. The Minecraft, I think the video is called like Demon Mama Debates Minecraft Kid. Yeah, Turkey Tom, he sucks. You know, honestly, he's not even one of the more toxic ones anymore. Like there's a lot worse. Sensitive Society. Anybody know Sensitive Society? Like these are the, you know, the people that like went off on Nick Green recently. I don't watch him though. I don't know about these other people. Yeah, I mean, like generally, I wouldn't expect to have a large overlap with these content creators. And I'm not saying that there can't be good commentary creators, right? Like, because commentary is just commentary, right? If I was doing commentary videos instead of streaming, right? If I was just releasing, like, you know, videos about what I cover instead of streaming about them, I would be considered commentary, right? But I wouldn't get along with that community very well. Like, I wouldn't find a lot of, you know, agreement with those people, and I'd probably be targeted by them because, you know, being, you know, for a woman for one thing, right? That's not a, remember we watched that video by a Cheeto about it was just like attacking a queer Kiwi. It's like those kind of channels.
am not very familiar with what you do, but I believe you've done a couple videos about how dog shit I am, I think, right? You want to turn on your camera, by the way?
I mean, I'm recording. I don't think I can at the same time.
And look, like the reason that I kind of hold Turkey Tom as being a little bit less toxic is because it feels like Turkey Tom is trying to mainstream now. Like maybe he came from like Leafy. Leafy is like the primary, you know, like OG example. Like Leafy kind of created the commentary community. So that maybe that gives you, everybody knows Leafy is here, right? The channel, it would always be commentary over some gameplay of CS:GO or something like that. That's the kind of video that Leafy does. And, you know, at first it was just like interesting things on the internet, but then it became more and more of just like attacking and bullying. And then that's the, you know, cardinal sin. That's like the original sin of the commentary community is bullying, right? It became, you know, like finding, you know, weird people on the internet to talk about. And then it just became like, okay, who can bully these people worst, right? Who can do the, yeah, that's what we're talking about. I'm sorry, chat. I feel like I'm speedrunning this stuff because, like, I know being a woman online around the Gamergate area was traumatizing. That's why I wanna think better about Brianna Woo, given that she was like a victim. She was a target of Gamergate. But oh my God, if anything, she's like taken tactics that were used against her and is, you know, mobilizing those against Demon Mama now, right? And I hate to have to defend Demon Mama, but more than that, I hate to see a trans person get pedo jacketed, and that's exactly what was going on. So, like, without showing you the horrible video that Jenny Matrix made, I just wanted to cover that just in case you run into any of those accusations, right? There's a lot that you can criticize Demon Mama for, right? You know, she's part of the Vosh network. She has similar takes to all those people, and I have criticized her, and I will continue to criticize her, you know, when she has bad takes. But this is not it. This is not it. You know, calling her like a.
Okay. All right. Well, that's unfortunate, but all right. So
did you watch the videos?
No, of course not. I have a policy of not really watching videos such as that one specifically because it will frustrate me, and then I will have.
Okay, so what we got here is Willie Mac show coming on to Hasan to debate, and this is after. Let me show you their interaction on Twitter. Why is this so hard to find? Did I like maybe put these in bookmarks? Oh my God, I'm just gonna have to hope that they show this on I'm just gonna have to show I'm gonna have to hope that they show this in the video, right? But yeah, there was like a interaction on Twitter, and they decided to debate, and you can see that Willie Mac is expecting that Hasan watched the hit piece on him. That's what he wants to talk about. That's what he wants to debate about.
You want to debate about a video you didn't even watch?
Why? Yeah, of course. You made the video.
Felix looks like he's watching his friend start a fight in the corner store. Yeah, this is kind of a shame. You know, Felix. This is Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House. You know, I've got some mixed feelings on Chapo Trap House, as many of you may as well. But you know, Felix is kind of he's like the comedian of the group. He's a pretty funny guy, and Hasan is friends with him. And you know, like the segment, I think he spent 4 hours here. The sad thing here is that one of these hours, like a whole hour of Felix being on Hasan, is taken up by this interaction. And look, okay, given the people that are attacking Hasan right now and why they're attacking Hasan, given that Hasan has become, you know, kind of one of the strongest voices for a ceasefire, for understanding, you know, what's going on in Israel, Palestine, and stuff. I kind of don't want to criticize him, but I will make one little criticism. Okay, Hasan, you gotta stop feeding these clout goblins. You are so good at this, right? Destiny, Vosh, all these people constantly chirping at you, constantly vying for your attention, constantly making videos about you, watching every misstep, and trying to get a drop of clout. Hasan, you've been pretty good at denying these people that clout. But, what we got, like Dylan Burns, Loner Box, and now this shithead. And you are feeding them. You are building their channels here. I don't know what you think you're doing. I don't know how this happened. Like, I sympathize. You know, I've gotten mad at people mischaracterizing me. I've probably given, you know, bad people, you know, more attention that they deserve. But like, this is not good. This is not good. This is, like, you know, distracting from what you're about right now, which I think is really important, and lending attention to jokers like Dylan Burns and Willie Mack. I don't know what's going on. Like, you know, there's probably, you know, I'm sure you got your reasons, but
video. I'm not like debating a random person about a video I didn't watch. You made the fucking video, so let's hear.
I know, but that kind of like that kind of
are.
links up to like my big criticism with you, is that you don't actually put in the bare minimum effort to research anything before you jump to conclusions. That's why your tweet when you're like, "Hey, I want to debate Willie."
Do you really consider me watching a fucking dumbass YouTube video from a drama farming channel to be doing research? I don't need to do research
this is what you're
on a video.
About. You're going into a topic you don't know anything about.
Brother, just give me what you want to say. Give me what you want to say.
I mean, yeah, he is going into a topic he doesn't know anything about because he's not a drama streamer. He's not a commentary streamer. He's not in this for cheap clicks, right? He's you know, trying to talk about, you know, important matters right now, and instead we get a conversation about breaking news. And in general, look, I've made predictions, right? So we're gonna get into Hasan's predictions, right? When he said I don't think that Russia's gonna invade, and he was wrong, right? I've done stuff like that. I made the prediction that I think that it is not going to be Biden versus Trump. Now I could very well be wrong, and it's every day that goes forward, right, with Trump in, you know, the position that he's in, and Biden showing no signs of dropping out himself. It's looking more and more like I might be wrong. There's generally very little to be gained by making predictions, right? So if that was the criticism of Hasan, fine, but it's not like a moral, you know, criticism of Hasan. It's not like what Willie Mack is trying to do with this is, first of all, say that Hasan is an irresponsible actor, that he's, you know, making misleading people, making pronouncements before all the reporting's in, and that he's radicalizing his community, right? That's going to be the two takeaways. That's what Willie Mack ends up making his video about after this, right? And I don't really see, like, I see, like, maybe, you know, there's a argument to be had about breaking news, but this isn't what Willie Mack's delivering. Like, he's delivering a moral condemnation of Hasan, which in this atmosphere sounds like, you know, he's just backing the, you know, the official, like the Biden / U.S. perspective on Israel. In fact, but what's weird about that is, like, and you'll see what happens when they try to get into that debate, right? Willie Mack doesn't know about that. Willie Mack is not, you know, somebody who's seems to have been following this very closely. He's not particularly interested in talking to Hasan about the actual issues of substance. He's just talking about, you know, the whole breaking news thing.
The video is about me, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
sure,
fucking talk to me about what the fucking points of the video are, and let's discuss it. The fuck
isn't Biden polling at 17%? Oh my god! What do you mean? Like, so Okay, so I've seen several polls. The poll that matches up RFK with Trump and Biden shows, I think, Biden as low as 30%, Biden between like 30 and 33%, Trump as high as 35%, and RFK, strangely enough, as high as 25%. Now, like I told you before, those aren't real polls, right? Because most of the states are not going to have RFK on the ballot. In between now and the election, to the extent that RFK still is a player in the election, there's going to be a lot more talk about his weird anti-Semitic, anti-vax theories, and a lot of those votes are going to drop off. A lot of those votes might be just people that are like, hey, I don't want Trump to win, but I wish we had somebody to vote for besides Biden. And so they're seeing a familiar name, that being Kennedy, on the ballot, and they're like, yeah, I guess I'll go with him. Like, what, how bad could a Kennedy be? And it's like, oh, you have no idea. You have no idea how bad a Kennedy could be. But yeah, I haven't seen a 17% favorable. That's wild. Yeah, he did have a high favorability at the beginning of his term. A lot of Democrats would like him to drop out. There's not a lot of coalescence, though, behind a candidate to replace him. Kamala has worse numbers than Biden. There's a billionaire. I'm trying to remember, what's the billionaire's guy's name? Yeah, 39%. So not good, not good. Those are not good favorability or approval ratings at all for Biden, right? But it's not quite 17%. Hasan is very much an influencer, and he's admitted as much, but he's trying to use his enormous platform to help educate and build a coalition because he knows our only power is in our numbers. That was when he cut us checks. Yeah, there was like one. Yeah. Like, look, a lot of the damage to Biden has been done by Joe Biden. When you promise, when you promise graduates of historically Black colleges and universities student loan forgiveness, and you don't apparently even try to make good on that promise, don't be surprised if there's not, if you lose support with Black voters. Don't be surprised, right? There's so many things that there's been so much of a rush to get back to normal, despite the fact that we're not back to normal. The pandemic is still out there, and it's still affecting people. And the financial fallout of all that is still affecting people. Some of those programs to help people, financially should have probably stayed in place longer. There's a lot of mistakes that Biden's made.
What do you mean?
My main criticism.
Thank you. Yeah. Or else ellipsis says it's JB Pritzker. This is I think it's a billionaire that maybe wants to get in the election. Maybe wants to, if Biden were to get out, would probably, jump in the election and, could pretty much fund their own campaign, could pretty much put themselves on every single ballot that they need to be on. Now, the question is, do you want to vote for a billionaire? Because that is one argument against Trump, is that, he's, the funny thing is he actually, like, if you do the numbers on Trump, he probably isn't a billionaire, but he's definitely, his policies are in favor of the ultra rich, and his mindset is that of the ultra rich. So that's one of the issues that you have against Trump. And yeah, Pritzker would absolutely give that up and kind of play into the Republicans' attempt to characterize the Democrats as a corporate party. Until now, probably due to Bernie, Biden has been the most progressive president of our lifetime, but people are crazy if they think no, Trump is definitely not a better, choice. Like, Trump is not going to make you better off economically than Biden. But yeah, Biden definitely, hasn't helped himself. There are some, so the National Labor Relations Board, there have been some surprisingly good stuff under Biden, but there have been some easy wins that he just didn't take. And,
I have to research a video about
honestly, to win this election, I think that all Biden has to do is show that he cares about working people. Like, and I don't mean just show that he cares. It's more than that. You know, enact policy that materially benefits working people, right? That or attempt to enact policy that then the Republicans will block. But he hasn't done that. He hasn't done that. He wasn't aggressive enough on student loans. There's so many things that he could have done. And yeah, you know, like whoever said it, that, you know, he's the most progressive candidate in our or progressive like Democrat in our lifetime. You're probably right about that. But in this situation, when people are seeing, you know, their lives go south, right? Like, look at the inflation issue. Biden stopped inflation. Like, over the last month, prices did not go up, but prices also didn't go down. And he's not making a strong enough case that the brunt of the increase in prices was not due to an increase of inflation, but rather due to something we call greedflation, which is, you know, companies that sell things seeing that there is some inflation going on and calculating that they can raise prices by a little extra. And their profits have gone up, what is it, like 7-fold during the ceasefire. That's a huge one. Sisyphean task. Yes, thank you for bringing me back to that. Thank you for bringing me back to that. Right? You know, like Biden's policies on Israel-Palestine have been horrible as well.
Like, oh man, I can't believe I have to watch. I have
no doubt you didn't.
I have to watch a fucking dumbass.
He made less people eligible for student loan relief for no reason. Yeah, there's no reason to means test it, right? If somebody owes loans, it's because they didn't have the money, you know, to pay for college. Because you'd be, you know, if you have the money to be able to fund your education without, you know, any loans, you'd be a fool to not do so. You're obviously going to end up paying, like, you know, drastically more back than you're borrowing, right? It doesn't make sense. But because the Republicans attack him on this idea of like, oh, college students, so you mean like rich people, you mean like, you know, right?
Talk shit for 25 minutes and jerk off like,
no, the rich people did not take loans because the rich people didn't need to take loans. The rich people had people in their family that said, don't take those loans. I will pay for this for you, right? You know, if people can get through college without loans, they do. Like Biden's housing and urban development too. They've been granting a lot of money to states for homeless people, veterans, and almost homeless people. Yeah, and I mean, like, there's you know, there's the places where Biden's fallen down on policy, and then there's the places where Biden has failed to, you know, highlight the good policy choices, the things that are, yeah, rich people got PPP loans for free. Yeah, they got forgiven those. Why can't college students be forgiven those? This is, you know,
all the fucking talking points that I've heard about myself over and over again. Mm-hmm. Incredibly stupid. Give me the fucking takes and we'll talk about it. Okay, go on.
Yeah. My take is that you have a pattern of behavior where breaking news happens. You jump to wild conclusions, talking way too confidently.
Okay, give me an example.
Who disagrees with
example.
You.
Give me an example.
All right,
are you going to talk about?
Okay. There was reports that Ukraine was going to be invaded by Russia. You confidently said no, it wasn't, despite all the reports. Then Russia invades. And then instead of apologizing and correcting the story, you then
I didn't apologize and correct the story?
You justify the invasion.
Wait,
right?
I didn't apologize and correct the story?
You justified the invasion. Now, look, I don't know what Felix's hat is there. That's a very unfortunate hat for Felix. Do you see Felix's hat? It's got a Z on it. I'm gonna guess it's not like a. I'm gonna guess it's not like a Russian Putin Z hat. But
let me finish my.
Wait, hold on.
No,
this is important.
This is the pattern of behavior.
Because you said you. Wait. Hold on. You're the one who doesn't do his research because I did apologize and I did correct the record. You just didn't fucking see it.
You kind of walked it back too.
Wait, no. I very clearly apologized for it. You didn't see that because all you do is look at fucking clip chips.
It's in the video. It's in one of my videos.
So why did you just now bring it up as though I've never apologized?
Oh, this is so like Hasan. And then the worst part is
wait, this is so apologize. He did apologize. There's a video of him apologize. What are you saying? Chat, my computer is frozen. What's going on? Okay, it unfroze. It kind of unfroze. Are we good? Are we okay? I don't know what just happened. Nope, it's freezing again. What the hell? What the actual hell? I think maybe my antivirus is like... Oh my god. Am I freezing up, chat? Am I freezing? The Z hat. Oh, Z hat sounds like Z hat. No, actually, you know, in German, Z is like a pronoun. So it's like a pronoun of deference. Like if you're talking to an older person, you might call them Z. If you're talking to more than one person, like Z-zend. Like, you know, it's like a plural like they pronoun, and it also like a first person feminine pronoun. but I know what you're talking about. Like the classical like portrayal of German accent is like, we must deliver the letter or whatever. Yeah.
People call you out.
Why did you just bring that up? As I never apologized.
It's all out of context.
Why did you just say I never apologized for it when I did?
Right? You claim that's all out of context.
Why did you say I never apologized? Why did you just say I never apologized?
Justify more. You then make more outrageous claims.
I'm sorry. Why did you say I never apologized if I did, and you just repeated after I said no, I did apologize. You moved the goalpost. You moved the goalpost, and you tried to fucking act like I was just backtracking.
I didn't move the goalpost, dude. This is exactly my criticism.
You did. Stop saying this is exactly my criticism. Okay, but if your criticism is
video,
fucking stupid.
Your apology is in there.
Okay,
you just didn't watch it, so you're just making shit up right now. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm going off of what you're saying.
Because you didn't watch the video, because you don't research anything, which is the whole criticism.
Why would I watch a fucking stupid video that you made when I'm talking to you? Because the video is about me. You said with your words that I didn't actually apologize.
You're saying you said with your words that I did. Is this what you're going to do? You're going to talk over me when I'm giving you the answer?
No.
I'm giving you a very straightforward answer. I did do that.
Okay.
I did cover your apology.
So you said I did apologize, but it wasn't good enough for you. Is that what you're saying?
And I showed you apologizing for making your completely, like, fairly baseless claims, jumping to conclusions, and then you followed that up by making more baseless claims, jumping to conclusions.
Okay, go on. What are the baseless claims that I made that I jumped to conclusions on, even though you originally said I said that Russia would never invade Ukraine, which is true. I did say that because I did think that it would be an unimaginably stupid decision for Russia, okay, which I claimed would be impossible.
Who is sitting next to Hasan? This is a Chapo Trap House member, member of a popular leftist podcast called Chapo Trap House. Felix Biederman, kind of a comedian, a pretty funny guy, a friend of Hasan's, and it is sad indeed that, you know, he's just sitting here kind of like left out of the discussion. I think he mentioned that he wanted to like moderate or something, but he's not really moderating, he's just vaping.
Possible to occupy Ukraine, a country with 44 million people whose entire national independence movement has revolved around literally trying to escape from Russia for the most part, regardless of the Russian-speaking population in the Eastern Front. Okay. Having said that,
I mean,
however,
this has nothing to do with what I said, though. This is all just...
Yeah, this is one of the things that Hasan always gets dinged for. Like, right, I'm sure there's some people that watch that and they're like, oh, Russian speakers in the Eastern Front. No, like, I mean, there literally are, like, more Russian, you know, speakers. And at the outset of this this conflict, maybe even people that had more, you know, sympathy or desire to go, you know, with Russia, like on the, you know, eastern side of Ukraine. Now, like, right, that before that gets taken as like, you know, Russia has the right to, you know, invade and, you know, because of the Russians on the right. If you understand, like, that has changed because of the brutality of the Russian invasion. A lot of those people who might have been more amenable to Russia, who might have felt like a cultural connection there to Russia, no longer support you know, Vladimir Putin after being at the after being like, under invasion and after having suffered so much during this conflict, right? But Hasan's gotta be nuanced. He's gotta say all the things, and because of that, people are, oh, they see he's both siding the issue. No, he's just analyzing the issue, right?
Random nonsense.
Yeah, because you're a fucking scumlord drama farmer. Of course it doesn't have anything to do with anything. Because the specifics don't matter to you.
The specifics do matter.
Well, if they do, then when I describe...
All right, here, I got another one. Let's do this one, too.
There's an entire YouTube video called I Was Wrong.
He's funny, and he's maybe a good guest to have along when you're reacting to content. That's what frustrates me about this, right? I don't think that Hasan needed to give Willie Mack one drop of clout, and yet he just poured out, shots of clout, just like he's like the clout bartender here. He's like, here you go. Let me pour you some shots of clout, right? I don't know. I feel like it's a waste of Felix's talent. And look, like, before somebody asks, right? I do not support. There's some times I've disagreed with Chapo Trap House. I haven't really kept up with what they're doing. Obviously Virgil Texas no longer works there. Is no longer part of the show. And then the other, person that's kind of connects them to some of the weird, the weird reactionary podcasters, I guess, is like Amber Frost, right? Who's not even there that often anymore. But yeah, they were a really big podcast, that got famous in 2016 for, basically coming into conflict with the Hillary Clinton supporters. They famously said, like, when it looked like Bernie, had the advantage, when it looked like Bernie might win, they said something like, look, we have every intention on working with the Hillary Clinton supporters in the Democratic Party, but what we need from them is for them to bend the knee. And then that was taken as like, oh, so you think that women need to bend the knee? Hillary Clinton is not the avatar for women. Hillary Clinton is not the girl boss, like, goddess, like, right? I don't know. I feel like I've talked enough about 2016 and all the fallout from that. And some of the obsession with ID poll bad does indeed come from Chapo circa 2016. That's probably my biggest criticism of them. But again, it's a bunch of people, so it's kind of hard to criticize, a group of people for what individuals within that group said.
Wrong about Ukraine. Like, there's literally...
in that same video, you make more claims about...
Like what?
If I remember, this is a year ago. I made
go
this
ahead.
video.
Go ahead.
I'm guessing
Like what?
You didn't watch that either.
Like what? Of course I didn't watch it.
So
why would I watch a fucking
on stream?
drama
'Cause I
farmer who
gotta
has
go
no
find it
understanding
now.
of geopolitical conflict?
You're the one who asked for this debate, and now you're all confused and butthurt that you're getting fucked up in it. Like, I don't know what to do.
I'm sorry. You fucking brainlet. Give me what the fucking inconsistency was. You made the video. You made the video. Give me the inconsistency or...
And, I wish I could say that, he's wrong about, like, he's getting fucked up. Look, he's not getting fucked up in the debate. However, the fact that you've even platformed this person, it's going to be a loss. Like, there's no winning, right? You don't need to talk to this person. You don't need to platform this person. And yet here he is, right? So, in some ways, as much as I want to say otherwise, Willie Mack is right in that Hasan is really just kind of spending his clout unwisely by pouring it out for Willie Mack here.
What you consider to be false information. Are you having a hard time without a script or without people fucking feeding you clips that you can post?
Pretty good, bro. Nobody's fed me anything.
Dude, you're killing it. You're killing it, dog. Come on, go ahead. What's the second point? What is the lie that I told about Ukraine?
It's not a lie. It's just you made more claims. You made more basic.
Like what?
Claims.
What is the claim?
I gotta go pull it up in the video because you didn't.
You didn't prepare for your own
anything.
fucking. You didn't prepare where you were literally coming on here to talk about not Israel Palestine, mind you, but about Ukraine, and you didn't even fucking prepare with talking points.
I'll talk
really?
to you about Israel Palestine. That'll be the next point. It's you doing the same thing again. Well, dude, how do you impromptu ask me to a debate Felix. This minute? If I had a day to prepare, I would have everything, but you didn't. You just completely you blew this whole
video. It's your video about me. These should be so simple for you to be like, this is where you lied. Just say it. We already established that the first thing you did was wrong.
All right, you got to give me a minute.
Okay. Are you trying to link me your video? I'm not going to watch your video. Just say it with your mouth, with your words. Go ahead.
I have to watch my video to see what my receipt is because this is a year old. Right? I didn't know where this
You don't even know your own video? You don't know the contents of your own fucking video?
I made it a year ago, bro.
What even is this debate?
Think you think
is he literally gonna watch his old video to he needs to watch his own video?
I like how
doing a good job right now.
Do
you think you're doing a good job right now, defending your position? Like it's such a
like. Did you really want Hasan to like study your videos and like you just react to like what he? Is that what he expected? He expected Hasan to be like, okay, so in this first video that you made about me a year ago, like right. You claimed that I did da 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 when in actuality I did da da. Like, really, you expect Hasan to feed you?
Profound position. It's such a profound position that you don't even fucking remember your own talking points. Oh my lord!
Dude. I'm trying to find your talking point.
I'm
trying to find your talking point.
I know my talking points that you claim are wrong should be, in the chamber.
Yeah, they're called mags, not clips.
Chamber for you to fire off. You came on here because you thought, let's have a conversation about these fucking videos that I've made.
Do instantly right now, right when I was out.
Stop complaining. Give me the talking points. Come on.
Look
Stop.
You shift the goalpost around.
Stop complaining. Tell me what it was. Stop bitching. Tell me what it fucking was. You started the conversation by talking about Ukraine. Why did you bring up Ukraine if you weren't fucking ready to talk about it? Your first point that you brought up was that I never apologized for it. I debunked it within fucking seconds.
Listed out and all the receipts right here, but you said get on now, Willie No Show.
Okay, go ahead. Come on, Willie No Show. Come on. What's the second talking point?
Yelling in my ear while I'm pulling up the receipt.
Willie No Show. Give me the second talking point. If you're not this fucking passionate about the subject, then you're basically admitting that you're a fucking bottom-feeding drama farmer who has no interest in.
Like you're just gonna look retarded because I'm gonna pull it up when I make my video.
Pull it up. Pull it up. Stop fucking complaining about it after the fact. Go ahead. I'm here. All right now. If you are genuinely interested in truth and research or whatever.
Yo, what's Felix vaping on?
You have this wonderful opportunity.
Yeah. Vosh. You could almost see Vosh as like like I said the way that Hasan and this is a criticism of myself too. We sometimes, when there is nuance, we want to acknowledge it. We want to explore that, and sometimes we get caught up in it. Sometimes we overemphasize the nuance over maybe the rhetorical point that would make more sense to concentrate on. Vosh is the opposite. He just doesn't know the nuance. He doesn't know the history. He doesn't care about the history, right? He reacts to things in a very reflexive manner, and therefore there's no depth to his analysis.
You need to ask me personally.
You to pull it up. I'm trying to listen, but I'm hearing you twice. Once from my video and once from you just bitching in my ear.
Oh my god!
So you gotta wait. Yeah, that's how research
This is the greatest brain power we got, folks.
You want me to just move on from this?
All right, I'm muting myself. Go ahead, watch your video, and then you can come back. Okay. Holy moly, dude. Jeez, Lord mercy. I muted myself. He can't hear me, so we can find his own talking points in his own fucking videos. Jesus Christ, dude.
I didn't even get to any of my moderator questions.
I know.
Poor
Every
Felix.
time Felix is here, we got to do a fucking... We have to have the conversations like this. It just has to happen. I love that he's like, I don't remember my talking points. I have to watch my own YouTube video.
Well, I was going to suggest like a new topic. I was gonna say, if you don't want to watch the video, like Wall talking to him, and he doesn't have the Google Doc. I was actually gonna ask a series of questions about Amy Schumer.
Oh, no.
Let's get into Amy Schumer.
We can't do that.
My questions are fine. They're like no one in the world would think they're bad. They're not.
All right,
bad.
I got it.
All right, he's got it. All right, let's.
So, I'm not entirely sure what Felix is trying to get at, bringing up Amy Schumer. I worry though, because one of his, a couple of his friends did a podcast segment on Amy Schumer, and just like, oh my god, it was Like, you know, they're more the comedian types, right? So it wasn't like a serious analysis, but just there was some shit that they said about Amy Schumer that, like, yeah, fuck Amy Schumer, but oh my god, like, anyway.
Here.
I got it.
All right. Thank you,
Yeah,
Willie Magn.
I hope that's not what I think he knows better than to bring that stuff up with Hasan.
No show.
Was you said people? You said let me watch this one more time.
Let me watch. Just hold on a second. I'm gonna watch this one more time.
Bro,
it was in your video. It was in your video.
Yo, I think that Felix just switched from nicotine to something else.
I was wrong about Ukraine.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about, or else ellipsis, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he said people are acting like Kiev's getting bombed, like that would never happen, and then it's literally did happen.
Okay.
So
yes.
Yeah, the podcast scene is wild.
Yeah, and making more you're making your apology video about being wrong and making baseless claims that you know nothing about.
This is your take.
Wrong. It's a pattern of behavior.
This is your take from February 22nd, 2022.
Yeah,
another thing that I was
again. You've done it since then.
I've done it since
several
then.
Times since
People
then,
are acting like Kiev's getting bombed. It did happen. You're right about that.
Did, and
I also,
so
do you think that I didn't cover?
Of you
Wait, hold on. Do you think that I didn't cover Kiev getting bombed? Like I hid that or something?
No, you did, but it's your accusation saying it doesn't.
Look, Amy Schumer did have one shining moment, and that was when she was on Red Eye, like, you know, the Fox News late night show, the Greg Gutfeld show, along with Steven Crowder, and she really laid into Crowder pretty effectively. That was the one shining moment of Amy Schumer.
It won't happen. There's no way it'll happen.
Yeah. Do you think that bombing Kiev specifically, it was what Russia did? Do you think that was a good thing for Russia to do?
I didn't say.
Do you think that
it was a good thing.
Do you have any genuine
you
opinions?
Don't think it was a good thing.
Do you have any genuine opinions about?
Yeah, my opinion
Russia's
is that was
involvement
bad.
in the Ukraine?
My opinion on that is that you shouldn't be talking about shit.
Brother,
you know
hold up.
about.
We're having a conversation about Ukraine and Russia. We're having a conversation about Ukraine and Russia, and I'm asking you a specific question. I'm asking you a specific question.
My conversation's about you because my videos are about you and your pattern of behavior and your poor reporting, and now you're trying to shift it all these other ways because you know you can't face the truth.
Russia had not bombed Kiev at the time. That's number one. Number two, of course, as soon as that did happen, I covered it. Of course I did, because that's what I'm doing.
The criticism isn't that you didn't cover it. The criticism is that you're making baseless claims you don't know anything about, talking so confidently.
So what are we talking about? We're talking about Kiev. Kiev is the capital city. It's kind of in western Ukraine, and it's okay. So here's the deal. The reason that Hasan probably said that there wasn't going to be a Russian attack on Ukraine is because there's a lot of saber rattling that goes on where military exercises go on, where, there's massing of the troops on the border, and most of the time nothing happens, right? So when people are like, oh no, there's going to be World War III, Hasan was, basically like, calm down. But he did go ahead and he said, like, it's not going to happen. It did happen. He was wrong, right? We're talking about Kiev there, like, Hasan saying Kiev's not going to get bombed, right? Because here was the assumption, and most anybody who knows anything about, geopolitics, the military stuff, etc., would have told you this, right? That A, it's unlikely that there will be an invasion of Ukraine, and B, that if there is an invasion of Ukraine, it's going to be limited. What Russia seemed to have wanted, was the territories in the east, and so you could see, you could more reasonably envision a scenario where the Russian attack was was centered in the east, right? Centered on what are their objections, right? Russia surprised some people by coming in from, I think it was Belarus, was where that line of tanks came in, to Kiev. They tried to take over the airport, and yeah, the bombing of the infrastructure, right? Russia did a lot of things that do not seem to be in Russia's interest. That's why Hasan's predictions, which again, you know, I don't know what the use of making predictions are, but you know, he made them. That's why his predictions were so out of line with what actually happened.
You got a whole fucking research team behind you. When you don't, you're talking out your ass. This is the
brother. Do you have a whole research team behind you? Because you're not
me. I actually did research just now, and
ellipsis. It was very out of pocket. It was like, yeah, out of pocket is the way to describe the how they went in on Amy Schumer.
You could barely be patient enough to sit there and listen through it. You had to go ahead and
it's a video. You made a video a year ago about me talking about like my opinion on Russia and Ukraine. You personally do not have an opinion on Russia or Ukraine at all. I have taken accountability on my. I've taken accountability on the things that I've reported wrong.
You should do the research. If I'm not willing to,
I have taken accountability on the things that I have reported wrong on.
Wars when you can't do the
Willie No Script. Listen to me. I've taken accountability on the things that I have said that are incorrect. Of course, on the editorial perspective, on the editorial side of my coverage, okay, on the editorial side of my coverage, if I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong. That speculation is always going to be on foundational analysis that is solid.
I got another one too. Hey, I got just more examples.
Do you have an issue with it? Do you have an issue with my analysis of the situation? Because I can't possibly do research on things that haven't happened yet. I can simply speculate.
You just make it up.
And this entire. Do you think when I say, guys, I don't think that Russia will bomb Kyiv?
Jordan Peterson popping off in chat. Women wear red lips. Let me see if I can get into the voice again. Women wear red lipstick because it mimics sexual arousal. Think about it logically. Yeah, and also women, you know, hit the fat vapes because it also mimics sexual arousal, and it's very
logical. Is actually, in your opinion, like me making up something, or do you think it's speculation?
I don't have lipstick on today, Dr. Jordan Peterson. Are you proud of me? Are you proud of me for resisting the temptation to embrace the dragon of chaos and the beast of Babylon?
Clip is actually you talking really condescendingly about people who think that could happen. That's the clip.
Okay, but you're, yeah, okay. You don't. Yeah, so is this all just tone policing? Is that what it is?
You're talking about?
Is this all? So all of this is.
So here's where the real debate is, right? It's about like, should you make predictions on events that haven't transpired yet? I mean, if you're willing to be wrong, sure, right? But like I feel like raking Hasan over the coals a year later, actually more than a year later. Now it's just weird. Yeah, Amy did roast Crowder. I was talking about that earlier. It was on what's it called? Red Eye. I almost said Red Light. Red Eye on Fox News. She did. That was her one shining moment. Her one shining moment. Everything else. a lot of the rest has been pretty cringe, especially recently, especially what she's been popping off on recently. But
is just you personally tone policing the way I'm covering the fucking news.
Policing. It's about your.
Do you have any genuine interest or any curiosity in like Russia and Ukraine at all, or is all you do fucking drama farming off of clips? Because over the course of this entire conflict, I've dedicated tens or hundreds of hours into.
It happened again. Chat, I'm doing so bad. I keep on forgetting. No, it doesn't tell me that the top of the hour ad break is coming up on Twitch. I don't even think of it.
My coverage and the analysis in and of itself comes from a solid foundation. Now, the predictions might be wrong, and it certainly was, which is something that I took accountability for, even though you said I had not. So here's my question to you.
You then just did the same mistake again. You did the same criticism again.
Did you look into, okay, what sources I was looking at and where I was getting this opinion from?
Yeah, because there were sources beyond
just like looking at YouTube clips and regurgitating talking points, specifically that you've heard from other like neoliberal commentators and whatsoever. Neoliberal commentators is the same fucking 5 clips that you are going to present here.
You think Destiny is secretly behind this? Is this what you're crying about right now? Is this why you keep saying random shit?
Does it sound like I'm
Yeah,
prying
it
to
does.
you?
You just said, yeah, it does. You're talking about stuff that doesn't matter.
Brother,
and you're trying to shift
you
the
said-
goalpost
you
away
said-
from the criticism, which is your poor reporting. You bring.
I hate to sound like I'm agreeing with Willie Mack again, but like, yeah, it does. Like I just don't understand why Hasan is so invested in this debate, right? Like he's saying, this guy's a like low tier drama farmer. It's just not worth your psychic energy, Hasan.
Me on to debate. You let me pick the debate topic, and now you won't engage. It's
Okay.
incredibly frustrating.
I am trying to engage with you. I am trying to engage with you. I'm trying to engage with you. I'm trying to engage with you in good faith as best as I possibly can. And all you've done so far is go through your YouTube video to be like, well, you said Kiev wasn't being bombed, and actually it wasn't at the time, but then it got bombed afterwards. Listen, let me finish. Okay, I'm going to mute you if you don't let me finish. Okay.
He gets really into his feelings sometimes. Chat, one in chat if you think that I get into my feelings too much on stream, and two in chat if you think that I don't get into my feelings enough on stream. And three in chat if you're like, you're fine, whatever.
Okay.
Go for it.
You said Kiev wasn't being bombed. At the time, it wasn't. Okay. And then you said, okay, well, guess what? Guess what, dude? Your tone was off. Okay. Well, my tone was off. You don't like it. But you haven't brought up, I was being condescending. You haven't brought up the actual research or the actual analysis that led to these conclusions. Part of the reason why.
Ad break has ended. Welcome back to the chat, everybody who just watched up to 3 minutes of an ad, right? And if you just experienced that, like, thank you for your dedication. Thank you for sticking with us through those 3 minutes. I want to let you know, though, you don't necessarily have to do that, all right? There are ways to get out of the ad break, and let me just go over some really quick in case you're not familiar. There's a thing called a Twitch Prime sub. That's if you have Amazon Prime and you hook it up to Twitch, they give you a free sub. They essentially give you some Bezos money to play with, to spend, right? Like Monopoly money. And if you spend that Bezos money on this streamer right here, you will no longer see those ads anymore. You also impress the hell out of me because I know that you only have one of those to give. And if you give it to me, if you park it right here, as many people do, like it's like brightens up my day basically, right? You can also pay $5 to get the same kind of sub. You'll get the emotes, you'll get out of the ad breaks. And it is, I think $5 to Twitch to do that. If you're doing that on desktop, it's cheaper on desktop than it is on your phone, if that helps anybody out. You could also possibly, if neither of those two work out for you, right? You could get gifted a sub. It does happen. It has happened. It's even happened during the stream once, but it's more likely to happen if you are active in chat, because that way that people can see that you're there. You don't have a little avatar that shows that you have a sub, and if somebody's willing and able to do a good deed, they're more likely to do it for you that way. So that's my advice to you if you wanna see less of those ads.
You haven't done that is because you have no idea what these sources are.
Since you're just talking in circles on this, can I just go to the next one?
I'm not talking in circles on this whatsoever, but go ahead. Let's talk about the next point.
The next one.
Yo, Hasan, why are you letting him weasel out of it? Right? This guy is
Weasel.
And he's making some sort of
Dingus Gambit.
There's no reason to let him weasel out.
For the record, I am not clairvoyant. I cannot predict the future. I
No, I know.
I just want to point that out.
But it's you talking on breaking news, like you know what the fuck's gonna happen, and you don't. You're talking completely out of line. So,
Hold up.
Can I just go to the next point?
Hold up. My speculation on what may happen, okay, in the future is not always going to be correct. Everybody understands this.
Usually wrong, yeah.
It's usually wrong. The only
It's
example
wrong
you
a lot.
brought
You
over.
said the CIA is why Iran bombed the U.S.
Do
base,
you
bro.
do you know how many?
said
Do
the
you
only
know
reason
how
the
many hours?
Protesters are
Do you
taking
know
down
how
pictures
many
of
hours?
Israelis is because it's a psyop to make Palestinians look bad.
Wait, hold
Like,
on,
this is the
hold on,
fucking
hold
shit
on,
you
hold
do.
on. What base are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about with the Iranian thing. What?
Iran struck a U.S. base, and then you said it's the CIA. No shot, it's the CIA. Complete because you were like, oh, there's a nuclear deal. Why would Iran do that? No way, no way, no shot, no shot. 100% confidence. Iran then takes credit for it, and then you cope, mauled, and seethe to your audience.
Wait, I'm so.
I know you don't know because you use so much bullshit all the time. You can't even remember.
Yeah, perhaps.
Look, I don't know what he's talking about, right? I haven't maybe like I mean, is it possible that Hasan could have said something like that? I guess, but my thought is that it's not Iran that is crawling to the United States for a nuclear deal. It is the United States that would love to get that nuclear deal that Obama made with them back, right? It was very beneficial, for the United States. Trump blew up that agreement, blew it up, and now Iran does not trust the U.S. Like, it's just not going to happen, and it's not going to happen because Iran, like, not because Biden wouldn't offer it, but because Iran just, they had they saw how not durable an agreement like that really was, right? So it's
perhaps the reason for why you are maybe the reason why I'm confused and the reason why you're a little bit confused on this is because in every single circumstance, that every single thing that you've brought up, there's almost always a correction that comes after the fact.
What is the lore behind Dingus Gambit? Good question, right? So Hasan's talking to Ethan about communism, about socialism, about leftism, right? Because Ethan's like kind of like where do I fall in that whole, right? Like how would you classify me? So that was the original conversation. But that was when the leftovers started to get spicy, right? It was those conversations between Ethan and Hasan. And during that, Hasan is like kind of explaining a little bit more exhaustively than maybe Ethan was able to, internalize, right? Like the the history of China, right? And so he's not saying Dingus Gambit, he's saying Dingest Gambit, right? The Dingest Gambit of the, sort of, state economy that, that China, the way that China turned under, their ran their economy under Deng. So I mean that's what. So when Ethan heard that, because right, Ethan doesn't know any, like Ethan knows what most people know about China and its history and its leaders, which is not that much, right? And so when he heard Hasan say that, he was like, Dingus Gambit? What is the Dingus Gambit? What is the Dingus Gambit about? Who is this Dingus, and what exactly is their gambit?
You, on the other hand, do not see the correction, or you, on the other hand, see the 30 second to 2.
You, on the other hand, see the top of the hour ad break, which comes to you every top of the hour.
Minute
on the hour.
30-second to 2-minute video.
3 minutes of ads served directly to your eyeballs that you can get out of with a Twitch Prime sub, you can get out of with a Twitch sub, or you can get out with a gift sub.
Which is enough for you to try and develop a consistent narrative.
That's what he should have done. He should have ad braked him. Well, I mean, I don't know if this happened at the top of the hour. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe this all could have been better. Because like this is the problem with that, right? The way that you feed clout to these people is by being so invested in this debate. When it's like you said, it's meaningless debate from a low tier drama streamer that's just doesn't have any design to talk about. I mean, did you hear what he said about the Iran thing? Like he's talking about something that he really doesn't understand, like the deeper, the background, like, to in terms of the, he's just like it's like stuff that he's heard other bros say about, oh yeah, you remember Hasan, he was talking about Iran and he was like, oh, no shot, it's the CIA, it's the CIA, oh, dumb motherfucker thinks it's the CIA, right? That's what he heard, and he's just like, he doesn't actually understand this stuff, right? It's just, you know, Turkish man bad, basically.
Live stream, by the way. I'm watching everything in context. This is cope from you saying that this is out of context. It's the same shit Andrew Tate does and the red pillars do to me, claiming everything's out of context when it's not. That was your opinion at the time. You said those words.
But the thing with Andrew Tate is, you know, the larger context. You did your research, right? That's stuff that's in your wheelhouse, Willie Mack, right? The Andrew Tate stuff, right? You understand how the lover boy method works, right? With Hasan, you don't have that. And so for you to say, oh, you're just claiming out of context, right? When there actually is a context there that you don't quite grasp, right? I mean, it's cringe. I mean, it'll work for your audience. Like, I shouldn't tell, who am I? Look, just Willie Mack's so much huger than me. Who am I to even tell him anything, right? He's gonna get clout off of this. But it's cheap. It's cheap and it's ugly, and I don't approve. I think Tyler Hackner is. Are you talking about a chatter, or like an MR chatter or something?
Brother,
out of your own mouth. Go
can
do the research.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something really quickly? Okay.
Look, I don't know. He may be a centrist. I don't know much about Willie. Like, he has done videos on Andrew Tate too, right? So he's not somebody that's like a tater tot, right? He's not like in support of Andrew Tate. That's really all I can tell you for sure about his political takes. I don't know. He could be a centrist. I guess I don't get a lot of like right wing, vibes coming from him. I don't get a lot of left wing vibes either. So, I don't know. Center checks out, I guess. But he's also like not particularly engaged in politics, and doesn't seem to have the curiosity to be able to fill out in the gaps of his knowledge that would let him know where maybe Hasan was bullshitting him about, saying there's a greater context, and where where he wasn't.
One. Mm-hmm. This is important for you to comprehend.
I'm sure.
Do you think that over the course of thousands of hours,
the TIA? Oh my God, is this another thing for me to have to worry about? The TIA? Look, it's bad enough that I have to worry about the Vosh intelligence agency, which has got to be the funniest name for like that it could have been. It's literally what they applied to themselves. This was after Vosh got caught DMing a girl on Destiny's server some really disturbing and unwanted shit, right? And then the group of Vosh stands that formed to try to slime them and to defend Vosh, right? They called themselves, unironically, the VIA. This is White Nervosa and that crowd of Vosh stands.
Thousands of hours.
Tyler might even be. Oh, I hope so. It'll increase my view count.
Hours of coverage. Okay, thousands of hours of coverage, especially when something is like being immediately brought to my attention. Okay, immediately brought to my attention, which I don't even know what you're talking about, but
do you see how bored Felix is?
Yeah, I know.
I don't exactly.
Anybody in chat feel like Felix?
I don't remember what you're talking about. But over the course of thousands of hours of coverage, when I, for example, read something in the chat and respond to it, okay, do you think that this is like reporting, or do you think that I'm giving like immediate commentary?
Breaking news you cover. This isn't a random chat comment. This is breaking news that's happening.
Okay.
I think what most people, you should do what most people do and wait for the story to be out there before you start spreading.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be called breaking news. That's why it's breaking news, okay? It's because it's early in the story, and you got reports, but nothing super firm. And, you can either talk about, because what breaking news is a discussion. It's an evolving discussion that happens the second a news event happens, right? And in a lot of cases, at first, there's just not the, ability to corroborate information that there will be later on, right? So, you can either just like not talk about it at all, which some people choose to do, or you could talk about it, right? But there's not like a more responsible way. I mean, the only thing you could do to be more responsible with your breaking news is emphasize that from what we know right now, at the moment, it appears, right, to kind of like use that sort of language. I don't know if Hasan does. I don't know if Hasan doesn't, but people should know that any breaking news that you hear from any source, right, is subject to change and often does change, right? And that there's like, you are Felix 24/7. Felix is here. Here's your predisposition. Feel for Felix. Nobody is talking to me either. Oh my God. Thank you for the membership. Wow. Wait, why am I not? Oh, there we go. Lexical, thank you for the membership to Chazardus. Chazardus, you just got your membership covered by Lexical. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. If I'm ever getting anybody's name wrong, let me know. I don't want to sound silly and say your name incorrectly. Like if I was to talk about Willie Mack and I was like Willie Mack, right? If I pronounced his name with a German, you know, Willie, and he was like, I'm not German. What are you talking about, right? I would expect Willie Mack to you know, let me know, because, you know, I mean, nobody wants to be called Willie when their real name is Willie. Happy Transgender Awareness Day to you too.
Making wild accusations. Here, can I go to the next one?
You need to limit your you know, TOS worthy takes here. This isn't fucking YouTube or whatever.
What is my what TOS did I break?
You can't use unfortunately, you know, and I used to do this in the past as well. You can't use ableist language, but go on.
Oh, like the R word. I got you. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad that you're a fan though.
Well, yeah, I don't you know, this is both. This is your job. I don't want to ruin that. So for instance, like the missile hit the Gaza hospital, both sides blamed each other. That's the breaking news, right? And instead of waiting for more information, you jump to conclusions saying it was 100% Israel. 100%.
Okay.
You were so confident.
Good point.
Like all the chatters.
Good point. Can I ask you a question?
Listen, Willie, I don't know what you thought this was going to sound like to somebody on the 16th of November. But we've got more information now than we did when you were having that conversation. And guess who jumped to the right conclusion according to the preponderance of evidence at the moment? That's right, Hasan. That whole controversy about the missile and the hospital and all that shit, right? At this point, it looks like it's an Israeli ordinance, right? So
Can I go through the whole thing before you go?
No. Hold on. This is important. This is important. No, we're not jumping. We're talking about this. Okay? We're talking about this specific thing. Finally, now we're talking about Israel and Palestine. When I said that, I didn't just go, oh, I have no other opinion on this matter. I simply think Israel definitely did this because I want Israel to have definitely done this. The reason why I said this, and you do this regularly, okay? When I say something on this stream, okay, oftentimes, especially if it's a developing story.
Like, how do you know I say this stuff?
Especially if it's a developing story, when I say something on an issue that is happening, I look to all of the circumstantial evidence on the matter, and I look to everything else that is going on thus far. Now, we're two adult individuals here. Do you think it is unfair to say Israel blew up the hospital, like Israel bombed the hospital?
Yeah, Twitch is kind of soft. Yeah, I wanted to say though, I actually don't normally stream this late. That's part of it too. But yeah, well, I mean, like we didn't hit the goals today, but I wanted to go ahead and give you like the content that I promised. I hate when I have to pull back on content. Like I'd rather kind of keep the secret extra content secret and not put it on the thumbnail. But this time on the thumbnail, we had Hasan, we had Elon, and we had Shapiro and Candace, right? So those things I felt like I owed you. So that's why I kept on streaming, like, you know, regardless, like in the future, you know, I'll try to gauge it more so that, you know, you've got like a, I don't know, 3-4 hour stream as the base. And then if we hit the goals, and even if we hit it through like combining, like we like half hit one goal and then we fully, or like we 75% hit another, you know, like even if I could do math to like justify it, I'll try to give you that the extra hour or so of content.
I think when there's a claim like that, you wait for information, right? I mean, there's a million things.
The information is that
yeah. Wow, you had some trouble on Twitch. I didn't realize that Twitch chat for TYT was like that.
Can I respond?
I don't know. Can you respond? No.
There's a million things
I'm being a bitch.
to criticize the IDF for. That's right out there, right? You know this. I've seen you do it all day on stream. You get them on shit that take.
Okay, so that's the only sense that we get, is that, like, you know, there's legitimate stuff to criticize the IDF for, right?
100%.
I don't really think we get any closer to figuring out what Willie Mack's perspective is on any of these issues.
Deserve. But when there's something like that, and instead of waiting for reports, while the report is literally Israel and Hamas blame each other, right? You don't know what the story is. You don't know who did it or not. And you say 100%, they 100% did it. That's a huge disaster, bro. That's like
at that point, first of all, who do you think blew up the hospital? Like the hospital courtyard, rather. Who do you think bombed the hospital courtyard?
I think most investigations point towards it being either the Islamic Jihad or Hamas, right? It's like a misfired rocket. And then what you did in response to that was, instead of being like, yeah, I think since most of the reports are going this way.
Why do you think it's wait, hold on. Why do you think it's Hamas or Islamic Jihad and a rocket misfire?
Well, that was just what most of the investigations turned out.
So
I know Channel 4 had a different one.
I just hate the idea of like putting like out like content, like, because I've done that in the past where like I don't gauge it right, and so I hold back on content that's actually on the thumbnail, and I feel bad because like then I feel like people are gonna be like, oh, I see, if we don't hit the sub goal, then you're gonna take something away. I don't ever want it to be like taking something away. I want it to be like adding something extra. That feels a lot better.
Because you're bringing this up, and this is really important.
And streaming is, at the end of the day, all about vibes, right? And the vibe is no good, why would you even show up? So I want the vibe to be good.
Understand. One, all of the circumstantial
you say that
evidence
every time, but it never is.
Okay, all of the circumstantial evidence at the time, of course, after the 6,000 bombs that Israel had dropped on Gaza, a densely populated open-air prison, the 6,001st bomb, understandably, was going to be an Israeli bomb. To this,
basically, Willie Mack is racist and mad at Hasan. He isn't speaking to the tone that panders to him. Yeah, I mean, like the whole tone thing is that, like, you know, he's literally saying that Hasan is speaking in an authoritative tone. There almost isn't a political aspect to this debate. And I think this is what frustrated Hasan so much. This might give us some insight for why Hasan even talked to this guy. Maybe it is something like that he wanted to have a debate on this issue, right? He'd, you know, gone over content enough and he wanted to like talk to somebody who disagreed with him. And he thought that he had somebody in Willie Mack, and it turns out what you've got is kind of a disinterested centrist rather than a centrist that's really gonna, you know, even let you know like full on, because like what his perspective on these issues really is. That's not the issue that he's speaking to. He's speaking about Hasan's tone being too authoritative, which is kind of hard to validate without like, you know, like without an example, without like, you know, here's the, you know, clip, like, right, you spoke authoritatively about this, and you know, you didn't really have that much certainty.
To this day, we still do not know whether this was an Islamic Jihad rocket that was misfired, or whether or not this was actually an artillery shell that might have hit a fuel tank, or even some other kind of munition that Israel may have deployed.
So why did you say it was 100% Israel and then call everyone genocidal freaks that disagreed with you?
You don't actually watch the content beyond.
You demonize them.
Because, first of all, because they
Just
are.
like you do every time.
Because Israel.
God damn. Look, people aren't genocidal freaks for, you know, disagreeing with Hasan's breaking news take about the hospital, right? People are genocidal freaks regardless of their take on the hospital if what they're saying is ultimately justifying like a blank check for violence against the people in Gaza. Like, right? If you're okay with this kind of like ethnic cleansing campaign that's going on, you kind of are a genocidal freak by definition. By definition. But that's instead of being a little bit more anyway, like I'm not trying to get on his nuts because I feel like everybody's on his nuts right now, and you know, they're squishy enough as sorry, but you know, like it's you know, I don't know. I'm not a debate streamer, so I'm not really trying to tell Hasan how to conduct his debates.
The government is genocidal. What the fuck are you talking about, you dumb fuck? 4,500 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered. You think that's not genocidal?
Shift the topic again.
Oh, the one hospital might. Wait, Willie, shut the fuck up and listen, dumbass.
Listen, Billy.
Do you really think that if one fucking hospital wasn't bombed by Israel and
poor Felix,
this was a fucking actual misfire that all of a sudden?
So that's what he's trying to get at. Like, right? It's not about like the single. And I've been trying to make this point, right? Nothing is ever about the single like incident, right? That you're not going to divine like the moral like landscape of a situation like this by just adjudicating the, you know, he said, she said over a breaking news situation. Regardless of how any individual situations pans out, what you're looking at is the more systemic effect, and the systemic, you know, event that's happening here is pushing, you know, an already oppressed is like a understatement, right? People in Gaza are living in an open air prison situation. That, you know, the amount of food that's able to get in there is like regulated. The kind of, you know, supplies that can get in there is regulated. Who can come in and come out is you know, regulated, right? It's like justifying more civilian deaths and more dispossession is the immoral thing, regardless of the outcomes of individual breaking news controversies. That's not like it's so fucked that's how our media and everything works. That's how our attention spans works. We can't pay attention to like a large thing that's happening to a whole bunch of people and make the obvious, you know, assessment that it's bad and it's wrong and it shouldn't happen and we should do something about it. Instead, we're like hung up on these individual incidents that like this game or something. Like the way that this is being treated feels like a game. They're literally playing games with people's lives here.
Means that like that all of a sudden means that like Israel's not doing ethnic cleansing
right now. You're doing it in real time,
dude. Just fucking answer my question. Do you think that the ethnic cleansing campaign, if you take out the bombing, okay, if you take out the one time that this hospital's bombed, okay, if you take that out, do you think out of the equation, do you think Israel is all of a sudden not doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza?
No, that's not what I said. Look, this is what you're trying to.
I'm asking you. Okay, then
I just said no. And
okay, good. Dude, I'm glad. Okay, so what's your
so this is like the closest thing to an actual take we get from this guy, unfortunately.
Reports.
Okay, got it. No. Got it.
Look at the reports.
Got it.
And you go ahead and they side with it.
Billy.
You continue to call them genocidal, even though that's the fact of the info. That's what most of the info says.
When I cover these kinds of
you ignore the news, bro. That's the point. You just like lie and come up with your own shit.
I don't ignore the news. You ignore the rest of the fucking coverage, because on the day of the hospital bombing, I personally said, okay, that the highest likelihood of this hospital being bombed is from
No, you also
Israel.
said it was 100%.
Just shut the fuck up and
That's what
listen,
you did,
okay?
bro.
Shut up
no,
and
keep
listen.
shifting the goal.
Did he say it's 100%? I know for sure. Did he say 100%? Like he always says, right? Please, like I don't know. Do you have to watch Hasan to understand what he means by that? Vili Mac being mad that Hasan was wrong and predictions about political events is like people in Dimsdale forming an angry mob to get the weatherman every time he gets the weather wrong. Yeah, basically.
Listen, I'm not shifting the fucking goalpost. It's my own coverage.
are.
I'm giving you additional feedback. If you actually genuinely cared about the truth instead of fucking clip chimping and drama farming, you would
It's not
understand
clip
that on
chimping.
that
It's like
same
right there.
day,
You could go
on
watch the
that
full clip.
same
It's in my
day,
video.
on that same day, over and over again, I said the highest probability of this is that this is an Israeli bombing campaign. Part of the reason why I said that.
You also said that
and
was
I
the
also
highest
mentioned
probability
multiple times.
after the investigations.
I also
which
mentioned
the investigations don't agree with you.
I
And you
also
still
mentioned.
double-
I'm sorry, but actually, the investigations don't agree with you, Vili. This is
Hold
just
down on that.
look. If you're gonna be a freaking breaking news like absolutist, right? Where you're like, you may make no prognostications between, like if you're gonna be that person, then if you're gonna live by that sword, I don't know what to tell you, Vili. I don't know what to tell you, but because you just got cut down by that sword too, right? The latest analysis of the situation, it's pretty clear that those were not, Palestinian ordinances. That's
multiple times. I also mentioned multiple times.
like if your point is to point out that the situation is fluid and the truth is uncertain, you're really undermining your own point here, Vili. Chat, are you annoyed yet that I'm calling him Vili, or is that it's a good thing?
We just again ignored what I said.
He doesn't care about the subject. He wants to insult Hasan and upset him. Yeah, he's kind of getting his goat. Vili's a damn mess.
Dude, just listen to what I'm saying.
What you're
I know
saying
it
is
doesn't.
irrelevant,
I know
though.
it
You're
doesn't
just saying
correspond.
both, like you're
No,
just
it's not
like
irrelevant
waffle.
because
You're
you're making a
waffling.
video. You're making a video
Hasan should just farm that
to
hate.
massage a certain.
I mean, maybe that's what he's doing, but like, like this is literally helping. This is literally helping Willie Mack out here.
narrative to create a certain narrative.
It's a
okay?
true narrative. It's like
to create a
And I'm not entirely sure what he's getting out of it. I mean, maybe like he's he's good at this game, right? He knows what he's doing. Maybe I'm not privy to his grand strategy on all this, but I guess we'll see.
certain narrative,
right.
and that narrative, when it doesn't
You can't even
correspond to the
disprove it
narrative
right
you're
here
trying to
when I'm
make,
telling it to your face.
when it doesn't correspond to the narrative you're trying to make, you go, oh, it's irrelevant. Of course it's not irrelevant. Do you think that my coverage of this bombing is irrelevant? Why are you fucking
No,
making a
it's
video
actually- it's
about a
actually what I'm
30-second sliver of the
criticizing, that
content if
I
you don't
criticize
actually...
that you jump to conclusions, and now you're saying, yeah, I did, but like, look at
Wait, does Felix have what? Oh no, that's like juice or something. What's he putting in there?
this 1.8 hours in
Willie,
after I said it was
what's he putting in there, chat? Is that just flavor juice? Does anybody know vaping? Mine looks a little different, but it's not for juice. Mine's not.
Willie,
mine is for flowers.
Willie, it's not 8 hours
I
in.
actually
It's not
said
8
it
hours
was
in.
mostly
It's not 8
likely-
hours in. It is not 8 hours in. What
It
will
is.
it take for you to go, okay, you know what? I was actually wrong. He actually had a much more even-handed approach to the subject matter.
If
Or
my
have you
take
already
was-
made your
yeah.
preconceived biases
No, it's
and you're
not. It's
simply
like the
looking to
facts.
reinforce
It's the
them?
facts.
I wonder how many subs Vili gained. Yeah, I mean we'll have to see. Like this was 2 nights ago, I think. And is that right? Dylan Burns, I can tell you, got 65K views on his video about Hasan responding to him. So, and that, if you're not keeping score at home, that's a lot more views than Dylan Burns usually gets. So,
what happened, and you have yet to disprove it. If my criticism is
not super happy about that.
I said on the day of the bombing, Willie,
what have you done to
Willie,
disprove that? You
I
jumping to
said
conclusions.
on the day of the bombing, On the day of the bombing, I said...
Yes, like the most hilarious part. Like, it's the day, this is breaking news, and you jump to the conclusion.
I think it was last night. It could be... Does anybody in chat have a sense of when... 2 days ago is when this debate got posted, so one would assume that it was posted like the night of the debate.
That's 100%.
You're right.
Why doesn't Felix intervene? Yeah.
After 6,000 bombs, the 6,001st bomb, I should have been like...
That's what I'm saying.
Guys, hold on. Let's not talk about this.
You just call everybody genocidal.
Shut the fuck up and listen.
That's what you do.
Shut up and listen, dumbass.
God.
Listen.
Maybe Felix just doesn't do like... I feel like I've seen him. I mean, he will definitely give you some shit on Twitter, right? I've definitely seen him like roast people on Twitter, and I swear, like I've seen him roast people publicly, maybe once or twice. But maybe he just feels like this isn't his fight, right? And like, I mean, who can blame him? Which hospital bombing? They are talking about the one in October. Yeah, they're talking about that one still.
God.
Okay, thank you. Holy fuck, you're just simply proving how bad faith you are and you don't give a shit.
I'm not.
Yes,
You're
I'm covering
not
the fucking
engaging.
news.
You don't engage.
I'm covering the news. In America, when we have like mass shootings and whatnot happening, I have a policy of usually not diving headfirst into that news coverage because it is not the same as the consistent war coverage. The only reason why I usually talk about whatever kind of breaking stories happening. This is not the same for Israel, and it's not the same for Ukraine.
Wasn't your stream titled at the day
listen,
of the shooting?
Listen to me.
I mean,
listen to me. Here? The only thing I cover in situations like that is what.
Oh no, mine is not disposable. Mine is indisposable.
Ever the mainstream media's.
It's a rechargeable. You can recharge it. Chat. Do you ever need to recharge your battery? Do you ever find that yourself needing to recharge?
Whatever mainstream media has reported on, oftentimes we just simply look at the live stream of the police force when they
Did he just, I know you're not, I'm not, you, yeah,
are
basically
talking about how many victims are there. That's it. Now, having said that, is that the case for Israel? No, it's not.
Who do you think that Felix is talking to? In my mind, he's talking to like, I don't know, Will Menaker or something.
Is that the case for Ukraine? No.
He's like, I'm going to be late, Will. I'm sorry.
It's not, and it wasn't, okay? And in that circumstance, there are times where, of course, I'm going to get certain things wrong. But this is an 8-hour news coverage. If you look at a 30-second... If you look at...
I don't know how Hasan does. Does he do 8 hours, 6 days a week? Or is it more like 8 hours, 5 days a week? I've heard, I'm not sure if this is true, but I've heard that Vosh is having trouble doing 4 hours like once or twice a week. Is that right? Have the Vosh streams become less frequent? Maybe he's taking a little break. I don't know how Hasan does it, right? Because he does 8 hours like probably 5+ days a week, right? 2 weeks when the IDF said that Islamic Jihad misfired and hit the... Yeah, I think that's the one that they're talking about. Sometimes he does 7 days. He's swiping in Tinder. I believe you. I believe you.
A 30-second broadcast.
That's the criticism. It's not 30 seconds. You keep saying that. It's not 30 seconds.
If you look at a 5-minute...
It's not
misfired a rocket. Yeah.
Of a fucking...
You're fucking...
Brother. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
By Israel.
On the very same...
bombed by Israel. 800 people dead. That was your stream. What did I do to title it that? I didn't do that.
Okay.
I didn't clip that out of context.
Can you please listen?
That's not an analysis which conflicts with the current, the current consensus, right? That's not out of line. He thinks it was at the time, or he thinks it was. I'm not sure how close he's, paying attention to what is a fluid situation and what remains a fluid situation. I don't know if he realizes how much he's owning himself here. I don't know if other people watching on his channel will realize how much he is owning himself here, but it is pretty cringe. He used to do 12 hours, 7 days a week. What? No shot. If Big Willie insults Kaya, it's all over. That's right. That's right. Willie Mack will not get away with that.
Can you please listen to me? Can you please listen to me? Can you please listen to me? Can you please listen to me?
What will I have to show you for you to own up to this criticism?
Okay, because you're not listening to what I'm trying to say. First of all, I never said 800.
What you're saying is irrelevant.
I don't think I said
You're just
800.
going
That's
on
so
about
fucking stupid.
random shit.
Okay, I was literally repeating what the BBC coverage was. Not only that, but also because like I don't have a direct on the ground. I wasn't.
Well, was the BBC? Hold on, I might have this wrong. All right.
Don't tell a news junkie he's wrong about the news.
The BBC say it was 100% Israel when they blamed each other?
The BBC's original assessment, yes, was that
he almost quit streaming over the Destiny shit. What exactly happened to him during all that? Look at this is a perfect like Felix picture right here. This is the synopsis of the entire debate right before our eyes. Somebody take a still of that. I mean, that's the thumbnail right there. That is the thumbnail. He looks like Popeye. It's so perfect. I gotta get that still. Come to mommy. Okay, there we go. We got it. That's perfect. That's perfect. There it is. There it is right there. That's the whole debate in a nutshell.
it was most likely an Israeli bomb.
Oh man, that was a good hit too. I never get big. Well, it's probably because he's putting juice in his. He's got juice in his chat. I don't use juice. I don't use any sort of concentrate of anything. That's like, that shit scares me.
Mostly, yeah, but they blamed each other in investigations.
No. That was literally the reason why they had to rescind the coverage. That was the reason.
Next, he's gonna try to correct Sam Cedar on tax policy.
Why they had to rescind the coverage and apologize for it. But also, what you're failing, you didn't do your research. Shut the fuck up. What
happened? Did he get hate rated or something? Like what happened during the Destiny shit?
Also failing to. What you're also failing to fucking comprehend here in your dense ass mind is that, once again, and I repeat myself, I said, here is what I will believe. Here is what I will believe. If there's a third party investigation, given the fact that Israel has lied routinely about the bombing campaign, and specifically had in that very same morning, the Israeli Air Force said we had no bombing campaigns happening in the region.
Investigations.
We have no bombing. Just listen, okay? We have no bombing campaigns in the region, which was a lie. They were bombing in that region, actually, as a matter of fact. That's number one. Number two.
He's got like the e-juice. I don't know if it's like nicotine or if it's like just some people just like to inhale flavored juice.
Israel also personally brought forward inconsistent testimony, inconsistent statements as to why this was definitely an Islamic Jihad rocket.
Have you ever seen that water bottle that like the whole deal with it is that it has like a flavor filter on it and it like flavors the air? And so like you drink water out of it and you perceive it as being flavored. Like it tastes like it's got a flavor to it. But it actually doesn't. It's just water. Do you know what anybody know what I'm talking about? There's this one weird product.
Okay.
That sounds unhealthy. I don't know. I don't know how it works. It's supposedly like because you're smelling the air, but you're tasting the water, and it gets confused in your mind, and it feels like the air that you smell, you feel like you're tasting it. I don't know.
The reason why we're having this conversation and how it's so fucking stupid, okay, it's so insanely idiotic, is because Israel is currently, while we're having this conversation, sieging the main hospital in Gaza. Israel, at that point, had 420 medical incidents, according to the World Health Organization. If you get your fucking news through clips, you are not going to understand why I said what I said, including that unless there is an actual third-party on-the-ground investigation, I will, of course, believe, given the circumstantial evidence mounted, that this is yet another Israeli bomb or some type of Israeli munitions, that I'm going to assume that, yes, Israel blew up this hospital just like it had blown up the cancer ward at that very same hospital 2 days prior. Did you see that part of the coverage? No, you didn't.
You know what you're doing right now and what you just did?
No, Billy, what's he doing?
All right. I criticized you for jumping to conclusions, right? Which, by the way, a lot of streamers didn't. A lot of news streamers didn't, right? I would have been down to make videos on them. Some did, but a lot didn't, right?
No, you wouldn't, dumbass. You only do this because it gets you fucking views. You don't give a shit about Israel.
All you did was justify the bad, justify why
Israel claimed that the BBC was doing modern blood libel.
Oh my God.
This is what you just said. All you did right there was justify why you should be able to report things badly. And then you dismissed it all saying, well, Israel's attacking Gaza right now, so none of it matters if I got it wrong.
Because, of course,
it's fucking embarrassing.
Because the point that you're trying to argue here without actually saying it.
The point is that you should just wait and fucking do a good job reporting. Why are you jumping to conclusions, making concrete statements you know nothing about? That's the same.
I did it again.
I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Listen to me.
I'm losing my mind, bro, because it's just
first
like
of all,
constant,
one, you're holding me to a
you.
fucking higher standard than the fucking BBC, which the Israeli
No, I'm
government
not.
said was
They
blood
actually
libel
apologized.
for
They actually
arriving at the same
rescinded.
fuck. You know why I didn't apologize? You know why I didn't apologize?
You haven't done that.
You want to know why I didn't apologize? You want to know why I didn't apologize? Do you care?
Why don't you let me
Do you
talk?
care? Do you want me to tell you why I didn't apologize?
I was gonna be all slick and say Vape Nation.
I know why you didn't apologize, because you never do. You always
The
don't.
scratch and sniff water bottle. I don't know what it's called, but it kind of looked like, I don't know, chat. I just like sparkly water. I don't need any flavors.
Double down.
No,
or ship the gold
wait, I don't
post.
apologize?
This is
I
what
don't
you always
apologize?
do.
That's
You always
crazy
ship
because
the
you said I
gold
never
post.
apologized about being wrong about Ukraine, but I did.
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
fucking
then you-
lied and said that,
but
oh,
then
well,
I didn't
actually, you
lie.
were just
It's
backing
very
away.
consistent. I'm very consistent with it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're consistently wrong, you dense fuck. Listen.
You're supposed to call him. You're supposed to call him a.
Dingus Gambit.
Yeah, you're supposed to call him a dingus or a
Weasel.
if you really want. You can call him one of those things. Anyway.
Haven't. You don't even watch the videos. How would you know if
Why
I'm
would
wrong?
I watch
you don't
your
even watch
dumbass
the
drama
video. It's
farming
crazy.
videos? You don't give a shit about anything. You don't give a shit about this conflict.
right
You don't give a
here,
shit
you
about this
not watching my
beyond it
videos.
pushing your fucking
You
personal.
not watching my videos is the same level of reporting that you give Israel and Gaza. It's the same level of reporting that
Okay,
you give
okay.
Ukraine.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you think
minimum effort in and just
you are
watch the shit.
revealing,
Just
you're
watch
revealing how stupid you are by claiming that watching a fucking YouTube video is the same as like reading news reports
I'm
and
not
talking
saying
to
it's the same. I'm
on-the-ground
saying
journalists and forensic analysts.
No, I'm not. I'm saying you won't even do the bare minimum, and you won't even do it for a drama video.
I'm
You won't
losing
do
my
it for
fucking
anything.
mind. Why would I
You never
care
do
about
it.
your drama video, dumb fuck?
Yeah, you do. That's why you invited me on. And
I
I'm just, like,
invited you
sitting here
on.
coping.
I invited you on because I thought that you genuinely had a perspective that was at odds with mine on Israel-Palestine. You
Yeah, my
said,
perspective-
never mind,
hold on,
it's
I'll
not
give
what
my
we're going to
pal-
talk about.
can I
We're
give
going to
my
talk about
perspective
my
on
videos that I've
Israel-Palestine?
made on you. So
Can I give
now
my perspective
we're
on
stuck
Israel-Palestine?
having this fucking stupid conversation.
Yeah, 'cause you
When
didn't
I
do-
cover
you
shit
wouldn't
like
know
this,
what the debate would be about if you just watched the video. But
Willie,
of course,
Willie.
classic hospitality
Okay.
journalism.
All right, I'll
on-the-ground
ask you
journalism.
questions. I'll ask you questions. In your video, do you, I don't know, at any point bring up any of the resources
I'll ask you questions, Willie. Do you edit with DaVinci Resolve or Premiere Pro?
that I'm using, like including the BBC, which you
Yeah,
said?
yeah. I showed the tweet you used. Yeah, I did. I showed the
Which
tweet,
tweet?
you used of a missile striking the ground, going, doesn't that look like a JDAM? That actually looks a lot
yeah.
like a JDAM. That's,
Yeah.
that's your epic reporting. Those
my
are your
God.
epic sources, bro.
Yes. My epic sources. That was the only
Yeah.
verified video of the strike at the time. What are
I
you
know,
talking about?
like you're a
Do you know where I
missiles
got
expert,
that?
though. Like you know how to interpret
Do you know where I got that video
at
from?
all.
Do you know where I got that video from?
Where?
The Washington Post. That's where I got that video from.
Yeah, but you don't know how to interpret what that missile is.
That's really interesting.
Because he's a himbo? Why doesn't he know how to interpret what that missile is? Like the fact that he knows what a JDAM is, it makes it seem like maybe he knows a little bit of something about military hardware.
You say that because at the time I was talking at the time. That's really interesting because at the time I was
At the time is
at the time you
talking to
at the tone the time is
I was talking to open source intelligence people and also forensic analysts. That's what I was doing, and I still do when I'm reporting on this kind of thing, especially when it's outside of my immediate expertise or whatever. I go to people that are making real-time assessments. One of the things that I'm sure you didn't mention was the geo-confirmed Twitter thread. The geo-confirmed Twitter thread that originally was incredibly viral pointed to this being...
Does this all exonerate you for jumping to conclusions?
No, dumbass. Over the course of 8 hours, I am parsing through misinformation.
I love how he's guilty until proven innocent by this guy.
No, I'm not. I'm not shifting. We're still talking about this bombing. We're still talking about this bombing.
By the way, hold on. Can we move on? Because this is just circles. You're just
whoa. No, we're not fucking moving on just because you feel like this conversation is completely out of your fucking depth because you only look at clips.
It's very basic. The conversation
because you only look at clips.
You jump to conclusions, and then you jump to conclusions, and now you justify why you
One
should be
thing
able
that
to
I
do
do,
that.
one thing that I do in breaking news stories is to parse through, okay?
The other thing that surprises me, besides just why did he do this debate? Which, I've got some ideas, I got some hypotheses about what the reason might be. But the other thing that confounds me is why does he keep him on for so long? It's not good content. I don't know. What do you think, chat? Do people like to watch this stuff?
All of the information.
It seems like not good content. I'm gonna tell somebody who's a much bigger content creator that he doesn't know what he's talking about or he doesn't know what he's doing. Obviously he does, but
that is accumulating online, that is going viral. I do this specifically for whenever there's a mass shooter and some fucking psychotic right-wing weirdo will turn around and be like, oh, the mass shooter actually is trans or whatever the fuck, right? Sure. Now, in this circumstance, I can't believe we're still talking about this, by the way, because every single piece of information that Israel, as the official account, has brought forward has been an abject lie.
Hasan, I got a question,
that have been disproven by the very same authorities that you claim are totally on board. Okay, are totally saying no, it definitely has to be an Islamic Jihad rocket. Every single person I've talked to, from forensic analysts that work at the New York Times, that work at Washington Post, all the way to open source intelligence analysts that I talk to from a broad variety of different ideological backgrounds, the conversations that we had revolved around some of the other open source intelligence community members basically fucking bringing forward incredibly stupid conclusions, like how this massive casualty-inducing rocket that was actually a cause of an intercepted missile that fell on the hospital. Every single point that was brought forward in the immediate aftermath of the hospital was actually completely incorrect. But you didn't make a video about that. You made a video about me. Because if you made a video,
about you, yes, you finally get it.
Stop. Listen. Let me finish. You didn't make a video about geo-confirmed and how viral his fucking thread was. You didn't make a video about how wrong most of the news outlets were for directly reporting what the fuck, what the fuck Israel says as though it's God's honest truth. Okay,
I don't report.
They got everything wrong on that subject, but guess what, dude? They got everything wrong, but you didn't. But there was no Willie Mack video on that because why would you make it?
Hold on, did they correct it?
Wait,
did they correct it?
No, they haven't.
They haven't? They've just doubled down on it?
No, I'm talking about all of the fucking false testimony that they brought forward about how Israel, most of these outlets that literally just repeated whatever the fuck Israel said, just went along with it because it goes along with the overarching narrative.
Right, but but how come I gotta make a video?
Oh my god, chat. I just realized I have to end the stream. Yeah, we're almost at 6 hours, and at 6 hours I turn into a pumpkin, and we don't want to see that, right? So thank you for being here, everybody. I appreciate you. I had a good time in spite of all of the confusion and all of the frustrating content that we're covering. Do y'all want to stream tomorrow? If Hasan wanted to debate a Zionist on, he could have debated Ben Glebe. Yeah, I feel like there should have been a lot of possibilities, but I don't know. Anyway, I gotta quit before the pumpkin time. But I'm thinking about streaming tomorrow just because I had so much fun tonight, and he was probably trying to prove a point. He's talking to this guy he talks to. Like he talks to chat, yeah. Anyway, much love. I will try to see, like, if there's stuff to comfort tomorrow, I will. I feel like we've been pretty comprehensive today, but there's a few more things that would be nice to touch on. And yeah, we'll raid Matt Bender. Wait, can we? I don't know if we can. I don't know how to raid on YouTube. LT, can you tell me how that works? On. And yeah, we'll raid Matt Bender. Wait, can we? I don't know if we can. I don't know how to raid on YouTube. LT, can you tell me how that works? We'll hit him up on Twitch. And yeah, everybody in get in the robot. It's time to go over and say hi. I don't know if we can. I don't know how to raid on YouTube to say hi to Matt Bender. LT, anyway, can you tell me how that works? Stream tomorrow or Sunday or both. We'll hit him up on Twitch. And yeah, everybody in get in the robot. It's time to go over and say hi to. I don't know how to raid on YouTube here and also say hi to Matt Bender. LT, can you tell me how that works? Stream tomorrow. Goodbye to everybody. I just sent the Twitch chat on into Matt Bender's chat, so we'll hit him up on Twitch. And yeah, everybody in get in the robot. It's time to go over and say hi to. I don't know how to raid on YouTube here and also